Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having an awesome Monday. You had the Super Bowl. We waited until the middle of February. You now have CPI and a bunch of other things, but to start off the week right now, it's actually very slow. You don't have that much in the market. China, a lot of Asia is still closed. Got a little bit of upside in Europe, but for the most part, we are actually holding on, not doing much, considering that we went crazy on Friday as a result of this CPI revision, event, non-event, and all of that stuff. So to start off the week, it's very chill. We still got a lot of earnings this week. All eyes are going to be on the CPI, but for now, we are actually starting off pretty calm and decent. So chatter Donia, I hope you're ready for it, baby. Good morning. What's going on, man? How you living? What's up, Chiefs? What's going on, my 49ers? How you living? What up, Dev? Ben, Tony, Nathan, Smars, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Ansel, Jerry, Randy, Monica, Ian, Mr. Lozano, Juice Chase, El Chaparro, Christina, Najee Wolf, baby, Lori. Good morning, Ray Aria, Samuel Tyrell, Jai, baby, Sungrown Organics, Bob Don, Young Fungus, Mark J, baby. Good morning. What up, Ari? What up, Regal? I know Hobby Life got that long term. Good morning, Mr. Spriggs. What up, Eloquaz, JRR, baby, QXL, Isaac, Ben, Antonio. Open face sandwich, baby. Happy Monday. What's going on? What up, Lucky Soldier, Antonio, Carissa Highs, oh, Betty Silverio. The man, the myth, the legend, baby. Good morning. How you living, baby? Happy Monday. Kira, Cyril, Shane. Good morning. Winning loser. Hobby Life, Canella, Gary Avari, baby. Joshua Murray, Julio Lopez. Purpose Composition. Oh, good morning. What up, Nick? What up, Gary? How you living, Cam? What's going on? Oh, Father Edgar in the house. Good morning, baby. How you living? What up, Alaskan? Killer Herb, Xavier Santiago. Good morning. Lee Ann Spencer. Brown Tom Cruise. Don't move, baby. Good morning. What about the Twitch? What about Big Curly, Danny V, LX Alpha, baby, Sencal Hustle, Professional, JG Industries, KJ Lemur, Cooler Vortex, S Jones Jax, 333, Lizzie, One Wheeler, Budake. Am I saying it right? Ryan A. Good morning. Charlie in the tree, Blowing Dough, Blizzy Bean, Ibex, Most Dope Andy, T-Toxie, Hailstone, Robo Handtech, and Pickler, and BDA Cookie Monster. Oh, my goodness. What up? Oh, what up, Curly? What up, LV Lover? How you going, Lynn Sands? What's going on? Happy Monday. Are y'all ready for Monday or what? Oh, yeah. Hit the like button. Oh, yeah. Hit that. Let's get it up to 1,000 real quick. I don't know if we have any plays off the open, but 1,000 likes away will keep the lack of plays away. I don't know how the saying goes. Just like the video. What up, Jimmy? Good morning. Rise and shine, baby. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. Again, we're starting off the week pretty slow. We are going to have big data this week, so you don't have too much to worry about. You're still going to have your events and a lot of earnings, but let's see what the news has for us. Stocks and bonds pause in wake of new S&P 500 record. Markets were subdued at the start of the week after the S&P 500 notched a new record on optimism about eventual Federal Reserve interest rate cuts and easing inflation. The rally in big tech that lifted the S&P 500 above 5,000 for the first time on Friday looked to extend as Amazon, Nvidia, and Tesla ticked up higher pre-market. Moves beyond those standouts were muted in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trading, as well as U.S. Treasuries and the dollar. The next pressure point for the markets is because Tuesday's Consumer Price Index report annual inflation forecast is set to have dropped to 2.9 in January from 3.4 the prior month, according to consensus estimates surveyed by Bloomberg. This would be the first reading below 3% since March of 2021, supporting the disinflationary trend that will determine the scope and timing of rate cuts. Speeches from Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari, Michelle Bowman, and Fed President Thomas Barkin later Monday could help manage some of those expectations. As long as we see the gradual progress slow down, there should be in position where they could feel confident of wanting to cut, said Pooja Saram, U.S. economist at Barclays, referring to Fed policymakers. It still looks like we are a place away from interest rates that are still elevated that could bite into the economy, and maybe there is scope for those to start to be paired. The reality is there's no reason to keep rates at these levels for too long. She had it in a Bloomberg TV interview. Swaps market suggests that the Fed will carry out just 4 rate cuts in 2024, down from 7 in the forecast of the forecast at the end of last year, and only slightly more than 3 penciled in by policymakers. Markets are trying to encourage central banks to get going and start cutting rates. Arguably, the market has been over-exuberant in its encouragement recently, said Ian Staley, International Chief Investment Officer for Fixed Income at JP Morgan Asset Management. He wrote in a note to clients, employment has remained strong, purchasing power survey is healthy, and economic growth is robust. The yen held near 2-month low, reaching that it reached on Friday, following comments from central bankers that the Bank of Japan will take its time in raising Japan's rates. Japan currency has weakened against all group of G10 peers this year. Shares of luxury brand Todd Spa shares rose as much as 18% after the founding family said they have enlisted buyout firm L. Catterton in a new attempt to take the company private. Diamondback Energy reached an agreement to buy fellow Texas oil and gas producer Endeavor Energy through a $26 billion deal that will create the largest pure-play operator in the prolific Permian Basin. Pepsi shares gained after the beverage and snack company was upgraded to buy from neutral at Citi, which said lowered expectations for organic sales growth and created a good setup. Key events today: India's CPI on Monday, Minneapolis Fed President, Fed Governor Michelle Bowman and Tom Barkin all today, ECB Governor member Piero Cipollone, Chief Economist Philip Lane speak on Monday, U.S. CPI on Tuesday, UK unemployment Tuesday, Japan producer prices on Tuesday, UK inflation on Wednesday, Eurozone GDP and industrial production on Wednesday, Indonesian presidential election on Wednesday, Bank of England Andrew Bailey on Wednesday, ECB Governing Council Boards Vujicic and Vice President De Guindos on Wednesday, Chicago Fed President Goolsbee on Wednesday, Australian jobs on Thursday, Japan GDP Thursday, UK GDP Thursday, U.S. initial jobless claims and retail sales on Thursday, Philippine Central Bank rate decision on Thursday, Christine Lagarde and Christopher Waller on Thursday, and then Bank of England as well on Thursday, then housing starts, producer prices on Friday, then Mary Daly, and then Michael Barr on Friday. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. That is your week, ladies and gentlemen. Traders cave to the Fed. Bond traders are finally heeding one of the market's oldest lessons. Don't fight the Fed. That is the stark takeaway from a great piece by Michael McKenzie, Liz Capel McCormick, and Yi Ji today on how it shows investors are eventually getting on board with the Federal Reserve's caution rhetoric, and rate cuts are dialing down their exuberance on the amount of easing this year. They've started pricing in that the Fed will carry out just 4 or 5 at the most quarter-point rate cuts in 24, one slightly more than the 3 penciled in by policymakers, and a sharp shift from the end of last year, where futures traders were wagering on 7 of such moves. Economist criticism: as markets, albeit reluctantly, get more in line with the Fed's thinking, economists are increasingly critical of the current stance. In a survey by the National Association for Business Economics poll published on Monday, 21% of respondents considered the U.S. Central Bank's monetary policy stance too restrictive, and that the most since 2011. The survey was carried out before the Fed's latest meeting, which signaled that the next gathering in March would be unlikely starting point for rate cuts. Flurry of Fed speak. Fed policymakers will get a chance to address both sets of market players on the market, with a total of 8 officials making appearances. Michelle Bowman, Tom Barkman, Neil Kashkari kick things off on Monday on an otherwise quiet day for data, although that changes tomorrow with the release of the monthly CPI data. Steady markets on a trading day disrupted by Lunar New Year holiday in much of Asia. U.S. equities were little changed, and the S&P closed above 5,000 for the first time on Friday. The move was driven by a renewed rally in big tech companies, some that are positive momentum carried over into Europe on Monday, with stocks edging higher. Treasuries and dollar were steady after wrapping up a 6-week of gains, the longest winning streak since early September. Private equity pain. Private equity funds last year returned the lowest amount of cash to investors since the financial crisis 15 years ago, according to a new report, hampering buyout firms in their efforts to launch new investment vehicles. Distributions to so-called limited partners totaled 11.2% of funds' net asset value, the lowest since 2009 and well below the 25% median figure for the last 25 years. According to Raymond James, the cash flow math as investors' levels are broken, said Sunay Sine Haldea, global head of private capital advisory at the firm. And I think that's it. I think that one's it. Pop, 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 pop. S&P futures little changed on Monday morning after U.S. equities finished higher last week, with the S&P pushing above the 5,000 level for the first time ever. Select big tech, semis, expensive tech, retail, apparel, and airlines were some of the standouts. Treasuries firmer across the curve after yields and dollar backed up last week despite well-received auctions. Dollar little change, greenback adding some weakness versus yen. Gold is flat, Bitcoin futures up by 1.1, and WTI is off by 0.9 after gaining 6% last week. Nothing incremental from a narrative perspective. Over the last few days, recent sell-side research and financial press headlines have focused on stronger U.S. growth backdrop. Atlanta Fed GDP for Q1 moving up to 3.4 from 3.0. Disinflation traction, year-over-year rate of core expecting to fall another 0.2 in January. Fed reaction functionality is uncertain. Disinflation versus real rates. Tech growth outperformance. AI and earnings buybacks. Lackluster internals. AD line declining. Just 60% of S&P is above their 50 DMA. Stretch long positioning. Systematics highest since the late 2001 per Deutsche Bank, and then pickup in buyback announcements. Stable 24 consensus for earnings, 11% for S&P, and near-term pullback expectations. S&P below 5,000 and 20 times PE and seasonal headwinds. January New York Fed one-year inflation expectations on the U.S. economic calendar today. Fed speak flurry continues with Bowman, Barkman, and Kashkari all scheduled to speak today. Tuesday brings CPI and small business optimism. No economic data on Wednesday, though Fed Goolsbee and Barr and Fed manufacturing, initial claims, import prices, and housing index on tap for busy Thursday. Fed Waller and Bostic also scheduled to speak that day. Friday brings in PPI, housing starts, and preliminary Michigan consumer sentiment and inflation expectations for February, alongside comments from Fed Daily. Not bad. China's carbon emissions could peak earlier than previously anticipated, though the country's staggering adoption, thanks to the country's staggering adoption of renewables. Egypt warns Israel the decades-old peace impact between the two countries could be compromised if IDF actions in Gaza send a flood of refugees into Sinai. Biden and Netanyahu are closer to a breach than any point in the Gaza war at the U.S. White House that no longer views the Israeli PM as productive partner. U.S. and U.K. airstrikes have reduced risks to vessels from attacks by Yemen's Houthis in Red Sea, but there's little prospect of many shipping companies are making a return to the Suez Canal. Saudi Arabia decided to halt oil capacity expansion plans because of the energy transition, the energy minister said on Monday, adding that the kingdom has plenty of spare capacity to cushion the oil market. Italy's new central bank warns that they have time for cutting rates as it's fast approaching and dismiss fears of fresh inflationary spiral and the latest sign that pressure is mounting to loosen Eurozone monetary policy. The Federal Reserve is set to press ahead with plans to cut rates despite an unexpected surge in job growth ahead of their $7 trillion immigration-led economic boost and fewer job vacancies. Donald Trump says he warned NATO allies that he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell it wants if alliance members fail to meet defense spending targets, highlighting the risk to the military pact if he wins in a new term for the White House. Diamondback Energy will pursue a $26 billion deal that'll create the largest pure-play operator in the Permian Basin. Don't worry, there's more. Historical trends suggest that S&P could see double-digit returns. Tesla increasingly seen as separate from the rest of the Mag 7 amid EV slowdown and shaky AI credentials. U.S. banking sector profits fell 45% year-over-year in quarter 4/23 on regional banking crisis assessment and provisions. Trump tariff threat pushes yuan hedging costs to the highest since 2017. Tesla temporarily cuts Model Y prices in U.S. by 1,000. Disney activist investor fight expected to be the most expensive ever. Cisco planning to restructure jobs that will include cutting thousands of jobs. Jeff Bezos sold around $2 billion of Amazon shares this last week. Fed still set to cut rates this year despite strong labor market and immigration-led GDP tailwind. ECB DeCo says March inflation economic data will be key to assessing policy path. ECB Panetta says disinflation at an advanced stage sees rapid progress towards 2%. U.S. financial institution loans to shadow banks passes $1 trillion. AI exuberance driving housing market boom in Silicon Valley. EU members strike deal to loosen stringent fiscal rules. Trump holds 11-point lead over Biden on handling of U.S. economy. Trump encourages Russia to do whatever the hell they want if NATO allies have failed to meet spending targets. Israel launches airstrikes on Rafah after Netanyahu ordered plan to evacuate civilians. Zelensky announces new batch of top commanders, widening recent military overhaul. Wow, it's a lot of war headlines, huh? No? Good morning. Is that a lot of like the video headlines? Oh, happy Monday, baby. Yeah, that's all the news. We've gone through all the news, ladies and gentlemen. Every single headline. Now all I have left for you is plays. We have time. We have great time. 9:15, baby. You got 15 minutes till the bell. 15 minutes to like the video. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. As far as plays, are you ready? Are you ready? Here it is. ANET, they're up 4% off of nothing. They have earnings, I believe, after the bell today. Tiva is up by 3.4. Piper Sandler upgrade. SMCI is up 2.5 off of nothing. Path 2.5 off of nothing. Shop 2.3 off of nothing. They have earnings on Tuesday or Wednesday. Lowe's is up 2.1. JP Morgan upgrade. VRT up 2.0 off of nothing. Fang is up 2.0 to merge with Endeavor Resources. APP up 1.6 off of nothing. CDNS up 1.5 off of nothing. CTVA up 1.5. Loop Capital Market upgrade. MQ up 6.6, Bank of America upgrade. Joby up 6.2, signs deal to launch air taxi services in Dubai, terms undisclosed. Viav up 5.9, Stifle upgrade. Hood up 3.9, no news, but they have earnings this week. ATIS up 2.9 off of nothing. AI 2.9 nothing. KD 2.7 nothing. FRO 2.6 nothing. VKTX 2.4, ARDX 2.4, Neutrala up 2.3, CRDO up 2.3, VET up 2.3, PAC-B up 2.1, FRHC up 2.0 off of earnings. BMR up 79.1 to present joint research February 11th through February 14th. Wish is up 31%. They confirm agreement to sell Wish to Q0010. They're selling Wish. Wish is selling Wish. SUGP is up 22.6, one customer security project for property in Hong Kong. GNSS up 19.0, awarded project for emergency warning system for 37 dams across Puerto Rico. Lunar's up 14.6, BTI up 13.1, FDA Fast Track designation for BXCL 701, INGN up 7.2, MNDY down 11.4 off of earnings, TRMB down 5.4 off of earnings, Rivian down 3.4, Barclays downgrade, XPO down 2.3, Morgan Stanley downgrade, DT down 1.7 off nothing, Palantir 1.7 nothing, Unity, Disney down 1.3 off of nothing, Citi down 1%, received notice from Federal Reserve on risk management. Manchester United trading down 5.9. Defender Lisandro Martinez are injured, out 8 weeks. Then they're down 5% on that. ANTX is down 71.5. Voluntarily pauses enrollment of Phase 3, part of 2-3 pivotal clinical trial evaluating epetraborole. LRMR down 31.8. Top-line data dose exploration study from 25 milligram and 50 milligram cohorts of nomlabofusp, HKIT down 21, BIG down 20.9, reaffirms guidance. Loop Capital downgrades to sell, reportedly seeks cash. Bloomberg late Friday afternoon. Holo down 13.1, Top down 12.9, IVVD down 12.7, TWLV down 7.1, and APLD down 6.0. Power outages at Ellendale Data Center, expects revenue from facility to be materially impacted. 8K. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You gave them the warning, and we 1K before open, otherwise 1250. All right, Chad, we need 1,000 likes. I don't know what plays we have off the morning, but then again, once we get past the bell, the market's already demanding 1250, man. I don't know, like that video, but that's all the plays. We got a little bit of time. Where are we at with the news? I have a couple plays. I'm going to be watching ANET, AMAT, and ACAM. So a lot of A stocks to watch out, then Amazon, then Pinduoduo, then Airbnb, then keeping a slight eye on bonds, ZB and ZQ. We'll see where that takes us. Otherwise, we'll see where the earnings plays lead us. We did make an Airbnb play. I covered it on the watch list, so hopefully you like the video so we could go over plays. Otherwise, I'm going to just have to tell you the stream alerts will be your friend. But Chatadonia, we got a little bit of time here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I will see you in a little bit. And happy morning. Like that video. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're almost there. We're almost there. Good morning. And I will BRB. BRB.
The other side. How important is energy from a buyback and a dividend perspective relative to an M&A play?
Yeah, so if we look at this sector, I'm just going to take a look at it overall in terms of the investment thesis and whether or not we like it. I think the key thing to keep an eye on is, yes, when we look at the valuations here, they seem undemanding at best. When we look at the dividend and the free cash flow generation, there's a compelling argument there as well. But I think we have to take a step back and say that this is highly correlated to the price of oil. When you look at our research, we actually see downside risk to the price of oil here just from a macroeconomic perspective. And I think there's another thing that drives the performance of this sector overall, which is also the China growth story. So I think while there is going to be continued activity here, it's also not the most obvious area to add exposure at these levels.
Katerina, again, not to get into the nuts and bolts of these two names, but again, this is a big seismic shift, excuse that pun, in the Permian Basin deals. A lot of people had written off shale. They put their house in order. Balance sheets are in better shape. Big oil in big America is really moving into an accelerated mode. How do you look at the sector?
We share Kristen's concern about the price of oil. And of course, on the coattails of the major conflicts in Ukraine, the developments in the Middle East, we see all of that as sending as that ripple effect and affecting the price of oil negatively. And of course, adding the volatility to the whole sector, because historically, generally, the oil producers coordinate production with each other. And we've been seeing less of this. But this deal feeds into this general theme of deglobalization, as U.S. is emerging as one of the most critical oil producers and exporters. And that's where, it's important to remember that while we've seen the increased production of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, the demand is still there. And as long as demand for oil is there, the energy companies are going to remain profitable. Perhaps, we have to, of course, consider that the profit margins are going to be squeezed somewhat by the volatility in oil prices, but we like the valuations. We see energy as important part of the investment portfolios, and we like the strength of the dividend because it's certainly something that the investors enjoy having as part of their portfolios.
Well, certainly energy and tech were so much a part.
Gotta love the dividend. Gotta love the dividend, Chatadonia. Happy Monday. So tell me now, we got a couple of minutes. You got to hear about oil and energy and dividends. Arms at 117 still. My goodness. So Chatadonia, tell me what you got, man. Oh, excuse me. What is your first play of the day? What is your first play of the day, baby? What do you have? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Tesla, SPY, Disney, DraftKings, ARM calls, watching those, Tesla calls, Log AMD, calls on Bud, SPX, UPS, Riot, NVIDIA puts, SoFi, Bolin, SoFi, Broadcom, GVOR, Mara, NVIDIA, SPY puts, more QQQ puts, Lyft, Apple shares, Boyle, App, Snap calls, puts on SPY, Ecolabs, Mara Short, QBTS, Wish, more Airbnb for earnings, CLSK calls, WM, Coin calls, AMD, ARM, Airbnb calls, DraftKings put, Jesus calls, Palantir, 28, Lyft, Eli Lilly, Long Transports, Wish calls, SPY puts, watching Tesla, UAL, Lyft, AAL, SPY puts, Super Bowl calls, ARM, Airbnb, Coin calls, Ecolab, LMT, Reacts, Palantir, SoFi calls, sitting on 400 plus at 86, NVIDIA, Hood, Shop calls and puts, Earnings Strangles, Baba calls, Baba, Lyft call, Tel calls, PayPal Long, MGM, Roku, BTC trying to go higher, Palantir 15, calls on Paul, Etsy calls, your dad call, that's good, Josh calls, G-Roy calls, Google calls, SPY puts, Bitcoin trying, good morning, Paul Freestyle, Microsoft puts, tack on FDA approval, Josh calls, chat calls, MUM, and the final plays. ASCS, ASXC, Rocket Lab, Cisco, Fez calls, NVIDIA calls, and Tesla put. Wow. Chatadonia. Oh, man. Oh, man. Chatadonia. Happy Monday. Honestly, I feel like I see a lot more earnings plays a lot more earnings plays than not, man. If I skipped you, my bad. I didn't mean to. I'm reading 2 chats, you know what I'm saying? There's some Twitch names in there that were coming up, you know. That's a lot of plays. That's a lot of plays, and then they're like your mom, and then a lot of other things. So, you know, I'm going through, man. I'm going through at this speed. But we got at least a minute here, I think, until the pledge, 45 seconds. Any pressing questions before we begin the day? Did y'all like the video, man? We're lacking. We're lacking a little bit. We're lacking before the bell go ding ding. So y'all got to hit that like button, baby. Good morning. Good morning. I'm stuck in earnings. I'm stuck in the earnings from Friday. The ones that like went in the money and then they fell out. I got a couple of plays. I already went over my plays a little bit ago. Where is it? I'm going to be watching AMAT, ACAM, ANET, Amazon, Pinduoduo, Airbnb, and then ZB and ZQ. And then we will go over some earnings today since we are going to have some after the bell. So we'll find out. But 4 seconds, Chattadonia. Save those questions. Get them ready. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase our dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. For real, thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. I hope you know you are loved and appreciated by us here, and I encourage every single one of you to show this love and appreciation to those who deserve it, and that's the veterans, baby, every single day. So, veterans, God bless you and thank you. Big shout out to y'all, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. That's the level it starts at, baby. So God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. I think I need a new horn. This one has like resistance. That one hits a little better. That one hits a little better. Good morning. It is game time. So I hope you're ready. We got a little bit of time here, about 2 minutes. Any pressing questions, you let me know. You also have an opportunity to like the video because once the bell rings, the likes going to have to go up, man. You know what I'm saying? We need 1,000 to start running it up, baby. But I don't think we have any too crazy plays off the morning. There is still a couple of earnings plays I think people have in mind. So we'll see how they all play out. Some of them are already up, like ANET. That one's literally already moved up 4% in the morning. So we'll see. This week is CPI, yeah, tomorrow. So that's the good news. You don't have to wait too long. That's like literally the beauty of all of it. Then we get PPI and then Michigan Consumer Sentiment on Friday. But granted, the CPI today or tomorrow should guide us for the rest of the week. We will see how it all plays out. Excuse me. Bad news? I don't think there was any bad news. If anything, China's closed. And we didn't really move too much on anything. I think the bad news is no news, but then that's also the good news at the same time. Bad news will be, though, if inflation does come up. People are expecting one of the lower inflation. So let's go, baby. Less than 40 seconds. The likes are there. You have less than 1 minute to like the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Call out any plays, questions, you need anything, you let me know. And let's see what we got. The seasonality doesn't have 2 weeks, only months for me. Yeah, that one's that chart was hard to find, but the seasonality calculator does show you the month. But that one second half one, I found that somewhere else. I've saved it, but I don't know where I got it from. But it does hold up. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, don't forget about some of the plays from Friday. Keep a look on Travel, Expedia, even Airbnb. Again, ANET, ACAM, AMAT. I think most of those are already up. Again, ANET's already went up 4%, literally up $9. BuzzFeed, they're barely, AMAT's barely down. And what's the other one? ACAM, they're up by 0.23. Oh, ACAM looks crazy. And AMAT, they're both nuts. Pinduoduo is up. Let's see where that one is. Shop Like a Billionaire, Temu. Yeah, Pinduoduo up 1.1. Oh, Hershey's. I forgot about that play from last week. Open running. Illumina's down. Where's the other one? Expedia. That one's already starting up. Microsoft's on the low. Airbnb's coming up. Did those calls gain some steam? Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, so you got like 50% on the Airbnbs. So not bad. If we get a little bit more, we could sell them out, make them free. You could even ghetto spread them now. Pfizer going green. I'm holding Pinduoduo. Yeah, we grabbed that from the other day. How much are we up on it? You got 26%. Small contract, but I'll give that one a little bit of time. Maybe we hold till, what's it called? The end of Lunar New Year. But then again, unless it just goes absolutely insane today. It's starting to climb a little bit more on the ask. Airbnb, we grabbed them on Friday. I went over them on the watch list last night. Again, we even did that live on Friday. Again, I think we had 1,000 likes. Those were all on stream. AMAT, yeah, we're looking at that one. They're starting to move. ANET, that's the one that already went crazy there, unfortunately. Oh, not very expensive, Habibi. Okay. Boeing play. Snap and Coin. Snap has earnings. Airbnb's looking good. Oh, that sucks. You gotta get a lot of time on these. What was it? Damn, these are jacked. Some of these are jack, you know? Very, very expensive. Okay. Oh, did I get that? A Genius coin going. A Firm Airbnb. I think I grabbed a play. Yeah, I got filled on that. Okay, well, I grabbed a play here. Did y'all like the video? Y'all didn't like the video, huh? No? This is getting weird now. Which one? It depends on the likes, man. I told you. And then we said if it's not 1,000, then it's going to have to be like 1,200. Yeah, this is getting really awkward now. We're shy. We're shy on the likes, man. We're shy. But yeah, I made one play there. I'm about to do another, I think. And then again, Airbnb, You have what, 65% on that one? What's the other one? That one's coming down. This week is, oh wow, this week is the 16th? Yeah, so a lot of contracts expire on Friday. Yeah, well, Airbnb is moving all over the place. Keep an eye on Expedia as well, too. Yeah, there came back up. Nvidia's on the high. You see 1K likes? No, it's 1250 now. Carissa told y'all. Carissa was explaining it. She was trying to explain the rules and regulations. Nobody wanted to listen. But I don't know. Now we're looking for 1200, sir. Because it's pre the bell. It's 1,000 pre, it's hard. It's interest about 12.5%. Pinduoduo, those did good. I'm looking at one more, but I'm kind of pushing it. Okay. All right, I made another play too. Disney I forgot about Disney. We'll go to that one in a sec. Nvidia going crazy. What's it, man? We only need like 50 more chats. Josh Frog. What we got on Frog? Frog 50s, J Frog. They're up 2.8. What do they do? Baba's running. Pinduoduo up 100, or is it at 100? Oh wow, Pinduoduo's up 3. Nice. So yeah, your Pinduoduo is up 100%. Just under it right now. Just depends on where you get filled at. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, Pinduoduo's loving that for now. And the IWM's gapped up. Let's see. Young Russell. Oh wow, Russell's actually been kind of in a breakout mode. I wonder if that'll hold, and then Bond's still down. That's the only issue. Army's moving. I'm holding the PDD. We only got one, but then you might be able to make that one free. I wouldn't be too shy of that. Let's give it a second. Nvidia's market value surpasses Amazon for the first time. Airbnb, just the pre-earnings run-up. And then it went crazy on Friday. Yeah, those Disneys came back up. The Pinduoduo, 50 cents to $1. And then again, the Airbnbs, those are having a great gain right now. I wonder if can we make those free? So we got the cheap ones. Airbnb 58 to 77%. You could sell back and get like what, $50? Bezos is pissed. It's kind of crazy. There's ANET. Good call on the Pinduoduo. Good work. Let me check, see if we can make those free. What would it take? So we have the what? We have the 140s on Pinduoduo. So you're still far at the money. And those expire this week. Oh, no. We have the next week's. ARM 125, Tesla. I mean, you could sell the 142s. So you could kind of ghetto spread them for a little bit, or you could just ride them out and then sell out. We'll see, though. What shopping like a billionaire is paid off for now. Pinduoduo, they own Temu. You definitely saw their ads yesterday. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. And then Russell's leading here again. Nasdaq barely green. SPY and everything else is barely moving, but Nasdaq is actually running. VFC calls came back out of nowhere, did they? I think I only played one way on VFC. No, yeah, we did the calls. Mine are still clapped. Dude, the Pfizer ads, those are weird, man. And then I talked about it on the watch list. I was like, man, y'all notice we didn't really see any DraftKings ads. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but I do hope they save money. DraftKings, how much does Temu make? I mean, they did good from the last Super Bowl, but like, do you guys know what the tinfoil is? I don't know. I don't know if you know what the tinfoil is. There's a little bit of tin. You never receive your stream alerts? Shoot an email. It depends when you signed up, but shoot an email through where you signed up. We'll get that situated. So the tinfoil with Temu is that y'all need to stop letting your parents shop on Temu. That's it. The tinfoil is that all of those Temu ads are just for your parents to scam them to get the old people who are like, oh, shop like a bill. That's it. That's all that's happening is just your parents and the older generation getting scammed off of Temu. That's about it. So watch your parents, man. Don't let them Temu unattended. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you monitor your elderly's Temu movements. A firm getting... I forgot a firm had earnings the other day. Pins. Okay, yalla. Airbnb, Habibi. Oh, did that sell? All right, I made Airbnb. I made one of them free. So literally it went up 100%. Bought 2 contracts for 118. Sold one of them back for 118. Yeah, Airbnb it usually runs up on its earnings, and then that's it, and then it's done. Unless it has a good earnings, but lately, I think last like 3 earnings, you've moved more off of the pre-earnings than not. But I just sold them. You could sell them now for above 100%. Again, if you'll probably get filled higher. I just sold out one contract, 118. I spent 118 for 2 of them, and then I still have the $30 on the other contracts. Those are up 100 now too. I think we could just sell one of them, honestly. Yeah, I sold one of the cheap ones for 30. So $2 shy of making it completely free, but we literally just got all the money back. So I'm down now. Both Airbnb plays are free. We don't have puts yet either. Yeah, I bought 2 different sets. I bought the 175s and I bought the 190s. So I'm out of, I have 1 of each now, but I bought 2 to make them free. So we planned this out and it ended up working. Now next step is going to be buying puts. Ironic. When's Airbnb's on Tuesday, right? Yeah, Airbnb is going to be tomorrow. So we don't have to wait too long. Damn, these contracts are jacked up. Okay. All right, I did one more play. We did good, though. We did good. I'm balancing some things out. Great timing, you know. You just have to vibe. You have to dance a little bit. Expedia vertical. That one sucks. We should have had that. BMR. All right, yeah, I made another play. Y'all don't have the likes though, man. Y'all playing me. I see it. Y'all need to wake up a little bit. Unfortunately, again, we need the 1250 now. So we good though. I just made another play though. So I've gotten 3 out the way in the morning, and then we made Airbnbs free. Those are coming down a little bit. We're almost there. We're almost there, but it's been 15 to 18 minutes, sir. EU proposes first trade curbs on Chinese firms over Russia war. Pinduoduo still climbing up here. Again, you got 100% on that. The Disneys are trying to work their way up here too. Waste management. We'll take a look at that one. They can move. I've not looked at waste management. Pinduoduo. There's Amazon. ACAM. ANET. Wasn't waste management like the golfing thing? Wasn't it crazy? Then they have to like shut it down for a little bit. Oh, RGNX, that one's from Friday. And then Pinduoduo is still near the high. Alibaba's going up. Actually, Alibaba's kind of killing it. And then Snap's on the high. Yo, Snap's up at 1170 now. Look at you, Snapchat. Look at you. Getting out of the gulag. Pfizer, Dollar Tree. I keep seeing Pinduoduo. Pfizer's up 1.3. Dollar Tree up by 0.8. Dollar General up 1.1. Alibaba targets on the high. Amazonian Bank of England sells 800 million pounds of bonds in auction. Bitcoin ripping. Airbnb. Costco's on the low. A line breakout above 300. Remember, they had that good earnings, and then they still found a way to just stay within the range. Again, Snap's ripping up here. Meta, SPY just got a green shoot as well. Again, Russell's the leader of the day, 0.85. We've been here for just under 30 minutes right now to start. A firm moving. Yeah, firm's up 4.3. Check Pinterest. Who's the other one? Doesn't Coca-Cola, they report later this week? And then there's Disney. EW got a bid today. Interesting. Regionals up. KRE. Yeah, 1.9. Honestly, they're doing really good. So NYCB having a good day from Friday. They're up 10%. And then bonds are trying to hold up. And then SPY's still doing good. Shopify, they're doing decent. Their contracts are pricing in a lot. But they report again either Tuesday or Wednesday. Isn't the news on Wish that they're selling Wish? I don't know how to interpret. Wasn't Wish selling Wish? I thought it was very, very awkward. Oh, those Levi's, those are in the money. I forgot about that. TMO, Guild, those came back. Damn, those Expedias, bro. Those got murked. Yeah, so we got our money back on Airbnb, but my goodness. Equal weight and ad are going straight up. Russell today is running a lot. Russell's up by 1.0. So I definitely think that's weighing and adding to things right there. It is quite interesting because, again, nothing else was moving. You know, your tech is barely green today. Yeah, the equal weight is actually rocketing. And then actual SPX is just staying pinned right near the highs that we hit the other day. I didn't sell all my Airbnb. I sold one of two. I made them free. So, again, I bought multiple Airbnbs when Expedia was down, and we bought it with this kind of idea in mind. And then Pinduoduo, that one's going up now over 100%. That one's still climbing. Yeah, Pinduoduo, $8 out the money, but that one I think we just got it at a low. I will take it. Cart trying to come back up. NVIDIA on the high again, or is that something else other than NVIDIA? I might have read that wrong, but NVIDIA's up 0.4. Again, Dow is up by 0.06, SPY 0.01, NASDAQ 0.03, and then Russell 2030. Literally, the Russell is the one taking over. Did MPW hit bottom? I mean, assuming that their earnings is very good, yes. But if not, then if their earnings are bad and they don't really have like a positive development, it might be very negative for them. Pinduoduo to the moon. Shop like a billionaire, Habibi. I hope. You know, if it go back to 140, that's where it was on the bounce, you know. We shop like billionaire. You take us back here, we shop like billionaire, huh? Otherwise, we have to wait. Charge point blasting off. PTPI, Walgreens on the high. That is a Coca-Cola. Abivide came down. Airbnb still holding up. There's Meta. Expedia scammed us. UWMC. They've been, bro, I looked at that one in Colt Sister. That thing's been up 10. Damn. UWMC's at 720. So, honestly, it's a pretty big deal for them. With the price they're yielding, if they get above, like, what, 760? That was like the death trap level on them. A line breaking out still. The nonstop chop. I think today is just a little bit of a different breakdown. I think you actually have the small caps moving, and it's not necessarily like mega cap tech moving us up. That's why like the equal weight is up almost 0.5%, and the actual SPY and NASDAQ are barely moving right here. Yeah, ANET's insane. I think both ways on the earnings play went crazy on that one. Yeah, ARM is doing good. Again, all the chip makers, ARM is just up 8%. And then bonds are trying to break out here. So might be decent for them. Alibaba on the high again. 74.11. Alibaba is actually doing quite nice. And again, the Airbnb Fed futures are pulling back too. They're not pricing in as many rate cuts today. That was another big part of the story. Disney. Fastly? When did we play Fastly? Oh, this was from Friday. That Fastly play went up. I was like, wait a minute. Remember this was the sympathy to, who was it in the morning? Net? Yeah, remember Net was the post earnings on Friday? Yeah. Fastly. I was like, wait a minute. That one's up 68 to 71. Tesla's on the high. Amazon, we only have one contract, so you'd have to get a ghetto spread to make it free. And the Amazon's not as much as it was on Friday. So the Amazon's up, but you had almost 100% on Friday. It's only up 30% now. I have BABA in the long term, yeah. I have not been against it. I do think there's a lot of risk, though. BABA. Even Meta's up. I think MPW just bonds and banks doing good. Because again, MPW, they have earnings in like 2 weeks. Which one is it? February 20th. Yeah, you have to even wait. You have to wait till next week. So they're not even going to have earnings this week. They're the 21st. But again, depending on their earnings, that's going to determine it all. Otherwise, I'd say just moving with everybody else in banks and real estate land. I'll take it though. Bro, those Pinduos are gassing still. Is that thing still up? I see 130% now. Yeah, new high on Pinduo. SMCI starting to run. We already took the profits on Disney. Again, those Fastlies from Friday. Or no, Disney I'm still holding. I took the profits on Airbnb. You buy call. Yeah, we bought calls on Friday. So you got to either be here on stream or watch the watch list or get you some stream alerts. But yeah, the Airbnbs were one of the first plays on Friday morning. So we actually held them all day Friday. They went up 50%. And then this morning they gapped up again. And then I just made them free. SMCI pulling up. Mara 8%. Yeah, I don't know why. Dude, Snap, though, we said if it does start running up out of nowhere there, that's going to be big. So, again, if Snap could break above 1250, it may start its climb right back to its home. Meta and Airbnb breaking out right now. Yeah, Airbnb 152.80. Is this the highest? Or were they just at 155? Yeah, hold up. Airbnb might be breaking out. Might be a 1-year high if they could get above 154. Interesting. Bonds moving around too. SMCI, I have no idea actually. Are the contracts cheap? That's all that really matters. It's just going to be a game of musical chairs. But people have been talking about like the lack of shares. So I still think there's like even a limited amount of the flow. Yeah, you can't even trade these options. These options very, very expensive, baby. Yeah, SMCI is difficult. What am I looking at with the next deposit? Either Pfizer, MO, or even 3M. And then depending on where everything else is at, maybe even a BABA all the way down to a PayPal. But probably another dividend payer. Because again, without our dividends are doing good if you count all the ones that pay a dividend, but I kind of view like Disney and BABA as growth names. So, we have a lot of room to build up some divvies. Yeah, Meta's on the high. Meta's actually breaking out there. And Palantir and Nike and FLNG. SPY getting some low candles. There's Cisco. And we made some moves on that on Friday. Disney's kind of working its way up here. Disney 110 now. Oh, wait. Why was it showing 110? It was showing way higher on the high ticker. Wells Fargo coming up. I like American Express. We got out of that play, but again, I was kind of looking for like 215. I just didn't have. I ran out of time on my contract. When they're not bad, bro. Even Airbnb 153, pretty impressive. BYD on the high. Tesla's still holding up. BMR halted. Beam managing. This thing's up 300%. Wish is still going up. Wish breaking out towards the high. Again, they're selling off their Wish brand. Bowman does not see cuts as appropriate to intermediate future. Yeah, December Fed cut odds. It came back down here. I might need to sell out of those. I have a profit on those. I don't know if I want to hold in the CPI. I feel like CPI can help me, but remember that play used to cost some damage. So that play's finally in the green by a decent amount. Yeah, BMR Hull, A&F 52-week high. Some of you brought that one up last week. Airbnb breaking out. Pinduoduo still up. Even Baba. I could have hit 10 billion. We're at 7:03. It's been 30 minutes. Bowman does not see cuts as appropriate to immediate future. SPY still dancing around. We're at 50.26. Again, equal weighted SPY is just loving today. But the actual SPY looks like nothing is happening. Again, Russell is gone 1.1. Fed Bowman, the present Fed policy rate is in the right place. He said, it's good here, Habibi. It's good here, Habibi. Don't worry. And there's Airbnb. Again, Wish. So, again, Wish said they're selling Wish. And then they're up, but they're already up 47% there. I sold one of the 2 Airbnb calls. Why do you keep asking me that, sir? I answered you about 10 minutes ago. But yeah, we sold one of them. Made them free. Same thing with the 175s. I sold both of them. So both different strike prices. They both went up 100%. I sold out one of each to make them free. So now all earnings plays on Airbnb are free 99. They both went up 100%. We got our money back. We are good to go. I didn't do any shop plays. I did other plays today, but we didn't hit our light counter in the morning. So some of y'all are in the dark. You might have to wait till the watch list now. But I need to go to the bathroom now. So give me a second. It's still bright and early. Only been 36 minutes to begin the day, but I love you all. Good morning. And I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the trading fraternity. A little chicle in the market. A little chicle there. Oh, my goodness. All right, I'll be right back.
That inflection point, Shonali, is less about where the share price is at necessarily in a vacuum, and it's more about, is there a catalyst for change at that company? And I'm seeing that in a couple of names.
So there's a lot of discussion here about the broadening of depth here in the S&P 500, investing in other names outside of the Mag 7 and outside of big tech. Where do you start to pick up some value, and when does that start to pay off?
Well, I really like companies that are starting to refocus on execution. I've been a CEO of a large company, and it's really interesting. Execution and small things can drive execution that can really lead to big bumps in performance in the very near term. Meta, back to that example as a case in point. Mark Zuckerberg self-medicated with deep headcount cuts, with deep cost reduction. I'm looking right now at Salesforce, and I see Benioff doing something really similar. You know, he's really cut down on his headcount. He's been pushing through price. He's been looking at bundling. He's self-medicating in a similar way. And by the way, $8 billion of free cash flow a year screams to me a dividend coming at some point too.
And stick with us. We're going to get back to you in just a second. We're going to look now also at what's moving markets right now. We're going to talk to Bloomberg's Denitsa Seikova. Denitsa, what are you looking at in the market today?
Well, you were just talking about NVIDIA, and we were looking at a continuous rally. So far, 46% this year, and we're having some conversation about cost. So this is everything people are looking at. But the CEO was saying that the advances in AI will actually keep the cost in check. And what we've seen is he's saying that growth in AI data centers will double in the next 5 years. So that will compensate for the price. Of course, there has been discussion about the $7 trillion ask from Sam Altman in terms of Middle Eastern investors and the money he is raising for a semiconductor initiative. Generally, this earnings season, everyone is looking at cost. The most mentioned metric is profitability, and we have a report from Morgan Stanley showing that this year everyone cares about profits.
I want to look at
Sam Altman really trying to raise $7 trillion. He's really trying to. He's really trying to raise $7 trillion, bro. That's a lot. Enphase on the high. Mara keeps going. You guys have been calling that one out all day. Mara, 8.7. Cart going up, too. When's their earnings? Man, where's Wish? Coin also going up. Wish still higher. That one's edging up there. Again, Bitcoin has been on fire. How would he raise $7 trillion? I don't think he'd get the full $7 trillion, but depending on what stake he sells at what valuation, it may give him a $7 trillion market cap. SMCI, another 52-week high. That thing's knocking on the door of 800 now. And then Disney coming up here. So SMCI running, Disney, there's Airbnb. But Disney's breaking out to 110 now. Hopefully those contracts go a little crazy. Can we talk about that? What he could do with that much money? I think he's going to make a chip company. I think that's what he's looking to do is raise that money to start a new, not only have the AI, but then make the chips for the AI. BMR is linked to NVIDIA. How so? Remember there was Emerson on Friday? That was some of the, what was there, Eric. But BMR, it's still halted. Let's see. Beamer, it's called Beamer Imaging. NVIDIA to propose automated process to convert AV1 format. Beamer shares jump after the company said it will present joint research with NVIDIA related to automated video conversion. So yeah, that already halted and unhalted. So yeah, that one you're either going to FOMO into it or wait till it kind of slows down, but that is related to NVIDIA. It's saying present joint research with NVIDIA at the ACM Mile High Video Conference in December. When is that? Previously, Beamer scheduled to launch February 20th. Its new video cloud service on AWS powered by NVIDIA. So it may just be powered by NVIDIA. Again, we'll see. It's been a while since like partnership news drove somebody up, but you never know. I think people are already getting hyped on that one. You're still holding ARM. Should I sell before or after CPI? Well, go watch the video from last Friday. You know, you got to look at a couple of things. Let your portfolio speak to you about selling the ARM, because pretty much after CPI, it's probably going to move a lot. So you got to just ask yourself, how much are you risking for what do you expect? And then look at the rest of your portfolio. That's all we could do. You picked up one Airbnb. I just ghetto spreaded it. Should I get another strike for earnings? Well, you don't have to if you already got a free play. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you. But in that case, you know, my main intention was make the play free and then we could go home. And that's working for now. But it's up to, again, your balance or budget. You could save that money and go for other earnings plays. Or you could save it and see what happens. Or if you want, if your budget is speaking to you and you're able to make moves, you could keep parlaying it. But again, that watch list we made on Friday would answer both of those questions. Snap is going. Snap right near 12. Again, 12.50. I think that's going to be the level. Bonds have already turned down here on the day. As you said, ChargePoint earlier, they're up 8%. Let me double check. ChargePoint. I don't see anything. Yeah, surprisingly, I don't see. They're up a lot, but I cannot find anything on ChargePoint. Yeah, MPW is just running up. Again, their earnings is in an extra week. I think MPW is just benefiting off of the regionals and shit like that. But I'll take it for now. We'll see. Card is going up to, again, RGNX. That was another one. This was the one from last week. CLSK, that one would have hit. Clean Spark, that was the earnings that got away. And then Pinduoduo's still up. The Airbnbs have chilled out a little. Those Fastlies went up, but not as much. Again, we're going to have earnings on Fastly, so that play. When is earnings? Are they tomorrow? Yeah, earnings are on the 14th for Fastly. Your portfolio's crap. You want to use this play to fund the long term, but am I being greedy? Well, like, are you not taking profits because you want more and you're saying you haven't had a win in a while and it's not looking good? If that's the case, I would take it, especially, I don't know where the contract's at right now, but at the same time, like, where do you think ARM is going to go to? So if you're already in the money all you're going to do is get dollar for dollar. So you're already at 126. So your arm play should be another $10, honestly. It's just, where do you think it's going to go? So if you think it'll go to 130, 140, every $10 you're going to miss out on an extra 1,000. But if you already have, again, if you're telling me you haven't had wins, this will give you a long term. I mean, that's kind of what we mean by let the portfolio speak to you. You know, the right answer might be right in front of you. Meta hits 500 in the next month. I don't know about the next month, but I'd say definitely at one point this year, it'll probably test 500. Same thing goes with Netflix at like 600. I think all of those big techs are kind of holding up. Wait till you get more buybacks and news. But I don't know about this week, but I could probably say by this year, Meta will probably test that level. Bro, Disney's still holding up. Pinduoduo. Never had a W like this, but CPI is calling me. But like, stop with like just, you're not like Woody. You know what I'm saying? Don't hit me with like a like a pre-written line. But the CPI is calling me. No. Just like look at your account, make it make sense. That's all I've said on like all of the other earnings here. Is just like, just look at your account, look at the play, and just make it make sense. If that's like, what are you looking? How much more do you think CPI is going to get you? So like, tell me what price you think it'll go to, because then at that point you know what you're risking versus what the contract's worth. So if that contract, if you're at like $80, $90 strike price, you're already like $20, $30 in the money. So you're going to be risking $2,000, $3,000 for how much are you trying to get off of it. So once you have that answer in play, then you could do, you know, just find a plan and stick with it is really what I'm saying. But otherwise, you know, you could let your portfolio speak to you. And if you want to, you know, when it's all said and done, if you just want to gamble it, you could gamble it. He wants you to co-sign his stuff. I think he wants to push it a little bit, yeah, for sure. But like I'm saying, as long as, if you tell me where you think it's going to go to, I mean, that's it. Then, you know, just a matter of, I think it could go to this, I'm going to hold till this, and that's all. Otherwise, at that point, it's just kind of getting, you might get a little emotional on the back and forth. Disney. Toll Brothers on the high. We hit 1.2 thousand likes. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'll get next play I do. I got you, but I have not made a play. We finally hit it. We did it, baby. We did it. Snap, snap. Toll Brothers going up too again. Snap's just weird. Again, wait till like 12.50 though. That's the price you want to see. Disney's holding up. Even Airbnb, Meta all day. They came down a little bit though. AMD, Intel. Chips are doing very good actually. When am I planning to hold Pinduoduo? Probably towards the end of this week or the middle. Or if it goes up like another 150%. I'd be down to walk away with like 300%. Otherwise, I'm just going to ride it there, depending on if it gets close to 140. But I think we have 1 week to play it. We grabbed an extra week of time. But depending on where it goes, I'll either look to ghetto spread it or just sell out because I only have one. If CPI comes out good, if it's bad, well, we'll see. The last couple of days with the jobs report, we've had weird reactions, but in general, I think, you know, low CPI will bring bond yields. You know, if CPI comes in lower, I think bond yields, they may follow along, and then people will get excited. Otherwise, vice versa. I think a high CPI might shock some people, and then we'll have a pretty negative rest of February. I don't have a play. I think that one moved too much. How positive am I on the report for tomorrow? What do you mean? I'm positive that CPI comes out, but besides that, I'm not really I don't know what it's going to come in at. I am assuming it comes in lower given the revisions, but I have no way of telling what it's going to be like. How do you handle FOMO? I just don't feed it. First Monday of being gainfully unemployed. Whoa, was that a new account too? Because you're not a mod on. What the hell? Why didn't it? Wait, you should even be a mod on. What are they doing, bro? Is that a new account? They deactivated it? No way. That's crazy. That's crazy. They hating, bro. They hating. BMR, yeah. And again, that one's related to NVIDIA. It's just like they have like a video thing powered by NVIDIA. It might get halted again. It's up 522%. Etsy is the play. They had some good commercials. Have they not reported yet? BMR is still running. Is it halted yet? No. They let that one go up to 14 from 12. Oh, dude, they don't give... Dude, that's so crazy. At least you got a 1-year badge on that one. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, so that one, I mean, maybe wait till it comes down, but that one's just total hype play. When was the last time we saw NVIDIA partnering with somebody and then sending the stock like crazy? So it used to happen a lot more in the beginning. ARM is hitting another high, 128. So that one still keeps climbing up. CVS. Snap at 12. Yeah, dude, a lot of things. Again, it's like a weird continuation from last week. Do you believe in what Yellen said? We don't need to get prices down because wages are going up. I don't really believe anything Janet Yellen says, to be honest with you. So, no, there's the simple answer. I feel like her theory may be correct in a broader sense, but I don't, whatever she says, I tend to believe the exact opposite. When is cart? Toll Brothers keeps going. Oh, cart earnings are tomorrow. So I have the shares. I've held them for one earnings already. And then I'm barely up on them now. I do want cart to have an IPO effect and just take off, but it needs some of that, you need some of that AI hype. Zillow earnings. What about Redfin? Redfin is next week with MPW. But Zillow will move Redfin. That'll be fun. Fastly's going up. I forgot we have those. They have earnings in a couple of days, and that one's related to Net from Friday. Yeah, Fastly, you got 34%. Not bad. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Let's see. Any key levels? I'll have to look in a second, but hold on. I'm getting an idea. Come on, Habibi. All right, they scammed me, but I'm down. Okay, I made another play. You guys have liked the video this time around, right? You guys are ready to go? This one's it's a continuation from Friday. Which one was that? Making sure I got out. Jake from State Farm here, baby. Let's go. And Estevan, thank you for everything. Just want to say happy birthday to my mom. We going out for lobster later. Let's go. That's a great birthday gift. Everybody loves a good lobster, baby. There you go. Tell mom's happy birthday. Give her a big hug. Say thanks, mom. I got the long term. Amen. Amen. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made a play on Fastly. So I sold out of the Fastly we made on Friday since that one was a weekly. Remember I told you I wanted more time? So I got out of that one for like a 50% gain. Pretty much made like $30-something or a little lower. And then I bought a Fastly February 23rd 35 call. I grabbed one of them for 37 cents. So pretty much took profits on the first Fastly, went more time a little further out for less than what I spent. So again, I bought the contract for like 30 cents, but then I flipped the other one for like 85 or something like that. So the profit I made on the first contract pretty much paid for the second contract. Ta-da. Ticker is FSLY. So we made a play on this on Friday. We grabbed calls as in this was a net sympathy. We grabbed it in relation to net, then it went up. So then I took the profit on one of them, and then I used it to buy a cheaper play so that their earnings in 2 days now, we have genuinely just a little bit outside of 2 standard deviations. Hey, can you repeat the play? Well, yeah, I can. But my first question is, where the F were you right now, where you missed the play? Other than that, don't forget, you have Josh AI and stream alerts if you ever miss a play. But if you do miss a play, I do have a couple of questions. Have you ever used Josh AI before? Press 1 if you have. Otherwise, like the video. Again, as Josh says these plays, you have an ample amount of time to be able to find out what he's doing, especially when he says it specifically. So as far as how you missed that, we do have a couple of questions. Do you still have any questions? I'm not hearing back from you. To connect back with an AI, just say, hey, Josh AI, I have a couple of questions, and we'll reconnect you. Thanks for calling. Bye. Yeah, I just bought Fastly. That's why I was confused. Why we just went over the play, and everybody's like, I missed it. So what I did, let me show you exactly what I did. I think you might be able to see it on Friday. So I bought these calls here, the $30 calls. We bought these for like 50 cents on Friday, right? So I bought these calls for like 50 cents on Friday, sold out of them for $85. And then I went to the next week, and then I bought the 35s. I bought one of them for $37. So that's what I did already. That's all. So it was just simple. We had a play on Friday. It went up $30, $40. And then I sold out of it, and then I used that $30, $40 to buy me a practically free earnings play. How do you see the play? I'm showing you right now, sir. Otherwise, you could get the stream alerts. First link in the description, or you could wait until the watch list. Second link in the description. Gold could be because of the dollar. And then again, rate cut odds are changing quite rapidly over the last couple of days. SPY pop. Yeah, SPY is running up here again. So, like, Russell's the one leading, and then SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, they are just barely moving when it's all said and done. Which one is that? ZQZ. I want to sell out of the Zaza. I have $666 in profit, but I don't know if I should book the profit at that devil number or if we ride it out. But remember, that's the December rate cut odds. I was killed on that play. It already came back in. I did not. Oh, yeah, I did grab Airbnb puts this morning. So you guys didn't like the video, but that was one of my plays. I also I made Airbnb free, and then I grabbed a put. Fastly was the 35 call again. So I'm not going to keep repeating these too often because, like, I am showing you guys right in front of you. And this will be, like, the third time we've talked about it. So y'all got to get with it, man. Y'all got to get with it. Disney's still up. Yeah, the Pinduo Duos went up 100 and something. So hopefully those hold up, though. The moment it comes down, that play could either be short-lived or we might get a nice little run-up close to the 140. So, again, it just dumped down from 140. That's what I like about this level there. But we'll see. Airbnb is 17 times earnings. I think it's higher. I think off of the one-time break, their PE went lower, but I do think they're a little higher than that. SPY wants more. We're at 50-20. I mean, you're 1 point off of a new high. That's the crazy part. Again, equal weights running today. SPY working its way up. Bonds already flipped. NVIDIA, SMCI, a bunch of other plays are moving up there, but it's starting to take off. Fastly, that one keeps going. Those plays went up 30% already? No freaking way. So, again, I wonder, I think even the main play we had went up too. Yeah, the Fastly's already went up 20. Well, those are the last contract on the 23rd chain. Ruckus. Yeah, VFC's moving around. Levi's, yalla habibi. What strike on the Airbnb? Y'all just gotta wait till the watch list. I'm saying y'all weren't active. Unless y'all want to give me 1,500 now. Unless y'all got 80 likes there. I don't know how many people fell behind. You see what I'm saying? I've turned into an expert like negotiator. So other than that though, it's you put me in an awkward situation, sir. Fastly high, yeah, those contracts are going too. So that's good. That was a play from Friday. Pinduoduo is nice. I just don't want it to stop. But again, for now, you've had just one direction up. The contracts are loving it. You always have my like. I love you. God bless you. God bless you. You know, I gotta get it early. Gotta get it early in the morning, you know. Oh, I'm not on the Twitter again today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I forgot about that on Friday. Pinduoduo breaking out. Disney, too. Disney's starting to run back up. Contracts are back to 300% on Disney. Shop. NVIDIA's on the high. Mara's been killing it. NVIDIA's up 1.9 though. Again, Disney's right there. What is Airbnb? Even Airbnb want to make a run, huh? ANET's on fire. And then there's ACAM and AMAT. Thanks again for the Pinduoduo, of course. Of course, man. Make the most of it. Bro, even those Fastlies just took off. What the hell? But I think Fastly is just breaking out now. What's the other one? Net? Net didn't even move. Oh, Net's trying to come back up. Remember, we made a play on that on Friday. They got burned, though. Yeah, the Nets are clobbered. PayPal Premium. Card is starting to go up. So, again, Card has earnings tomorrow, I think. Arquite. I think ARM, SMCI, all the chip makers could be some of the AI Sam Altman stuff and then all the AI ads that you had. NXPI. ANET. If you got in ANET, that would have been a great one. They're on fire. They just got the earnings gap out of nowhere. And then SPY still near the high again. A couple of other names. Bonds are going lower. I think that's the odd part about today. Bonds lower, dollar higher. So nothing about that dynamic has changed. Disney's still staying up there. Airbnb's still up over 100%. Best way to start getting some silver exposure. I prefer, what's it called? I prefer, what's it called? Like physical silver. So I don't know. It depends what your goal is with silver and gold. But at the end of the day, I think a little bit of physical silver could take you a long way. Good morning. What up, rapper? Mr. Steven the Rapper. How you living, baby? How's AZ? How's Arizona weather right now? Y'all living good? Day on the high. Well, Airbnb, Disney there. Pinduoduo keeps going, 133. So those calls are up 167. If you wanted to play the shy, or you're saying the CPI, would it not be better to buy alt calls and put short rather than SPY puts? What? Buy alt calls? Can you retype that message? I'm not following. I'm more business, baby. I'm following that one. I'm following that one, baby. What's going on? How you live? Where is it, man? I had a backup horn today. I already lost it, man. Are you kidding me? No, it's not the one. That's not the one. That's the one, baby. Horn on. Good morning, Humble. How you living, Humble Business? Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Happy Monday. Allah, I had to find the horn. That one, you see it had more kick. Alert. Biden announces he's on TikTok a year after he banned it on all federal devices. Hey, man, politics and policy are different, bro. You know, let him ride. Let him ride. A lot of things want to go up, it feels like. MSTR's on the high. I don't know if there's more China plays going up. Actually, I put Baidu instead of Pinduoduo. I mean, Amazon went lower. Meta's on the high. Where's Apple? Apple red. Microsoft red. Google Air. All the big tech. Remember on Friday, big tech was the one holding up. Today is just all about the Russell. Airbnb 153. It's, again, 154, 155. It's going to set a 52-week high there. That's the interesting part. Then Expedia's already came back up. Again, you have Coca-Cola earnings this week. They are down for now. Pepsi got an upgrade, but they flipped red. I didn't like RNA on the high. Biotech. Avidity Bio. My stuff's not loading. Up 6.2. I think there are more than that. KO tomorrow morning. Mara push in for 47 or 27. I do not really use the moving averages, no. We use a VWAP, a volume-weighted moving average or volume-weighted average price. Pepsi got an upgrade this morning. They were up, but then they came down. And then again, Coca-Cola earnings in the morning. I'm sure that's going to be a bigger one. Is Fastly still climbing? No, they came down a little bit. TTM on the high. Toyota's on the high still too. Man, SGMT. Sagamit Biosciences. This one's popping here. It's in the 7s. You know, literally, that's up 15%. It's just not loading. SPY hitting a new high right now. That might be a new yearly high, ladies and gentlemen. You're right below it. 529.70. You're like 0.36, 0.26 now away from a new all-time high. Fastly earnings is on Wednesday, I believe, or it's right around the corner. I'd have to double check, but I know it's close. Yeah, Sagamit, SGMT popping there, 715. We pump it up at 5,100, man. We're at 5,000. A whole new world filled with all-time highs in Powell. No one to tell us cuts or when they cut. Now I'm in a whole new soft landing with you. No? Okay. BMR. Literally, I think it's just AI powered by NVIDIA. Next pump it up is at 5,100. 5,100, man. 5,100. All right. Disney new high. SPY new high. I think everything else might hold up new high. Cart even new high. Everything, man. Everything except big tech. Again, Russell's up 1.4. It's actually absolutely killing it. My goodness. Tesla kind of dying. They were doing decent in the morning. What time is it? 10:45. We've been here for an hour and 15. Not bad. Bank of America sees S&P 500 rising this year, even if Fed doesn't cut rates. Oh, wow. Damn. So Bank of America talking about even if the Fed doesn't cut rates. Fed futures didn't get any more bearish off that. But my goodness. To be fair, we spent 2 years in the gulag. It is true. You know, and that was on rate cuts, rate hikes. So now the thought of rate cuts brings us up, but then, like, not too many rate cuts. It's kind of awkward. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, ARM's running, SMCI above 800 now, SPY's going up. Again, chip makers, I want to say underneath the surface, are leading everything. So let's see the breakdown right now, a little bit more than an hour into many more. Glad to be a part of something positive and monumental. Thanks, Josh and the TF family, baby. Let's go, Isaac. Good morning. And right now, as Isaac's super chat is coming in, you have 53 reds on the NASDAQ, 48 in the green. Dow Jones, you have 14 red, 16 green. And then S&P 500, you have 201 in the red, 300 in the green. Look at that. Is BMR breaking out? NVIDIA breaking out? SPY breaking out? Disney, again, that whole little 111, 112 on Disney, you're fighting. BMR is holding up there. Again, they got mentioned there with NVIDIA, or their AI video editing brought to you or powered by NVIDIA. ARM going 132 now. That one's not, literally 15% from last week. IWM is doing good. I was looking at that in the morning. It's literally up 145, 1.45. Everything else is moving just above a quarter or less. Again, NASDAQ is the only one above a quarter right now. And even Tesla coming lower. Pinduoduo still a going. Wow. Not bad, Habibi. Well, they were talking about Tesla's kind of losing its... You can now talk about the Magnificent Seven without bringing up Tesla. And I think they said, what are questionable AI credentials is what the Wall Street Journal wrote this morning, or the Financial Times. The Pinduoduo, that one's hitting, man. That one's up 180. I think a 200%er would be nice on that. Actually, wait, no. Pinduoduo is up, 170, 180. The Disneys are going up there, too. I would like more of a run-up on Disney, but maybe we're just getting a little too greedy there. 2022 was peak EV. Kind of what it's starting to look like. We're going to find out. Unusual activity, RKT. 12s this week calls. Well, it's already up there. Then you have Zillow tomorrow after the bell. Yeah, SMC. I was looking at some of those cheap contracts, but they're still like, you have to trade the weeklies. They're still pretty insane. Coin's up a lot, 5.6. Again, DraftKings, they're down. Again, they have earnings this week. Airbnb, they started to come down here a little bit. CVS on the high. And then Disney's just still holding up. Cigna's on the high. Pinduoduo got a red candle there from the top. I think the yen didn't bottom after all. They're about to hit 150. I think it's holding the range, but at this point, I mean, I think yen could go a little lower, but it just, once they do change policy, that's really all I care about on it. But I don't know if it hit the bottom, but at the same time, I don't know if it's going to keep flushing even more, especially as we get the back and forth between who's going to do what, if they're actually going to go through with the plan or not. And that's kind of literally the last thing it dropped on was news that they are going to get rid of rates, just not as aggressively. And then OX. ARM is absolutely insane. It's nuts. Another 15, even SMCI. That one's a big one. Even the whole damn SPY. Affirm, ARM, Coinbase now. Again, a lot of names on the high. It's different than your big tech, though. So keep that in mind. You have a lot of different names moving here. Folk, I think I got out of Folk. I think I should have held that one. But yeah, I think we got out of it at like 6 or 7. I want to say I think I got out of Folk at the beginning of the year. Yeah, so they keep climbing, though. That looks nice. Pfizer, they were in the green. They're still in the green by 0.5. And then materials on the high, XLB, Nail, again, home builders are climbing up. Toll Brothers, they're up 3.8. Bonds near the low. SPY just wicked into another high. 50.32, you've hit a new all-time high. So again, you're higher than any point last week and any time in history. So you're literally hitting right now, hugging a new all-time high that was set today. So all within these couple of candles, you're even 2 points above the latest high. CAMT, again, Toll Brothers still moving up there. Airbnb, Expedia climbing, bro. Back to one day. They scammed us on that. That would have been nice to sell at the open. ARM 134, bro. This thing's not stopping. Oh, my goodness. Should we buy at this level? I think you should find the names that are not at a high level. You know, there's still a lot of names. I mean, literally, ARM was just a couple days ago. It wasn't trading like that, but, you know, there's a lot of names out there that are still at value prices. Again, every day and week that goes by, you're missing out on some as their earnings are changing them, but some are still staying in the gulag like PayPal. But there's definitely, you know, other plays out there that aren't necessarily at all-time highs. It just depends how, you know, how your portfolio's set up. What do you want to go after? What do you want to chase for? And then at the same time, you know, what are you willing to wait for? Let's see. Airbnb, Snapchat working good. Oh, even the MPW wanted to play. Coin is lit. APO, bro, ARM is lit. That thing is just straight up 137. SPY still going up. That Netflix now on the high. Where's Roblo? 44. SPY just keeps breaking out again. These are all new all-time highs. Microsoft starting to climb there. Cisco. I think the China stocks stopped. They were kind of running up there a little bit earlier. I think this is more chip names and then some of the other random earnings, but some more than others. RGNX, that Disney again, about to hit 111. There it is. We're back to 111 on Disney. Did I grab calls on him? I don't have any options on MPW, just shares. Yeah, Europe hasn't even closed. We got like, what, 30 more minutes? Volume's still pretty decent, too. Again, we were the main story. Europe and Asia didn't have much. Volume's only 8 million. Are you kidding me? Am I tripping? Yeah, volume's only 8 million right now, and it's been an hour and a half. Volume is very, very low. And then again, tomorrow morning is CPI, another 52-week high on ARM. Again, Disney's coming up through the high as well, too. BMR, they got mentioned with NVIDIA. They're breaking out now, 793. NVIDIA's starting to go, 52-week high, 738. Again, SMCI was right below 800. They just hit it. Yeah, they're killing it now. But again, volume is actually pretty low. So volume's low on the day. We're hitting a new high. You got some bigger names leading more in the chip space. Otherwise, it's kind of like the middle of the ground earnings names that are running up. Again, ANET's holding all over the place. There's ACAM, AMAT, ARM 139 now. About to hit one. Bro, those second out of the money ARMs would have hit. That's insane. I sold those out at like 700%. But those were the 140 calls. That's insanity, actually. So the second round of ARM plays, those would have hit in the money. Yeah, ARM's up another 22%. This is having a day like Friday all over again, or Thursday, whatever that day was. And Tesla getting left in the dust. Tesla was green in the morning. That's the crazy part. People were feeling good about it. Baba, is that Diz again? Yeah, Disney's starting to go up still. Disney's moving a lot slower. Baidu came down. Pinduoduo. Again, SMCI, NVIDIA, especially ARM. They're the ones going crazy. Then BMR, that's your hype play. Running in the background now, another 200% mention with NVIDIA. Square on the high. Square's up 3.9. PayPal's up 0.2. ARM still going. Wayfair on the high. My goodness. Bitcoin at 49,900. No, I sold out of my ARM play a while ago. We made like 1,800 on both of them when that was like less than like $70 investment, but I have no more ARM plays. BMR. Cart's still going up. ARM is cheating. ARM is insane, dude. 142. Meta, 476. They're not doing as good. And then Amazon, Apple, they're still kind of gulagged. SPY just hit another high. Bonds at the low of the day, down a quarter. Can Airbnb and Fastly pull an ARM? Are y'all just getting too excited? Just calm down. You're like, so can every play now do what ARM did? You know, inshallah, Habibi, inshallah. God willing, you know, you get a very good earnings option hit. But I don't know if everything is going to ARM, you know. ARM had the unique situation of being AI and chip related and then an IPO. But, you know, we'll see what every other one does. We'll see what every other one. Disney already coming down. NVIDIA coin. Now NVIDIA is hitting another 52-week high. Coin breaking out. SPY's probably going to hit a new all-time high off of this again. My current plays through the CPI. Yeah, unless unless a couple of plays move up pretty big here coming into tomorrow. Just really depends. Like, I got Cisco calls. They have earnings this week. Fastly, they are up. There's a couple of plays I'm holding on to. TTD, that one's starting to move up. Oh, he might have slept on that one. Damn, those are already scammed. Excuse me. That was my glorious sneeze. All right. I made another set of plays. Thank you for blessing me. Did you like the video? I've been a real stickler on the likes and the videos and the play. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you like. Did you like the video? ARM 150. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, at this point. ARM is insane. It's at 147, bro. That's nuts. So they're still going. XLF, JP Morgan, Bank of America, DKS on the high, too. We paid up. You paid up on the likes? I hope so, man. What are we at? We got 1,500. That's good enough for me, man. I like 1,500 likes. Thank you for liking the video. That's what I'm saying. It should be at like 2,000 likes, you know. Can I get like 10 more people? Is there 10 beautiful souls out there who hear my voice? Just like the video for my 10 beautiful people. I have an earnings play, but my fear is that I went a little too late on this one. So this one's up a little bit. And then do we get 10 people? We need 10 beautiful souls out there. There you go. We got our 10 souls. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a TTD. I grabbed 2 of the $100 calls at 38 cents. And then I grabbed 1 of the $56 puts at 38 cents too. So my idea, damn, ARM 150 now. That's insane. That's insane, bro. Bro, those 140s would have been $10 in the money. I can't even comprehend that. So again, I grabbed TTD, 100 call, 2 of them to make free, sell 1 of them, and then I only grab 1 put, $56 put. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. February 13th. Bro, we had ARM 95s and then ARM 140s. Sold out both of those. The first one was 10,000%er. Now that's more than 10,000%. But you would have also had probably 20 or 2,000% on the second set. That's crazy. Those arm options are crazy, bro. It's moving $5 at a time. You just went up $14 from the latest high. Dude, it's starting to look like damn GameStop or something, where I don't know if that is the share issue or not, but dude, the way that this thing is moving $5 in a candle. You're literally going one candle, moving $5. Like, this isn't, like, it's just getting nuts at this point. When ARM was 55, not too long, bro. Even the earnings just a couple days ago, it's crazy. I do want to say that was a name that was kind of lagging behind after IPO and then just started going nuts. And then Disney and Airbnb came down a little bit. So then SPY just topped out there. ARM is the one going nuts right now. So literally, it's moving $5 every minute. I'm still in the Amazons, but they didn't do as hot today. So they went up 100%. I think they're barely green now, or they might have went negative. Amazon, we are back to break even on Amazon. Cart there. Disney just, again, 111, 112. It's kind of a big deal there. Otherwise, it's going to find home below 110. Tesla, Goldman and banks are going up. Goldman, JP Morgan, they're all just kind of taking off. Again, regionals, you guys noticed those are up 2%. Natural gas down. You did say mid-February we might sell off, the bubble getting real. Well, yeah, seasonality pretty much after CPI or pretty much end of this week. So after the second week. Yeah, we're actually entering in we're in the middle ground right now. Humble business again, baby. Let's go. Horna. Just starting off Monday, baby. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. I'm on business. And then Tessie's still down. Qualcomm now starting to go up here. Qualcomm's up too. Again, I just think most chip makers are killing it today rather than not. Datadog could move good. You're out of ARM 775 off 25 risk. Best trade ever. Amen, man. Congratulations. Datadog, they can move a lot. I haven't looked at them for earnings just yet, but they have moved. Didn't they recently just have a sympathy? Isn't Fastly and Net kind of related to Datadog? Qualcomm, ARM up 30. Just literally running from last week. Again, there was people talking about the amount of shares available, but now I just think it's just getting into euphoria mode. 1 year inflation. Doesn't that come out on Friday? Thanks for everything you have ARM in the long term. We do not, sadly. We just had some awesome option trades on it from last week that some people were still holding. But no ARM for the long term. I mean, I would have bought it before the earnings. I don't know if it met criteria. No, it didn't. It was still higher. You had to buy that in October at 50. Is the ghetto standard deviation only for earnings, or can you make it for other plays? Well, did you watch the video? That's the real question, because your answer will be possessed within the video. Hey, it's Josh AI. I heard you had a question that was answered in the video. Just want to make sure that you saw the video so you don't fall behind and that you like the video. But yeah, 2 standard deviations can be used beyond just earnings. It all depends on the event or the event risk, but it can work in almost any situation. Thanks. Like the video. And then watch the video that also had all the info. Thanks. ARM is 100% over its 20-day moving average. Wow. Very ARM. Nice. SPY going up now. Another new all-time high. So 50.36. Again, it's like 50.40, 50.41, I believe, is the next stop. But other than that, we'll see where it takes us. And then 50.50. You'll almost be at 50.50. Wow. Yeah, ARM, I keep clicking on it every time it runs up, and then I keep one up here. But then it just keeps grabbing the attention of the market right now. NVIDIA, what was that other one? MBR or something? And then Disney fighting back. Pinduoduo, Disney, they both came down here. Pinduoduo selling out a little bit more. As ARM on the S&P, I'm not too sure. Was it SMCI was on the Russell, and the Russell's up 1.55. SPY is still going crazy there. Another one. BMR, that's the other one, yeah. Related by NVIDIA. They're up 740, still near the high. Again, NVIDIA and SMCI. Both NVIDIA's at 52-week highs too. Breeze on the high, another new high on the SPY. Literally, bonds are down. Dollars actually up too, a decent amount. Ulta's going. Ulta just rocketed up. I don't know where Elf's at. Any other? And Cody went up. SoftBank still owns 90% of ARM. They'll dump more shares, but they might hold it too, though. Remember, SoftBank, they need a winner, and they need someone in AI. So I don't. Again, it's not like I think that's like their only investment that's hit in a long time. So hold ARM till CPI. Like I said, it's still. I think you guys all got to make your decisions. Look at your portfolio. Look at how much you think it's going to go to, what you think it'll do, and make your decision from there. But no matter what, if you got and remember, you make your money off the buy. If you made any of those ARM plays, whether it was the day of earnings or the day before, I mean, you're killing it no matter what. So at that point, again, it's what type of risk you want to make, and then looking at your portfolio. He said that shit's going. If you think it's going to go to 200, then that's the risk you're going to be able to, at least you could have a risk reward in mind. Anything else, though, that's what you got to be thinking about. You sold half. Good work. Good work. Snow on the high. ARM still at 150. ARC is even climbing up, which is weird considering the rate cut odds. We got a little bit more on the rate cut odds. Tesla neutral on the high. Disney trying to fight back. BMR now at 20 from $2. That one's still going up. Again, they got related to the NVIDIA stuff. Gilead's acquisition of Cpi at 32. What does it mean for stockholders? They'll get $32 a share. Then the company will probably disappear. Or they might merge and just it turns into Gilead shares. Puts on ARM. ARM at 153. Palantir going up here. UWMC. Snap is still holding up. Palantir looks good. 2480. DraftKings, coin, and crypto plays. I think they're still near the high. Didn't they have news on CRISPR? Yeah, CRISPR. There's some people were talking about CRISPR on Friday. They did good. Pfizer, Super Bowl ads did not help them out enough. Pinduoduo came down a decent amount. Another $1.50 from the high. Bonds trying to move up. Again, NASDAQ 0.28, Dow 0.27, SPY 0.1, and then Russell 1.54. Why is Coke so cheap? They're not expected to move, kind of like Pepsi. But other than that, if they do run up, that could be a big one for earnings. Amazon flushing on the low. Bonds trying to get a bid straight up here. Bro, the Fed futures. Chad, I want to flip out of this play, but I want to hold it. So here are the December odds. So they're about to fall through this bottom. If they fall through, we're going to cash out on that play. But if they bounce up, I'm going to go negative again on the December rate cut odds. But we have just under $1,000 profit on this. And I'm like, oh, I really want to take it. But then tomorrow, if CPI is in our favor, we can make racks on that. Otherwise, we walk away with a small profit and then don't have any risk. New guy, you went to the videos. Did you go to the second link? So if you go to the second link, that's the Nightly Watchlist, the main channel. We have over 1,000 videos on that channel, a bunch of tutorials. A lot of people have been going crazy over the recent tutorial on ghetto standard deviations. But this channel, we just have live videos. So I usually explain it live when I'm doing something. And then the watch list the next day, we kind of recover or recap it and go over all of it. But if you have any questions in the meantime, while you're here, let me know next time you see a play. Feeling about play. I don't know. The Fed futures play. Remember, that's a big play. I put a lot of money down on that. Remember, I was down $9,000. Oh, my gosh. ARM at 158. Holy crap. Even Airbnb running. Yo, ARM is about to hit 160. That's insane. Ugh. But yeah, I was trying to the Fed futures play. I was down like $9,000. So remember when they started pricing in 7 rate cuts, I got murdered on that play. But now I'm back to positive. So if tomorrow's CPI leads to rate cuts being priced out, we can make a lot of money on that play or we could just cut out for less than 1,000 now and then walk home with no risk tomorrow and then just play whatever bonds we're holding. I think ARM is just getting the squeeze at this point. ARM weekly went from 9 cents to 11.25. Yeah, that's insane. All of them, bro. Even if the 140s, I'm thinking back, it's insane how much these have moved. It literally looks like GameStop. It really does. Bro, it just starts moving $5 at a time. It's $70 to 160. ARM is getting like out of hand. JP Morgan about to break. Airbnb 154. They're about to hit a 52-week high. They have JP Morgan near all-time highs. Again, Airbnb too. Airbnb is like one more dollar, then it'll start printing. SPY breaking out now too. Another 52-week high. My goodness. Dow, CRISPR on the high, Palantir, SPY, XI, XLF, Oracle, Airbnb. High ticker is absolutely gassing right now. What time is it? 15 minutes, 13 minutes till Euro close. Even BMR, bro. Almost everything is ripping right now. Again, Pinduoduo and Disney calm down from the morning. It's not like your big tech is playing along, but literally ARM, Chip, and a lot of other random names in between. Even utilities are climbing up here. GE, AXP, Expedia is even climbing. My goodness. My goodness. In Disney at 115 today. That's a while. I think 114 is a big level, but I don't know about today. It just all depends. I mean, that'd still be $5 though. That'd be like an 8% move. Probably not today. No. ARM might be. Well, ARM, just let it move around a little bit. But so far, it's been unhalted. Just move. Again, I just don't think there's a lot of shares. That's why it's starting to trade at like $3 to $5 intervals in a minute. And then literally new high. Are we at the 40s yet? Yeah, 50.38. A couple more points. We may top out there around Euro close. Otherwise, if we get above 50.40, 50.50 should be the next level. You brought the stream with you on vacation to Arizona? Nice, baby. Where are you going? Are you in, what do they call it? Sedona? I'm going to say Sequoia, but I think it's Sedona. Is that where you're at? Pinduoduo. Airbnb is good for now, too. BMR, $23. So, again, we saw that one even from $12. That one's up another 100%. I think that stock's like right below 900% total. Can to pop. All the big tech, they're just not getting love. BMR still going. Again, SPY near the high. ARM is definitely taking over the headlines for this morning. Your FIG shares. A lot of even Snapchat shares are up, man. I'll take it. I'll take it. ARM 105. Am I muted? Nah. No. Yeah, BMR now 20. Again, we saw that one early. Said maybe if you had a pullback, and then it just related to the NVIDIA stuff, but that's just going nuts now. GameStop was worth $161 billion. Well, the thing with ARM is that it actually has, future growth beyond just people buying it, but it's moving like they're running out of shares. JPM 176 now. They're about to hit an all-time high. Again, SPY's going up here, another new all-time high. My goodness. The crazy part is the volume's low. We're literally only at 11 million in volume, and we are about 10 minutes away from Euro close. That's the crazy part. All right, ARM a couple of candles down. Amazon keeps flushing. Again, we had a good Friday. BMR, that one's still running. Again, we saw it early, but now at this point, you're definitely chasing at that level. I don't know why the banks are running. It could be the regionals, a little bit of recovery there, but other than that, XLF, KRE, all the regional banks are doing very good. TTD on the high. So we made a play on that one earlier. I don't know how those are looking. TTDs are down. No stop going up. Actually, the calls are up. The puts down. ARM dying. Just from the top, dropped almost $10 there, but still very, very elevated. Maybe dying isn't the best word. Just a sell-off from the top. Why no halt? I don't know, man. They're not halting a lot. Usually it's good, though. I feel like halts mess up the momentum and stop the stock from moving. All out. Goldman still moving. SPY, another high. Banks, JP Morgan, everything's starting to go up with it, man. There is no stopping today, Habibi. Zero stopping. Codelco. U.S. Expected rise in gas prices lowest since December. U.S. New York Fed 3-month expectations at 2.4, lowest since March of 2024. That was a couple minutes ago. So expected food rise the lowest since March of 2020. Rent since December 20. Expected income growth rises to 2.8 in January versus December's 2.5. There you go. Airbnb, Snap. We'll take it. ARM still holding. T-Row. Banks are really running up here again. Same set. I think even GE now. That one's starting to hit a 52-week high. Square near the high. Everything's going except bonds, and then dollar's still up. Dollar did come down here, but still green on the day. That's actually insane. Bro, SPY nonstop. Qualcomm, more chips. Now even Disney, Airbnb. They are riding up with it. BMR up 1,000. That's it. Everything's running. Again, we got 5 minutes till Euro close. I will do the honors, and I will go to the bathroom. Let's see what it brings us. That's it. Get ready. Euro close. Volume is really low on the day, too. So we're about to do in 2 hours what we could do in 1 hour. So volume is still low, but we'll find out. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will see you in a little bit, and peace. Oh, to BRB.
Of the crypto industry. And you have seen, interestingly enough, Ed, you have seen the price of Bitcoin hop back to levels that we haven't seen since December of 2021. Now, we are well off those highs. As you were saying, we have reached above 60,000 in the peak of what we saw in crypto euphoria when people were buying Bitcoin at home before FTX had collapsed. But we are riding back higher, and you're seeing the launches of these ETFs, particularly for BlackRock and Fidelity in particular, have the greatest number of assets being brought in, according to Bloomberg Intelligence, ever for an ETF launch of any asset class. So you are seeing traditional Wall Street hop in and help give that value proposition to Bitcoin. We are seeing it finally hop back up to levels that we saw when you initially saw the excitement around the ETF. The question is, does it reach new highs once again? You still have the halving coming up in coming weeks. There is an argument to be made that some of that is already priced in. But interestingly, it's not just Bitcoin actually that's seeing a lot of love lately. Even some other altcoins or tokens outside of the initial big two, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Take Solana. Solana is up 13% over the last 7 days. And this is a network that had seen an outage just a couple days ago, really. So a lot of love coming back into crypto markets today.
$3.8 billion taken in by BlackRock's iShares Bitcoin Trust, 3.1 by Fidelity. We thank Shonali Basak for the inside track on all things crypto. Coming up, we take you to the fact that President Joe Biden is joining TikTok for the campaign. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Hi, I'm Councilmember Colin Parent, and I'm running for the State Assembly. I know you're busy, so I'll...
trust you, Colin. I don't trust this ad, Colin. I got to look into Colin a little more. And then Biden on TikTok. Digital freight startup CDL 1000 buys rival Next Trucking. Next Trucking? Oh, I don't see it. I thought it'd be just ticker Next. Who is that? CDL acquires. I don't know if they're moving up. Is it CDL? No, that's cap volatility. I don't think they're publicly traded. BMR 19 to 35 easy. That one was crazy. Again, there's a lot of craziness right now, even in the small caps. Again, Russell is up 1.7 today after all of those losing streaks. Everything starting to run up very, very well right here. And then again, ARM, even just anything related with chips in it. Again, SMCI is straight up at, what's it called? Is at 800 plus. Even NVIDIA, another 52-week high. BMR got halted. That's on the wire. That one went crazy. Again, we saw that one very, very early. Palantir still running up there. Disney ain't doing shit. Airbnb 154. One more dollar. We pump it up at 5,100, and I think we're getting close to that. So I think we have hit 50.42 now. This was that first level I told you about. We got about a minute and a half till Euro close. So if we get above here, we're probably going to go to 50.50, maybe 50.65-ish. But 50.50 will be the top of today. And then at that point, we'll see where it doesn't have to be the top. I'm just spitballing some levels here. So we'll find out. Palantir, Zim. I keep confusing Zim with Disney. They kind of look the same on the high ticker. Yeah, Zim keeps climbing up there. They've been up all day. Palantir, 52-week high now. What was the other one? Even Snap. I think Uber was on the low. Interesting. The names that did very good already, they're the ones that are down. And then Net's continuing up. We have Fastly. What are the other ones? ACAM, AMAT. Airbnb. 5084 is all time on ES. Yeah, we're going to go through the levels leading in there. ES is ripping. So we're going to find out. But, I mean, we are close to 5,100. Literally, you're almost 50-50, just as close to 5,100 as you are to 5,000 flat. But remember, last time we broke above any of the key levels, I mean, you did go on another 100, 200-point tear. The question is, does that eventually stop? NVIDIA gets surpassed Google at this pace. Oh, my goodness. It's already beat Amazon, which is crazy. It's beating Amazon, Tesla. I think, is it bigger than Meta? I know Meta just had a recent big run-up. Meta's at 1.2 trillion. Yeah, I think NVIDIA is bigger. NVIDIA is at 1.8. NVIDIA is bigger than all of them. Yeah, that's crazy. Remember, Google has two different share classes, so you might need to combine them because Google's a pretty big company. AMD on the high now, another chip maker. Airbnb, let's go, Habibi. 80 cents, Airbnb. We'll make high. We sold out of those contracts a little earlier, but they're back up to 118%. This is Europe close right now. Europe 50-44, so we're probably going to hit 50-50 unless it comes down right now. But Euro close is in play. Volume still low on the day. Everything that was leading is still continuing up. Happy Monday. So literally Dow Jones, you now have 20 names green, 10 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 58 green, 43 in the red. And then S&P 500, 137 red, 365 in the green. Yeah, I did grab Airbnb puts. I grabbed them earlier. Did I not tell you guys? I thought I did. I grabbed the, I said you guys have to like the video, I think. You guys like the video. We have 1,700. I just need like 20 more until 1,800. So I think 10 beautiful souls out there will get us there. Maybe 20. That's exactly the amount that we need. So like that video. But as far as the Airbnb play, I grabbed a 125 put for 45 cents. That already dropped 22%. And then we have the other calls up 122 and then 89%. So I grabbed a 125 put for Airbnb. So I have a put. Our calls are all free. We paid for those. And then, so just $40 to the downside. And then we have 2 upside plays. Bro, IWM is even taking off now. 180. This thing's killing it. Airbnb right near the level. ARM trying to go up again. S&P another high right now. 50.46. You're about to hit 50.50, Chad. I don't think it's stopping. Again, just a couple days ago, you were at 5,000 below it. Now you're up, 1 more percent from there? The Airbnb strike is 125 put. Hey, it's Josh AI. Josh said it twice. I'll say it again. The Airbnb put was a 125 put for next week. Josh spent $45. He's down on it. But he bought that play because he was up 100% on all the other calls. So if you don't get this one again, that'd be weird, but it's a 125 put. Thanks again, and like the video. Have a wonderful day. Make sure your guys' hearing's in check, too. Thanks. Wait, what was the play? Hey, sorry about that. You didn't get the play. What's wrong with you? How come you didn't hear that? Hey, Josh AI, is this a bull market? Well, you're up over 20% in a short amount of time. Many market participants would call this a bull market. Not to mention, you have a lot of people talking about soft landing or no landing. It would be safe to say this was a bull market. However, just a couple of months ago, you were in a bear market at the end of October. Funny how quickly the market could change. Josh already got Airbnb calls on Friday. He even posted them on the Sunday night watch list. So if you missed on Friday and Sunday, you weren't paying attention at all. But yeah, Josh did have an Airbnb call that he made free today. SPY going up 503, which is pretty much right near 50-50. 50-48, my friends. My goodness. My goodness. Mm-mm. 50-48. All right, man. I'm waiting for 50-50. Even Airbnb 50 cents from a 52-week high, day ahead of earnings. CPI didn't get leaked. No, if anything, this morning was quiet. I read the news. Nobody was freaking out. They were just like, it really wasn't anything going on here. China, Europe, they didn't do much. Everybody, bonds. Equal weight was getting in a run-up, but then it was just like SMCI, ARM, and a couple of others like pre-earnings names. They just started going crazy. Thanks for all the knowledge and calls out. Got into Airbnb calls too. Loving it. Loving the education. Amen, baby. Way to pay the plug. We've got some good ones, man. Keeping them small. That's just been the beauty of all of it. These small plays, making room to make them free, they've done very well. So just don't let the budget get the best of you, and hopefully we have another week of all of them, baby. Yes, 2 quarters ago, we were fearing the yields. The yields were right under 5%. The 10-year hit just under 5%, and everybody was freaking out. And then, again, the yields dropped down to 3.8. Now they're just right above 4. But, yeah, it's crazy. Remember, there was a freak out just a couple weeks ago. Gold, I think gold, we're going to wait till tomorrow and the rate cut odds, but I do think dollar and rate cut odds have been bringing it down. But I do like gold, but I need that optimism. You need that rate cut optimism. But gold's still kind of, it's holding above 2,000. Remember, just a couple weeks ago when bonds and yields were going crazy, gold was at like 2008. So I'd want a position in the lower 2000s. I still like it, but I don't think it's going to go as crazy until we get, again, the dollar and rate cut odds in our favor again. I'm even contemplating selling out of my rate cut odds. I don't know what to do with that play. I want to de-risk it and then take advantage, but then I'm like, anytime the rate cut odds start to dwindle, if you could get a lucky data, I mean, man, that could really hook us up. FDA grants priority review of MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD psychological drug development, company says. And then IWM up another 1.9. It's now up 5.8 over the last week. I rolled out of the Fastly calls. So I sold the Fastly calls for like 50%, and then I went into a cheaper call that is up 16% now. CPI predictions, I will go over them on the watch list. We talked about them a little bit on yesterday's watch list, but I'm going to cover those tonight. There's really not too much of an expectation, though. And then if all things good happen, CPI should be the lowest it's been since 2021. ARM came down a little bit. MNMD, they got the priority review for MDMA therapy up 12%. MindMed breaking out. Long-term update. Well, we bought Pfizer early, but long-term went up. We were up a little bit more than Snapchat came down, but we're still doing good. I don't know where it's at. Let's see. I guess the long-term's up. So here on the 1 month on the big account, you started at 156, went down to 151, went as high as 164, and it says 160 was Friday, and then today we're at 163. So it's doing great, actually. Yeah, priority review of MDMA. MNMD, they got a little candle off of that. I bought Pfizer at the end of January. So that's where my deposit went to. I went ahead on my deposits. So I don't get another deposit till March. And then small long-term's been doing great too. So small long-term on the month, we're at 16.5, went as low as 16.2. And today it's at 17.9. Big long-term, small long-term is about to hit 18,000, bro. I'm down with it, man. I'm down. Long-term, baby. Long-term. Yeah, we're up on the small long-term. So YouTube long-term is up on Airbnb. So, again, that's the biggest position. That's starting to have some gains there today. Again, Snapchat brought us down last week, but everything's just holding on there. Where is the Snap? Yeah, we're down 2.4 on that other one. I don't think ARM is halted, is it? I think it's just coming down. And then MindMed getting candles there. Is it a video? It's a video. So if you go to the second link in the description, that's the main channel. It'll take you to the nightly watch list. We recap everything that goes on. Again, all the plays, what's happening with the news. So if you come here on this video and you go here to the second link, it'll take you to the watch list. And then if you go to this channel, subscribe with the bell, you won't miss out any. And then, again, these are where the tutorials are. I forgot. Where's the other tutorial? Yeah, this is the one. How I turned 600 into 7,000. Ghetto standard deviation. This one has been responsible for 1,000% a week for the last 8 weeks. So I definitely take a look at that one. And then, yeah, watch list every night, baby. Every night. Very, very easy. No chips for the long term. We missed out. We were going to buy AMD and NVIDIA after we bought Meta, and then I got a little greedy. I thought they'd come down lower, and then they took off. But no, I don't have any chip exposure. We have Meta, Netflix. We have a lot of consumer discretionaries or broader tech. Oh, and we have Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you kidding me? Happy Monday. We got Peach exposure. Tell them. Oh, no, my goodness. Oh, Peach Nation, get your ass up. It's here. Are you kidding me? That's what I'm talking about. Bradley Frizzle, happy Monday, baby. How you feeling? How you feeling, baby? How you feeling? Ooh. We love it. We love it. My goodness. Netflix about to go crazy. It's been up there. And the Peach, man. Peach already going crazy. Feeling good. Feeling great, baby. You ready? We got more earnings. You got Airbnb earnings. You got CPI tomorrow. I know the Peach ready for it. Oh, man. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, Chad. Bop, 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 bop. My year-to-date P&L on the long terms, aren't they the same? Isn't it been 1 month? I don't know. Let's see. GW, baby, welcome. So where is it? Oh, that's Colt Sister. Colt YouTube. So small account, what? Since beginning of the year? Was it January 12th? No, 3 month. So beginning of the year, you were at 16,500. Now you're at 17,900. And then beginning of the year on this account, you were at 157. And now you're at 163. Not bad. And then Colt's Sister, bro. That account has been mad impressive, bro. Colt's Sister is like low-key becoming my favorite one. Because I'm like, I don't know how. Colt's Sister just keeps running. So again, this one at the beginning of the year was at what? 8,700. Now it's 9,500. But then like all of the positions, bro, are killing it. So, like, Ababa's the red, MO, and Walgreens only red plays. But, like, Pfizer's green, Airbnb, she has 15% plus the 10% a year on UWMC, which is absolutely. And then, again, this account doesn't have Meta. It doesn't have Snap or some of the other ones. It doesn't have MPW, so kind of balances out. But Colt Sister's doing very, very well. But decent from the beginning of the year. And remember, end of last year, we had a very big liftoff. So that helped out a lot. I have the 175 and the 190 on Airbnb. I had 2 of each, and then I sold out 1 of each this morning to make them free because we got 100%. So, like, Airbnb, I spent $118 for 2 of the 175s. And I sold 1 of them today at 118 to get all my money back. And then for the 190s, I bought 2 of them for 32 cents, and I sold 1 of them out for 30 cents today. So I just made all of the Airbnb ones free. Is Biden live? I think he is. I kind of need to take a dump. I don't know. So if this one's going to last a while, I'm kind of down to play some Biden. I hope it does.
Came to office, the pandemic was raging, and our economy was reeling.
Yeah, he just got out.
Counties nationwide faced devastating budget cuts, but we turned things around. The American Rescue Plan provided $350 billion to state and local governments. That money put cops on the beat, teachers in the classroom, money to keep child care centers open, families in their homes, small businesses on their feet, money directly to every single community in America. So all of you could decide how best to spend your money without having to go through the State House or your governor. They're not bad, but you know what you need. Then we passed the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations. Roads, bridges, railroads, ports, airports, public transit, clean water, high-speed internet, and so much more. The American Infrastructure Plan used to, we used to be the best in the world in infrastructure. Literally, we were ranked number 1 in the world. By the time I took office, America was ranked number 13, had the 13th best infrastructure in the world. How can you have the best economy in the world when you don't have the best infrastructure in the world? I don't know how that works. So today, we're on our way to leading the world again. Over 46,000 new projects announced, with jobs now, jobs for the next decade, in your counties, in your communities. You know, just like FDR passed the Rural Electrification Act to deliver electricity to nearly every home and farm in America, we're building affordable, high-speed internet for everyone in America, because the internet is just as essential today as electricity was then. How's your county deal with telemedicine without it? How do you, I go down the list, I'm not going to take your time, but you know it's consequential. Last month I was in Wake County, North Carolina. Holy mackerel. Where we're investing $3 billion to connect the entire state to affordable high-speed internet by the end of the decade. We're doing that in all 50 states. We've already saved 23 million families as much as $75 a month in infrastructure bill, in their internet bills. It's essential for children to do their homework, small businesses to sell their products, folks to have access, as I said, to telemedicine instead of driving long distance to see the doctor. We're also replacing every poisonous lead pipe in America so everyone can turn on a faucet and drink clean water and not worry about brain damage for our children. One recent study shows that reducing the lead exposure for children improves students' test scores as much as reducing class size from one-tenth the cost. I mean, that's a practical impact. But mainly, no kid should have to no parent should have to watch your kid turn on a water fountain and know there's lead in the pipe and not worry about what effect on the brain it has. At the same time, we're making the biggest investment in climate change ever anywhere in the entire world. I'm with many of you after devastating floods, tornadoes, wildfires, and hurricanes. We're going to keep working together to respond, to rebuild, and boost resilience to extreme weather. My administration is also helping install rooftop solar to build a national network of electric vehicle charging stations. We're revitalizing fence-line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution, like where I lived in Claymont. We're promoting clean energy and industries of the future, made here in America, made in America. What I didn't realize, and I've been around, I know I don't look like it, but I've been around a while. I do remember that. But you know, there's so much we're getting done. I signed the Chips and Science. Okay, I signed the Chips and Science Act, which attracted $640 billion in private companies' investments that are building factories, creating jobs in America again. And there's an example. America invented the semiconductor. I may have said it last time I spoke, that little tiny computer chip about the size of the tip of my little finger. Everything from smartphones, dishwashers, automobiles, nuclear weapons, everything. All these things. Over time, we went from producing nearly 40% of the world's chips to less than about 10%. Now semiconductor companies are moving back to America to produce. Back to your counties. So folks never have to leave their hometowns to get a good job. They can raise a family. And by the way, You know, they're building these, what they call fabs, they're factories. You know what how much those factories pay? They pay about $110 a year, $110,000 a year. And guess what? You don't need a college degree to have that job. And all these companies tell me they're coming back because we have the best workers in the world. When I got on a plane and went to South Korea, they said, what the heck are you doing, Joe? I said, I'm going to try to convince them to invest here. Why? Remember we had the supply chain issues? We couldn't get these chips? Well, guess what? Samsung came and met with the president of South Korea. And all of a sudden, I asked the leader of the company, I said, why would you invest in America? He said, you have the best workers in the world, number one. And he also said, it's the safest place in the world I can make my investment. Given half a chance. Think about this in practical terms. Given half a chance, American workers have never, ever, ever, ever let this country down, ever, when they've given a chance. Never. And I started to say, you know, we had I didn't realize that there was a provision in the law back in the late 30s having to do with whether or not unions can organize and what limits they had and all the rest. But there was a provision also in that law. It said that when a president is given money by the legislature to spend on a federal project, he should hire American workers and build it with American products. Well, guess what? That's what we're doing. That's why things are moving the way they are. That's why we made historic investments. For example, we're expanding registered apprenticeships so people can get paid while they're learning out of their careers. For example, when I took office, only 2 states had registered apprenticeships for teachers. Now more than 30 states have it. The American Rescue Plan also made one of the biggest investments ever in local public safety. All of you have done a tremendous job putting these resources to work, hiring more officers for accountable, effective community policing, supporting violence intervention programs that help prevent crime in the first place, and they work. Folks don't always hear about it. The fact is we're making tremendous progress. Violent crime rates are falling all across the nation, down nearly in every major category. Record declines in homicides. We also are investing billions in improving mental health services, which I know is another major priority. You know, after the fellow who's running again, well, after he did not move on making sure that we dealt with vaccinating the American public, we ended up losing over 1 million people dead. 1 million people. 1 million. And the studies show that for every one of those who died, there were 8 to 10 significant others who left behind. Brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, sitting down at a kitchen table with an empty chair. Folks, my top priority to me is to add, that's why I asked Dr. Vivek Murthy, Admiral Murthy, to be the Surgeon General, because to make mental health a national priority. We're expanding community clinics, mobile unit clinics, working to treat causes of addiction while cracking down on deadly fentanyl trafficking. Folks, we've spent months working on a bipartisan border bill that included the most humane, fair reforms in our immigration system ever. It also included the toughest set of reforms to secure the border ever. It was a win for the American people, a win for your counties. But some of my extreme Republican friends, and by the way, this is not your father's Republican Party. I don't mean to I'm not taking on all Republicans. I really mean it. The MAGA Republicans, a minority, but a powerful minority, they went out and they killed the deal. My predecessor said he didn't like it. It was a loss for him. We have to end the political games, folks. Who we work for. We work for the American people. And I'm going to continue making the case to them, the American people. Folks, in all my Investing in America agenda, has ignited a manufacturing boom, clean energy boom, a jobs boom. We're investing in all America, urban, suburban, rural, tribal communities. And it's clear we have the strongest economy in the world, nearly 15 million new jobs since I came to office. The longest stretch of unemployment under 4% in 50 years. Growth is strong, wages are rising, inflation is down. In fact, the costs have fallen from everything from a gallon of gas to a gallon of milk. We know prices are still too high because of what I call greedflation and shrinkflation. I'm calling on corporations to pass their savings on to consumers, for God's sake. We're making real progress. The recent Washington Post headline summed it up. Quote, this is the headline of the Post: falling inflation and rising growth give the U.S. the world's best recovery, the world's best recovery. It's because you implemented what we did. You made it work. And folks are starting to feel it. You got a way to go yet. Consumer sentiment surged 29% in the last 2 months, the biggest jump in 30 years. Americans have filed for a record 16 million new business applications since I came to office. And every one of those applications is a sign of hope. We're just getting started, folks. We've got to keep moving. We have to defend our democracy. To all the county elected workers in America, election workers, thank you. I never thought I'd have to say this to anybody, but thank you for your physical courage. Thank you for your courage and your service to your community. The idea that I ever thought I'd be standing for over 1,000 county officials and having to thank somebody for being an election worker because they're putting their life at risk. Something's wrong, folks. We got to change this. We got to change the attitude.
Okay, I'm back.
Let me close with this.
Let them close. Let them close out.
These past few years,
good timing.
I've talked to folks all across America, in their communities, at their kitchen tables. They often tell me how back in 2020 they were down. They'd lost their business. They'd lost faith. And then the laws we passed and the work you did to make them work began to bring them back on their feet, creating new jobs, new businesses, a new cycle of hope. That's why when you see shovels in the ground, people going to work.
We're listening because I had to go poop.
What you've done.
So I finished my poop, and now he's about to wrap it up. So
pride in America. Pride in knowing we.
Oh, there you go. Fell behind a little bit. No, but seriously, that's exactly how we got here.
And that's why I've never been more optimistic about our nation's future. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. So God bless you all. May God protect you.
I mean, like I got back from my poop.
We got more to do.
Right when he said it's his final quote. Y'all got worked up by that speech, huh? There you go, America. I like the America music in the background. Biden was pooping as well. I mean, mine was like real bowel movements. You know, his may have been verbal, but thank you. I'll be here till 1 p.m. I'll be here till 1 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here till 1 p.m. It's okay. You made it through. You know, remember, there's campaigning, bro. The campaigning is going to starting out. That's it. You got this. Someone said State of the Union in March, too. So we're going to see. We got CPI tomorrow. That's going to be more of this story of inflation and everything else doing good. Yeah, but no, I really had to go to the bathroom. So I'm very glad we had that speech there so I could have, left. I got you guys focused. Some of you guys got a little too mad. Don't worry. Remember, Epictetus, try not to make a habit out of getting angry. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of times this year to deal with it. Remember, anger is contagious as well. So, but above all else, man, so is the market. The market's contagious. Do you feel the all-time highs? You guys ready for earnings? We even got earnings previews today. Oh, I should have gotten the earnings previews during that too, but I was not at my computer. CPI comes out tomorrow, 1 hour before the bell. I believe we are going to be live early, so I will be live on stream. Again, if you go to the Watchlist, second link in the description. It's kind of cool explaining. Some of y'all, man, it's kind of cool because, y'all have been here for a couple of months now, but y'all don't know. The Watchlist is the second link. So second link will take you there. You're going to want to watch that tutorial, but we will go over everything that happened here. Again, first link for the stream alerts as well as the free long-term alerts. Some people did not know any of those things existed, so it's good. Sony, I might play them. When do they report? I didn't see them on my list as anything recent, so we'll find out. Are we going to continue ripping forever? It's going to feel like that until we stop ripping. I mean, again, I don't know. It sucks because like I would love to show you a part of the market that we just went through, but like then again, it feels like we're so far away from it, but we're not. But do you remember last year between August and October? Y'all don't remember August, like literally from banking crisis till like July, it felt like you were just going up forever. Y'all remember that? Y'all did. Am I the only one who forgot? I closed out my NQ short about a month or two before it topped out. But like, do you guys not remember that last year? You don't remember the whole, like, oh, shit, we just had a crisis. Oh, man, this is happening. Then inflation wasn't even the same story. And then you went up and it felt like you were just going up no matter what. And then what happened? Just out of nowhere, just as fast as you went up, you started to come down there. And within 2 months, you know, everybody was freaking out again. Back to the earlier levels at the beginning of the year. And then from there, we are now here. So, yeah, it's going to feel like it's running up until it doesn't. And that's kind of why, you know, these data sets, you know, both tomorrow, then the next set of jobs and CPI into March will be important. But, you know, tomorrow and then leading into end of the year, end of the month seasonality, it's going to be important. You know, we're going to see where it is. But in the meantime, I mean, the market is definitely exuberant. You know, you have buybacks coming back to the market. A lot of the earnings were actually a lot more stable, even though they did lower some of the guidance into them. And then not to mention some of the growth and driver factors like AI and the hype that's, you know, bringing in a lot of money. But, you know, money markets are still at a record. You know, there's still, do you guys realize there's still a record amount of cash on the sidelines? That's the craziest part to say. Let me say that out loud one more time. You still have a record amount of cash sitting on the sidelines, not invested. That means they're pretty much soaking the money out of the bonds and getting some of that yield, but literally there's the $6 trillion, yeah, just sitting in money markets. So old people, young people who were waiting for the crash, the big hedge funds, the private equity funds, there's more money sitting on the sidelines than is actually like, I mean, I guess there's more money invested depending on how you want to look at it, but it's the biggest amount of money that's ever been parked on the sidelines is still there. Your money's still in bonds. A lot of money is, man. It's crazy. Well, money market, you could move out some of them. It just depends on the maturity and even depending on where you got them. But, you know, there's a lot of money just sitting on the sidelines. ARM 100 put. I feel like the ARM puts are still kind of crazy. If anything, I would sell ARM calls, but that's kind of risky. I do an ARM call credit spread. But at that point, I mean, why just, I mean, I think let it kind of work its way out and then focus on some of the other plays. Yeah, we did Pinduoduo on Friday. That play went up 100% today. So that one was fun. We're still in that. And then again, we made your boy Airbnb free. And then I made a play on ACAM, on AMAT, and then Airbnb. And then Fastly, we rolled them over. So we actually had a couple of plays today. Is it a record amount because there's so much more money? Inflation adjusted I haven't looked at inflation adjusted money market, but I do think nominally it is simply a record because we did pump so much money into the system. Airbnb, I mean, though, that's the thing. We're right at break even now on Airbnb. 2 out of 3 of the Airbnb accounts are all in the green. But that's it. They have earnings tomorrow. They're either going to fail and come back to this gulag here, or if they break out, you know, the Airbnb 160 to like 180, 200 range, I mean, we start to open that up again. Target at 150. Yeah, Target's recovered a lot. I'm kind of mad we didn't get that at 100. Again, remember, they pay a yield as well, too. Palantir's continuing. This is all post-earnings continuation. I think we're going to see a lot of those this week. So remember, we are wrapping up earnings. So now that these companies are getting out the way, the buybacks, all that good stuff, I mean, there is names that if they held up and they didn't dump shortly thereafter, I mean, they're still in the game. SPY's coming up. You're 1 point off of another high here. Again, it's been about, 30 minutes since Euro close. We did kind of come down a little bit. So you popped into Euro close, haven't been that high since now, about 35 minutes. Thank you for great content. It's my pleasure. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the chat, baby. Ford on the high. Remember GM and Ford, they both did good on earnings. So that's what I mean, like some of those post-earnings continuations, if they kind of held up, they're able to do their thing. Steven, what's up, man? How you living? Good morning. The pump, no, we've been pumping it up like once a week, man. For the last 15 weeks, it feels like. Jim Cramer wants Airbnb to come down more and he'll buy. I don't know how I feel about that. I like AMAT. I made a play on AMAT today and ACAM only to the call side. Those are the plays in the morning you guys missed. But you almost have 2,000 likes, That's what I'm talking about. Y'all holding it down. But yeah, and then Fastly, that's another. Fastly did amazing. We've rolled that one over, so that was a good play. We have Fastly for free, Airbnb. I did AMAT and ACAM them, hopefully make them free, but I think I only bought one contract. Yeah, ACAM and AMAT, I only went with one contract. Both of those are surprisingly down. They're both expensive, yeah. SBWI to hold as... I think it'll move around the election, but I wouldn't hold it for a long term. So the Smith & Wesson, they move a lot on the election stuff, but I don't know about actually holding through. No one concerned about the VIX. It does keep running up now as we keep going higher, but lately, ever since even the first time, everyone's just saying how this is still at a very historical low for the VIX. It's a borderline just screaming complacency. News ticker going crazy. Where is this WBI? Oh, it's kind of at the beginning of the year prices. Netflix and Meta daily look the same. Well, yeah, those are the ones, remember, they're in their own little world there. So, again, it's good Meta's coming up. Meta was a lot higher, though, but a lot of names, they kind of held their earnings, and then they're making the climb up. Even Amazon, they were doing a little bit better. Cities on the high. Again, banks earlier, they were ripping. SPY near the high, too. XLF, JP Morgan, they all look like they're going crazy there. Airbnb below 155. Your Fastly play up? I wasn't in. Yeah, it is up, unfortunately. So both of them. So the one we made on Friday went up, and then we got out of that, and then the rollover is up 18% right now. I'm a fan of PayPal, yeah. I'm going to wait till we get the deposit and see where things are. So I think they're still kind of in the gulag, but they're holding up decent. So maybe they'll get that recovery. But I wasn't too turned off by their earnings, but some people were. So like I'm saying, we'll just wait till our deposit, and then wherever the balances are at, if Meta and other names are down, then we could go from there. Snap is crazy, 8%. I'll take it, though. BAP on the high. Baba, Baidu came down. Pinduoduo's chilling, up 3.8. Too late for any plays. Well, we're going to do earnings in a little later, but I think for now we've made a decent amount of plays, unless any news comes out. T2 Biosystems up 42%. T2, you guys have called this one out before. That one's starting to run out of nowhere. Remember that one? Hershey's, man, we were up on that, and that one flipped on us. We had it for a little bit. RGNX, that one's still holding. Zillow on the high. Palant, they came down from the highs. They're up 3. SPY still holding up. Disney 110. Is that Expedia? Jesus, Expedia. EXP's on the high too. Close net? No, we got clapped on the net, but the Fastly did work. Hood has earnings. Again, Hood is tomorrow, I believe. Palantir, I think it's decent to trade. We had it in the long term on IPO, then we sold out of it. Or not the long term, that was just like a swing trade we got on IPO. But I think Palantir, you could trade it, but I'm not like the biggest fan of it. We'll come back to Hood if they report tomorrow. Tesla flushing. INMN. IMNM. What's that? Immuna 1. And then bonds are coming back up to break even. That's at least a good sign here. Tesla's flushing. IMNM starting to pop there. Airbnb going to do numbers? I hope so. It's already ran up, though. That's the scary part about Airbnb. This is pretty much an earnings move. It's already moved up $12. I think it's pricing in $12. So literally since like a week and a half ago, they've moved up $12, but they are pricing in $12. So the weirdest part about Airbnb, the only bad part, is that it pretty much already had its earnings move. So hopefully it has a killer earnings and then rockets up even more. But other than that, in a weird way, we've kind of already dealt with Airbnb. But we'll find out tomorrow after the bell, baby. You don't have to wait too long. You don't have to wait too long. I truly believe it'll pop to 180. Inshallah, Habibi. God willing. You know, God willing, your long-term beloved, you know. Then we sell the covered call, you know. Mwah, very good, Habibi. But inshallah, Habibi. We will have to see. One day to wait. I've seen a lot with Airbnb. Again, it's been a while since we've seen Airbnb like run. Don't forget, there's a reason why I like this stock. When it does get in its running stage, it has an ability to go up a lot. But at the same time, I mean, Expedia didn't do good, and it's not like Wall Street's kind of favorable, but so it like overvaluations, but you know, they don't really like Airbnb unless it's like crazy. I would say it's too late to get into Airbnb. It was too late before. So I don't know if you remember the day before Airbnb or Expedia, I was saying Airbnb is up too much to get in. And then we just got lucky. Expedia dropped Airbnb 3%. And then we just bought the dip and used that to set up our plays. And then all those plays are up 100% now. So I do think it is up a little too much. Again, they do have earnings tomorrow. Hold off adding Walmart. I'm going to wait until I get towards the end of the month, because then we could either, you know, lean in with the extra deposit there or give it to us earlier, but we'll see. But I want to wait until they do the actual split. But Walmart I'm considering. It's just tough to, you know, there's still multiple play. I could go get MO right now at like 9.7% yield, and there's a couple of other names. Long-term 10 years, where will it be? God willing, up. You know, that's it. And at the very least, 10 years from now, we should have gotten back like half of our money from dividends, or a good portion. A firm keeps pushing. Disney coming down. JYD on the low. Bonds are coming back up to break even. I've been struggling. Can't make yourself to add to that one. I mean, how long have you held it? That's the thing. I didn't buy into MO at certain times, but I've just noticed it stays stable. As weird as that may sound, it kind of just holds its dividend price. Like again, even in Colt's sister, she's down 6% on that, but like it's been paying us 9%. Bonds are gonna bounce. They could, but again, the last couple of weeks were weird, and I do think bonds are going to depend on the CPI. Tesla might be dude, a lot of articles on Tesla. Again, Tesla was looking good in the morning and then just came down. And then SPY we didn't break out a high here. kind of dribbling down from the morning. Fed speakers, we already got one of them. I don't know when the other two are. Elon's new tweet is in Disney font. These nuts. That's pretty funny. Elon, he's going after Disney to start off the morning. Kashkari in an hour. Yeah, 1 p.m. And he's the only one I see on there so far. And then Bank of Australia tonight. RNLX. And then SPY literally right at break even. The bonds. SPY trying to come down. Again, Russell is just leading it. Russell is killing. You're starting to think the crackheads are right. Are you talking about S&P or are we talking like bond crackheads? Like where the Fed isn't going to cut rates? Because right now the bond crackheads have given back a lot so far, but then there's still a little bit of overhang. S&P. Yeah, possibly. Again, it reminds me of last year where it's like there's just as good of a shot that we actually pull off a soft landing, no landing, and then if not, it's the other side. But that's why I just long term it out, ride it up. But I don't know who's right. I think everybody is still I think nobody knows anything, and we're in the meantime. This is just the movement until we get some certainty on whether or not the economy is actually going to hold up or if it's actually going to get worse than we thought. Congrats on the arm. Definitely benefited the long term. You're the man. You changed lives. Not with plays, but the knowledge. Horn, baby. Horn. I'm dead. Where is it? It's a good one, baby. Amen. Amen. Shout out to long term. It's beautiful. I think Barkin, we already got his comments in the morning, but he's not on the schedule for some reason. Bitcoin at 50,000. Amazon, all the big tech was pathetic. So again, even Uber came down, but like Meta was the only one I think that did good. And then PayPal's at the high right now to 60. GE, another 52-week high. That one keeps going. Pinduoduo, they're dropping. Airbnb trying to get a candle. Did ARM chill out? Yeah, ARM literally down $30 from the high. That one's crazy. SCM on the high. Love. Airlines are doing pretty decent. Again, PayPal's getting candles. SPY trying to hold up. And then bonds right at break even on TLT. Yeah, crypto and Coinbase have been going nuts all day today too. So there's PayPal, 2% coming into the high. High ticker's still gassing all this while, even though we're not hitting a new high. Look at the RPM gauge on the high ticker. That thing is holding up. Let's see. Yeah, nothing else on the schedule. TTD, I think I went both ways on that one, yeah. Bitcoin extends gains above 50,000. Yeah, TTDs were expensive too, though. But yeah, I did do both ways because they already gapped. If you got them early, they would have just went crazy. Can't believe Bitcoin same price we sold at after 2 years. That's wild to me. Again, it's like one, we got a high price when we sold, so I'm glad. But 2 years unchanged. I'm glad that, I guess we made some money back on the bonds, but I'm kind of sad I don't have any. But we had the great opportunity at 18,000 at the beginning of last year, but I was not feeling it at all. So we'll see, though, because we're going to have to deal with the halvening, and that's in like 2 months. Your legs, you ran a half marathon. Again? Open, how many marathons you done, man? That's insane. I need to go run a mile. Not a marathon, maybe 2 miles. I could jog a light brisk 1 mile. That's insane. Well, I was ETH, but yeah, I don't have any Bitcoin. Well, yeah, I mean, there was a good just that 18,000 buy-in. There was a lot of opportunities on the recent one, but then again, I do still think Bitcoin, I mean, it was just a couple years ago, the FTX Super Bowl ads, they did not resonate well. You're going to do a full marathon next January in Houston? Good luck, my friend. That's going to be intense. I need to do a marathon. That's exciting. When we talk about the Niners, you're sad? Well, I mean, both teams weren't that. It was a good game, though. It was a good. I'm mad that it took so long. It delayed the watch list. It was a good game. It was a good game. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have 2 things. I have 2 things to tell you, actually. Do we hit 2,000 likes? Oh, we're almost there. Can I get like 10 people? Is there 10 people? I have 2 funny stories. Actually, I only have 1 funny story. Oh, wait, what? I just forgot the other thing I was going to tell you. Oh, man. Well, I have 1 thing to tell you. It's really funny. I recorded it because it blew my mind. It blew my mind yesterday. Oh, yeah, are you ready? Some of you, this is not going to be cool to you. But to me, this was very, very cool. Okay? Don't feel guilty. Don't feel anger. Don't let the devil scare you from God's gifts. Tell him, Yanate. Let's go. Hey, man. All right. Are you ready? You're not going to think this is as cool as I did. I played a game of 2K yesterday. Right? I just play a random solo rec game. And who do you think I play against in my game of 2K? It blew my mind. It blew my mind, bro. It was this was a moment. I had to record it. LeBron, Tom Brady, Jerome Powell, that'd be crazy. It's a pretty good one, though. It's a pretty good one. I'm playing. I didn't notice till like second quarter. Somebody was like, yo, is that him? And we're like, no, it's not. And then we look at his name, and then he have the NBA logo. Bro, I literally played Paul George last night. Well, let me see if I'll show. Bro, I balled up on Paul George, and I destroyed him. Yeah, bro. Of course, bro. I almost dropped the triple-double on his ass. Okay, I saved it. I'm gonna make a video clip out of this. Hold on, you'll see. I gotta like, I don't know if you'll see it on his name. You'll see it on one of them. Where is he? Give him the ball. They gonna pass him the ball. Hold on, pass him the ball. See, look at that. Paul George. He's literally Paul George. It's literally Paul George, bro. It was crazy. It was crazy. No, he was on the other team. That was the real Paul George, bro. Yeah. I was like, what? Yeah, he was just playing by himself, too. Yeah, we killed him. It was the funniest thing I've seen on 2K. I can't wait to post that clip, bro. I stripped Paul George, and then I took him down the court, bro, and then that was it, man. Oh, yeah, it's good. It was good, man. That was worth the life. First time seeing, isn't that nuts? Isn't that nuts? I've never played with anybody like that. He should have friend requested me. I dominated. We played against Lance Stevenson. Dude, it was a trip, man. It was a trip. Halfway through, somebody on my team was like, that's Paul George? And we're like, no, it's not. And then we looked at his gamer tag and we're like, oh, shit. That's the real Paul George. And then I was like, wow. Well, look at that. You embarrassed him. I did, man. My stats killed him, bro. My stats killed him. I'm glad, man. He'd probably take me in real basketball, but, you know, for 2K, I got one up on him. That's all I'm saying. Greedy dip buyers. Richmond Fed President Barkin says closing in on inflation target, but not there yet. Today's the 12th. Is this all the Economic Club in New York? I may not be able to get it. But Barkin's comments, I didn't see him on the list, but he came out right there. Your Apple Vision Pro broke. You already bought one? Dang, so you got the Vision Pro ASAP. Here comes the rug pull. Airbnb just hit right below 155. Tesla and Uber are on the low. It helps with the visually impairedness? No way. How so? Does it say verbal stuff, or does it what does it do? PayPal is still pumping. They just woke up out of nowhere there. You watched the game on Vision Pro. It was legit. But what did you do when people were around you though? Or were you just headsetting away? Fed Barkin, we're closing in on inflation, but not yet there. That's the only quote I got from him. That tweet with Elon is clapping. Which one? The D's nuts one? I guess it has dropped since then, but Disney's, they've been holding up. Damn, for blind people, I'm sold. I need that for the Cyclops. Yeah, I guess Eric says it works. Interesting. BMR, I mean, it's just a NVIDIA partnership. It's been a while. I mean, you got the hype in the market, but it's been a while since a partnership has made one of them go crazy. But, I mean, just literally they announced some video editing thing powered by NVIDIA, and then the stock just went nuts. I mean, last week we had one Holo go up, 1,000% or something. CVS on the high. Affirm is near the high, too, right now. How was everybody's day after the Super Bowl? Good. We woke up to some good plays. We made a couple of ones. We got to make some free. I don't think the chat is too hungover. I think maybe because there was an overtime game. I don't know, but I think last Super Bowl you guys were really hungover. I think, but for the most part, I've only seen one hungover comment. Everybody's in the game. Y'all lagged a little bit on the likes, but y'all came in. You know what I'm saying? So everyone's good, man. I think. I'd like to assume so. I sold Ericsson on Friday, yeah. We only took a $10, $15 gain. So I'm out of Ericsson. Remember, they had NVIDIA chip news on Friday, but I guess the other one, MBR, that was the one. Cold Real Estate's on Wednesday, my friend. So be there, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Pacific time. When did you buy the Airbnb options for 45 cents? We bought them on Friday. So where is it? Airbnb. Those are the Friday expirations. So I bought the Airbnbs at 9:46, 9:45 on Friday. So at that time, the stock was literally right at the bottom. Damn, that was a good pickup. So the stock was right at the bottom. I grabbed two of the 175s for 59 cents. And the stock's up almost $10. That's the crazy part. And then we sold out of one of them. I sold both because I had two sets there. But I sold one of each set to make them free for 100% at the morning. And then 155, bro. This is it. Airbnb is about to hit a 52-week high, I'm pretty sure. It should be a little higher than that. Is that a 1-year high? I think it went as high as like 155.29. You messed up. You sold both? I mean, you could kind of get them back at the same price. They went up like 20 more cents. Or you could use whatever profit to go get a free one. I sold them out at 118. They're going for 130. Watch crypto. Yeah, 50,000. I don't have any plays on it, but again, Biddy's on the low right now. Beto's on the high. They're all bright. Beto's hitting a 52-week high. I have both ways on Airbnb. I grabbed a put today. The puts got knocked a little bit, but then again, all of our calls are free. So I have a lot of call exposure on Airbnb, and then I have about $40 of risk on the puts. So we played both ways on Airbnb for about $45. And then I could still pull out, almost $200, $160 if I wanted to take out the calls right now. Eric. Airbnb, it wants it. It's right there. And then those Disneys were holding good, but they came down. The Expedia totally washed. You're sorry about Snap. Don't be sorry. It's okay. It's done its thing, man. It's worked out. The long term will always prosper. We got out of those puts, though, too, with like 600%. Yeah, Airbnb, I think all of them except one. So every account, I think, except this one. I'm down $20 now on Airbnb. A little higher from here. We break out. But that's what's, again, Colt Sister, the small YouTube account. All of them, I think, are up on Airbnb now. It's kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, you're up 4% on the YouTube account, and that's literally our biggest position now, which is crazy. Expedia, I know. That one in the morning there was there, but that's like the whole idea. Make up your mind before we decided to hold it, but yeah. Check the long term since I started. Gotta love the gains. Should be running it up. And then hopefully dividends too, depending. That's one thing to think about. If you've had your long term for a while, go through your yearly like dividends, because again, you know, we've brought back a lot of money in terms of divvies, which is very, very exciting. Airbnb gonna arm if we get a good report, but it has to be like really, really good. That's the only thing. Otherwise, again, Airbnb, like it's up $10-12 since when we bought our play. Like it's kind of already had an earnings move. That's the only thing I'm scared of with it. Mara breakout. Airbnb now. We are now green on every account. There it is. Thank you, Airbnb. Oh, no, come back down. We were there for a little bit. You get dividends with an IRA, yeah. Alm already had an earnings move. That is true. Very good counter example. ARM was up, 9-10% the day before earnings? So maybe. You think they had good earnings, they'll still drop. Well, Wall Street just doesn't like Airbnb. I mean, granted, the stock is starting to get very attractive. You know, people just like to buy it into the FOMO and all that, but it has to be a good earnings. Like, hopefully, like, think about Meta, think about Netflix. They have to surprise to the upside. People already expect them to do good, but, like, you need Airbnb to surprise to the upside. You need them to be like, oh, yeah, we're making hand over fist. We're guiding 30% higher. We're doubling up our buyback. Maybe they come out with a dividend. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They need something. They need a beat by a big margin, and they need to offer something. Then if they do that, they're going to be trading $180, $200 easy. Otherwise, it might just kind of stay within the higher range, and then that's it. Or, yeah, if they could show that whatever lack of Expedia had, if they're able to show that they picked up on it, I mean, that could be a very good sign as well, too. PayPal new high. I think it's Pinduoduo is already up 100% still. We were up almost 200% in the morning, and then we're still up 117. You can still get it if you want to play on it, but because eventually I'm going to probably get out, but you're just looking for this little rally to hold up and hopefully get back to some of those drops that it was at like a week or two ago, if it could just recover that quickly. MGM, a lot of Chads wanted MGM. I think that one is going to be a pretty pivotal earnings. We just got to see if it's pricing in too much. If that price is in too much, I won't play it, but if they are a good value, a good price, I'd be open to it. Okay, Airbnb is finally working. Do it for your family, Airbnb. Yeah, new 52-week high, 155.32. So there it is. Again, Airbnb hasn't been this high in a year. Crazy to think about. The last high was what? Last August? Oh, they did do good last February. It lasted for a little bit, then they sold off. But I do think the market got a little bearish there too. TTD's on the high. What's up? One bullish counterpoint for Airbnb is Expedia made a nice low bar now for Airbnb. It's a major factor. You make pair trades off earnings during earnings. Maybe the move is neutral. Yeah, I mean, I think they did lower the bar, but Airbnb, I think, has an uphill battle still. So I just think they need a really good earnings. Otherwise, if it's just in line, which is still good, as long as they don't do really bad, I wouldn't be surprised to see it hold up this range. But I don't know if it'll allow it to shoot up to the 180s. I'm not in BMR. We caught that one early, but I decided not to play that. But that one would have been a hit. Airbnb, you got 145% on those calls now. So we sold off at 100. They kept going up. I don't know. I would love a dividend on Airbnb. I think it's too early, but then, like I'm saying, they just need to learn from Mark Zuckerberg and the Netflixes. They just have to surprise. If you could surprise this earnings season, again, even look at ARM, you've been rewarded. But if you kind of just come in, at the numbers and there's nothing exciting about it, people don't get excited. All right, another high on BNB. Hey, man, we'll take it. Oh, no. Affirm 70%, 7%, 75%. BMR starting to run up here. Wait, BMR? Yeah, 23%. I bought a put on Airbnb after we made our place free, but now Airbnb keeps running up. So those puts are getting clobbered, but then the calls are still riding up. Bobo Chicle. Apple, Amazon did nothing today. Again, Meta was the only one that was up out of all of those. Again, Snap too. I'm with an Uber strike. Your husband drives. He says he only gets $30 for an $80 charge to the consumer. Yeah, people, dude, the gig working, like the wages have been fluctuating a lot. So from DoorDash to Uber, some people like it, some people don't, but I've heard a lot of different back and forth on that topic. Baba, they're holding up. Pinduoduo. PayPal still, it's moving kind of slow, but 2.5, and then bonds are back in the green on TLT. MPW, I think it's just regionals and bonds kind of recovering, but they have earnings in another week after this week, so I'm not sold on them until they announce that they sold something, pretty much. That's what we really need out of them. SPY still holding. Airbnb, 50, 55, 70. We'll take it. What is this? New 26-week high, 52-week high, and above the Bollinger Band. Thanks, Fidelity. Hi there. ARM's insane today. Yeah, bro. Those ARM weeklies this morning were very cheap. It started moving $30 or like $10, $20 at a time. I can't believe it's like almost $30 from the high it was just at. That's the nuttiest part. Net had no premium. Again, Fastly's the one that went, but Net hasn't really been moving. Fastly, that was the sympathy. They have earnings in like 2 days. They've been going up. Cart, they're kind of up, but still down on the day. RGNX still moving. That one's in the green. AMAT. So I got to play on that one this morning. I don't think it's moving too much. Disney, you need to move, Habibi. Yallah. Zillow, I don't have any plays. We have Redfin, but they are going to report. And Zillow, I mean, they can move a lot. And then PayPal, you'll have an extra week for sympathy. Did we smush ups? Oh, we didn't. We need them, though, baby. Oh, I didn't tell you. That was the other thing. I got a workout in the morning, though, today. It was nice. I woke up Monday morning workout. I got in chest, dumbbell chest press, 3 sets of that. Then I got 3 sets of the chest flies. And then I did tricep pullovers and then pull downs. I was pretty hyped on it. But Chattadonia, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. My ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a couple of times. Go blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Now drop the shoulders. Okay, relax the shoulders, man. You're not playing in the Super Bowl. Your Super Bowl team has either already won or lost. Just relax those trauma traps. You don't need to hold that trauma in your shoulders. So please relax the shoulders. Calm down. It'll fix your posture. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. Legs in front of you. You looking good right now. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. You look better than Airbnb right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie. It looks amazing, man. Wow, then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There you go. There you go. Oh, I did chest and tries this morning, but I'm doing the back. You know, we got to get the back in check. You know what I'm saying? So what Airbnb the call for? I would have paid for all of it now. Those are at $150. So you got an extra $40 if I could have paid for your put. So you could sell one for free and buy the put if you sell out now on the call, and then you just got a free Airbnb both ways, baby. PayPal, Mo and Philip Morris are running. There you go. I'm just getting my stretch on, bro. Getting my stretch. I got to do the wall stretch in a little bit. Am I making other plays today? We're going to do earnings previews, so potentially yes. We don't know, but I have gotten a decent amount of plays, and then we recapped or we handled some of the other plays. We could go over the AMAP play in a little bit. Oh, man, I'm still sore. Airbnb about to hit 156. All right, let me hit the wall stretch. Echo! We out here, Chad. We really out here. Oh. Man, I haven't done this all weekend. Oh, wow. I needed that. I need to go to the bathroom, too. Let me do my leg balance. We'll get the leg balance, and we'll be good to go. SoFi trying. Am I going to get in on IREN? No, what is IREN? I feel like you've told me about this one before. IREN. Iris Energy? No, probably not. Just because it's an energy play. We'll see if they have long term. Why do you like it? And then I'm balancing right now. It's CLS 2.0. Clean Spark. I didn't like CLS because it was cheap, so maybe we'll see. But when do they report? They're Thursday. We got some time. It's already up 16 though today, so it might be a little too late. We will fire on IREM. It's a crypto play. It's not energy. Oh really? I'm letting PDD run for a little bit, but it's again 132. I think the highest we were up was like 170. So it depends. Interesting. I don't think IREN is Shark Ninja. BMR 1000. That one was crazy. We had that one early. I just didn't want to touch I thought it'd be a liquidity trap. But then again, NVIDIA partnership. That one's a weird game. Ghetto spread of the AMD 180 for 1K upside. There you go. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Those Airbnbs, if you got in, we got free plays now. So I hope it keeps gassing for the long term. But above all else, we should have some. That NVIDIA, the RXRX killed it. So again, I sold out of that one early. We got some decent gains. But even then, oh no, BSGM, I'm still in that one too. RXRX, though, that one killed it. We sold out early and it kept running up. Yeah, BSGM's terrorized. But maybe it'll get lucky there. After whatever MBR was. Save trying to make a move. AMD, Airbnb, another upside on that. Yalla Habibi. Those Airbnbs are at 170 now. That's crazy. 166. So those have ran up 177. Disney's trying to come up. It'd be nice if the pin duos come up. And then SPY getting two big green candles. Bonds are near the high as well, trying to go up. Airbnb might miss. I think Airbnb is just going to have a tough earnings as always. But the beauty, all of the plays should be free. So, I mean, you have a unique opportunity depending on if you want to risk it or not. But all Airbnb plays have the ability to be made free. So, or you could sell out one and then go buy the cheaper ones, but don't have to think about it too much. It'd be great for the long term, though. Or just holding for the long term, not necessarily buying more. I'm excited, though. I'm excited. He's going to work for us. Yeah, Airbnb, so you ghetto spread it. Yeah, a lot of the ghetto spreads look good. People are talking high numbers up front. And then you even get a good upside. So, and then if you want to even sell out the contracts, go for the cheaper ones. That's it. But just manage the risk is the moral of the story. That's what made ARM so good. It was free. Exactly. I mean, if we get lucky on any of these plays, the beauty is if we catch the move early enough and we get a good move on the contracts, I mean, if we don't have to pay, it's still your money, though. That's the thing. It's like Airbnb is free right now, but if you sold out, you could just literally walk away with $200 because now you have those plays paying for itself. The retail data on percentage owned by Airbnb. I think retail owns like less than 10% or something. It's not. There's a lot of institutions. Again, like Blackstone has a big portion, or BlackRock, but I do know a lot of funds are in Airbnb at a pretty decent price. You sold half of the Fastly. Yeah, I sold that one early and I just rolled it to the next one, or the cheaper ones, to make them free. Yeah, so Airbnb, 76% institutional ownership, 36.9% owned by the top 10, 5% owned by insiders, and then 18% unknown. Individuals, what was that, 4.6 million shares? So individuals, they own a decent amount, 4.6 million shares, like 10% or 1% of the company. And then it's 4.5% float. Institutions own 80% of the float. Unknown is just they're not really disclosed, or it's Chinese. Yeah, Vanguard owns 7, BlackRock owns 4. And then Brian Chesky, one of the biggest individual owners, 3.42. Float is the amount of shares availably traded. So sometimes there's more shares in a company, but they're not always, publicly traded. Or they could be able to issue more shares, but float is what is actively and availably trading hands right now on public markets. RGNX is up. Oh, the BMR 5 to 25. Good work, baby. Yeah, if you go to the main channel, we have a lot of option tutorials. I even have one in the description. Where is it? So if you go to the description here, it'll take you to all the videos, but how option pricing works. This is a great tutorial. And then this one right here, if you search Ghetto Standard Deviation, this is the one that we've been doing here with this earnings strategy. That is held up a lot. Carvana on the high. Bonds too. Carvana, big pop. Yo, what's the news on Carvana? Carvana, 3 big candles. Carvana, SC13. That's on February 9th. I'm not seeing anything. But Carvana's running for now. Yeah, Mo and Philip Morris were moving earlier. Carvana got a nice pop. It's a couple percentage points right there. SPY coming up a little bit. Airbnb coming down. Let's see, February 7th, Carvana brings same-day delivery to Oklahoma City. The England rate decision, will Fed follow? I think they're more likely to follow us, but we'll see. But I don't really I don't think we're going to follow EU at all. We're in our own little world. And again, Europe's doing a little bit worse than we are. Apple trying to pop. Airbnb coming down. Apple is trying to run up here. ARM is still holding. I can't type out Disney. Tesla. XLP on the high. Staples. Yeah, literally they say verbatim what Powell does. Not for real, though. Like, actually. It's kind of scary. Pinduoduo climbing up a little bit. So did Baba. Take Two, and that was another one. That put should have hit for us. Yeah, Coca-Cola got earnings tomorrow morning. So that'll be a runner there. IWM still at 1.8. NASDAQ 0.4. Dow is doing a lot better there, 0.53. And then SPY at 0.36. CSQ, Airbnb still above 155. Sold off from 156. The Starbucks, yeah. That one was looking good up until today. But no. Oh, it's still back up. I mean, you're down 22, but we were just up 100. I can't believe I slipped on the CAH, though, last week. That was the one we could have had free money from. NYCB. Yeah, they had, I think they helped out regional banks a lot today. I don't know what the news was. Maybe just nothing bad happened in Europe and then China closed, but they went there. You just had, what's his name speaking? Barkin didn't move much. We have Kashkari here at 1 p.m. So I think Kashkari's in 3 minutes. And then Scholz categorizes the NATO mission as irresponsible and dangerous, warrants scrutiny. Dang, it's almost Valentine's Day. Excuse me. Yeah, Neil is going to be on in a little bit. Yeah, bro, where do I get those, I call them drug dealer flowers. Because, like, all the drug dealers buy them for their girlfriends. But, like, where do you get those drug dealer flowers, like, in a giant box? You know, because I was trying to get my girlfriend some flowers. Like, I only have, like, I have, like, a flower person who could do, like, bouquets and stuff. But, like, I'm like, where do you get, like, the roses? And, like, because I can't find them. The only place I find them is literally Miami, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally the only place I can find them, anything that looks like what I think it is in damn Miami. And then everybody local just has normal, like, bouquets. Somebody knows what I mean. It's just like the big, just like a box of roses. Yeah, I can't see him, bro. Like, everywhere I look, it's yeah, I can't believe there's only 2 days till Valentine's Day. Datadog calls up 300. Nice. The Venus flowers, I just searched. These are expensive. Do they, like, ship, though? Like, are they real flowers or no? It's my birthday. You turned the big 31. Happy birthday, baby. Let's go. Big 30. What is that today or is it on Valentine's Day? Search forever flowers. But are those the fake ones? Like I want real roses on there. And then watch your audio. The Fed is gonna come in at any moment. I have it playing. Bonds breaking out. Should have bought PLCE Children's Place. Damn, they're up 32%. My goodness. And then ARM still holding. NVIDIA. General Mills on the high. Where is it? PayPal? They did the good. Disney still a holding, but not too crazy. QuantumScape. Qscaler. Bonds are going up here. Target as well. Again, high ticker I feel like has been nonstop gassing. Is that just me? Am I tripping out? I literally feel like it has just been nonstop gassing all day. Every time I look at this, the 1 minute, the 30-second, the 5 minutes going up. I'm surprised we haven't hit a new high here since European close. So literally 10 minutes after Euro close, 50.48. Remember we were saying 50.50. That's going to be a level. So we'll see. TGT. Did you ask your girlfriend to be your Valentine's? I did. We're good to go. I don't think we're going to go out on Valentine's Day. So we both have some other stuff, but we're probably just going to hang out, and then I'm going to take her out on the weekend. And I told her I'd get her these flowers, but I can't find them. So I was like, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait or see. So, yeah. Simp. Why are you talking shit, man? I know you're out. I know your girlfriend is on the Apple Vision Pro, so I don't want to hear it from you. Okay? You know, damn straight. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I can get your attention, please.
I don't know why you coming at me with that energy.
And keep things on schedule.
You just asked your eyeballs to be your girlfriend.
It's my pleasure to introduce
I don't want to hear it.
Today's guest.
I don't want to hear it.
Jenny Rometty.
Like, I don't do anything for my girlfriend. Yeah, because she's digital. You don't have to do shit.
CEO of IBM.
It's fucking fake. It's not even a real person. It's a robot that talk like customer support. Must be nice. I'm sure you gotta. Yeah, you do whatever else you want.
Business and established leadership in AI and quantum computing. Rometty also drove record results in diversity and inclusion.
They're so quiet.
Supported the explosive growth of an innovative high school program to prepare the workforce of the future in
you go watch him eat
countries.
This time. Look at the food is right next to him.
Her work with the Business Roundtable, Rometty
this is so quiet.
The purpose of the corporation. She has been named
I don't want to turn it up because they're going to turn it up.
Powerful woman 3 years in a row, is a member of the National Academy of Engineering, and has been honored with the designation of officer in the French Légion d'honneur. Today, Rometty serves on multiple boards and co-chairs 110.
Maybe I'll turn it up.
Committed to upskilling, hiring, and promoting 1 million Black Americans without four-year degrees by 2030 into family-sustaining jobs and careers. She's married to Mark Rometty, who is with her here today, and she is the author of the best-selling book Good Power: Creating
I'll turn it up.
Change in Our Lives, Work.
Watch your speakers, though.
Neil Kashkari has been president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis since January of 2016. He serves as a member of the Federal Open Market Committee, bringing the 9th Federal Reserve District's perspective to monetary
Is that
policy
still loud enough? I
discussions
just
in
turned it up
Washington.
15 decibels.
In addition, Neil
I feel like it's still
oversees
quiet.
the Minneapolis Fed operations and leads its many initiatives. He was instrumental in establishing the Opportunity and Inclusive Growth Institute, whose mission is to ensure that world-class research helps to improve the economic well-being of all Americans. Most recently, he supported the expansion of the Center for Indian Country Development, which advances the
Be
prosperity
careful,
of
because
Native
once they
nations
raise the
and
audio, you
indigenous
will get
communities
screwed.
through actionable data and research. Neil earned his bachelor's and master's degrees in mechanical engineering from the University of Illinois. He became an aerospace engineer,
I barely could hear
developing technology for NASA missions. Eventually, he turned to finance and public policy. He earned his MBA from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, joined Goldman Sachs, and served in several senior positions at the U.S. Department of Treasury, including overseeing the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or TARP, during the financial crisis. Before joining the Minneapolis Fed, he spent 4 years at PIMCO, and then in 2014 ran for governor of California on a platform focused on economic opportunity. He lives with his wife Christine, children Uli and Tecumseh, and Newfoundland dog Webster in Orono, Minnesota. And with that, I'm going to call Jenny and our leader, Neil, forward to have their conversation.
Yeah, they mic'd me there. Wonderful. Thank you, Tim, for the very warm introduction. Great to see everybody again. Always great to be back with you here at the Economic Hub of Minnesota. I met Ginny last summer. We were at a conference together, and she gave this remarkable talk, and we were chatting, and you're going to see in a moment just how engaging she is and how experienced she is. And then she mentioned that she comes through Minnesota a couple times a year, and my eyes lit up, and I said, well, actually, let me know next time you're coming through Minnesota. We might have a wonderful event for you. So thank you, Ginny, for joining us here at the Economic Club. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure, and thank you. When we got to meet, we have the same views on a lot of things, too, though. So it was my pleasure to do it for you.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, I want to start. We have a lot of ground to cover. Ginny's career is remarkable. I want to get to a lot of her leadership lessons from IBM that are relevant to businesses today that we're all struggling with today. But to set that up, and then I want to talk about AI and a bunch of other things that she knows a lot about. To set that up, let's start with your personal story. You've spoken about this, you've written about it. I think your personal story, as I learned about it, really sets the foundation. Some of the things you faced as a child set the foundation for how you viewed leadership throughout your journey. So maybe we could just start at the start.
Yeah, well, I'll start there, but I will have to say, looking around the room, I never really thought much about it until I went to write this book, which is a long story of how I got kind of pushed in. I told Neil, a mutual friend of ours, Hank Paulson, kind of convinced me I should write a book. And I would just recommend it now in retrospect, as painful as it was, that it's probably worth, for those of you a little bit further in your careers, to take the time to think back to the beginning. And I know most people that have read the book who know me, they're like, oh, I wish I'd read this earlier. Now I know exactly why you're like you are. And I'm not sure they always meant that as a compliment, but that was what they say. So just, it does, as I've reflected back, really it's the foundation of a lot of stuff that we'll talk about today. So what Neil's referring to is, I was raised by what I would call just a group of strong women, but who each suffered immense tragedies in their life. My great-grandma was the last person alive in her family in Belarus. All were killed in the World War, and she came to America, and she would never speak English. She would clean bathrooms in Chicago at the Wrigley Building, save every dime, and it would be because of what she would save that one day we would be able to have a car. My grandma, widowed twice, and by the time she was probably 30, would then run a lamp store, and she would, every dime she saved, making lampshades by hand, would be the reason one day we would come off the street and have a house. And my mother, when I was very young, my father abandoned my mother, and there were 4 of us kids. and he left her with no money and no home. So we were homeless, no money, on welfare, and my mom was just so determined this wouldn't be how this story should end. And she'd only had a high school degree and never worked outside the home. And she went back to school, got just a little bit of education, finally enough to get a job, eventually enough to get us off of federal programs and aid. And it has a happy ending. And I always say, I tell the story, like, not for anyone to look at me or my mom as a victim. It's actually to celebrate my mom and my grandma and my great-grandma, because, you know, they always taught me, it doesn't matter how bad life is, there is always a way forward. And my mom taught us, you know what, she was never gonna let my dad define her as a loser or anything else. And she taught us, only you define who you are in life now. You know, she never said it, but that's what we learned watching her. And so to me, that kind of forms the basis of who I am, because I end up believing it's really true. We were just talking about our country, that it's true for a person or a company or a country. You know, if you don't define yourself, someone else will by their actions. And so that's kind of the basis. So to me, there's always a way forward. It doesn't matter how hard life gets. And that's kind of how, and I got some hard jobs after that, and that's how I always looked at them.
Thank you. So let's go a little bit forward. And you went to Northwestern for, how'd you end up
PHILO, ladies and gentlemen.
We have a lot of young
went to
people
the
today.
bank.
How'd you end
I'll
up
take
at
it.
that college? I think about my own decision where I went to college when you're 17 or 18
brew up
years
the,
old, you make these decisions
previews
with a little bit
ahead
of
of
information. How did you end up where you ended up, and what was your journey to IBM?
Well, I know I met a lot of the young folks here, which I'm so glad you do that. But unlike today, where I think those of you with kids, I'm watching my nephew, he applies to 20 schools. I could afford to apply to 2, okay? So there were just 2. And they had to be schools that would give you financial aid if you couldn't afford to be there. And so I applied to a state school. I thought I could for sure get in, and one stretch school, that was Northwestern, and then just prayed. And I was lucky enough to get into Northwestern. And so both in Chicago, couldn't get on a plane, had to be somewhere you could get to in a car, and University of Illinois and Chicago, and in Northwestern. So that's what brought me there, and I had a love of math. And so I started in engineering, and that's where I always stayed.
And then what was your first job?
Oh, so this is funny. For those, are there anybody in a car company here? Before I offend anyone? I just gotta be sure about this. I'm always. Actually,
we are live streaming this, but go ahead.
My best friend now, one of my best friends, Mary Barra, right? So I always say to her, Mary, she runs General Motors. I worked for General Motors at first. I got really,
Mary
again,
Barra.
lucky. A professor said, look, I know
Fuck
you're
yeah.
paying for school yourself and financial aid. GM has this wonderful program. If you can get this scholarship, they'll pay for everything. And I did get the scholarship. So I felt a great obligation to go work there for a few years. And the only reason I tell the story, there's a good lesson in it for the young people. I went to work for General Motors, and I was doing cars and buses. And it's not that I don't love cars and buses, right? And getting called in the middle of the night, like, why is the assembly line down and all? And I'm like, whoa. And my husband had said, you know, you've got this engineering degree, and you love computers. Like, you know, why are you doing this? And I said, I learned at a really young age the difference between a job and a career. And it was a job to me, right? I could go, I could do it easily, but that's not a career. And so I didn't have passion. I say, Mary, you love cars. I do not love cars. And so I didn't want to offend any car people here. And so that's what took me to IBM.
Got it. Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead now. You write about running towards conflict is something that you're drawn to. Yeah. And I will say this is something you and I have in common. I would say not for the sake of conflict, but there's an opportunity. If everybody's afraid to go somewhere, then there's an opportunity there to go explore it. In Minnesota, we tend to be conflict avoidant culturally. Fair enough? Okay. So talk about running towards conflict. Were you always this way? How did other people react? How do you use it as a tool?
Well, so this is, I found, Neil had mentioned this to me, and this is ironic for me to end up back in Minnesota on this, because I think the first time this came alive to me was Minnesota. And early in my career, I spent a good 5 or 6 years commuting here every week, consulting to some companies here when IBM was building a consulting business. But it was the first time I learned a phrase, because we were doing work, and I'd think, well, didn't we agree on this already? And it would be open again. And I'm like, we got to go back through this, but didn't we do it? And someone said to me, oh, you don't understand. everyone votes and the polls never close here. And I said, and I was like, this is interesting to me. Same client then taught me, because I was still young, and I was like, okay, trying to get them to move forward. And I remember in a big board meeting, and afterwards, it was some bad news I had to deliver. And he said to me, you know, and I thought he was going to yell at me. And he said, I think you have a velvet hammer. And I said, well, what's that? I'm like, is that an insult? He's like, no. You told me really bad stuff in a way that I could do something with it. And it was kind of like my first, these two sides of a coin, introduction to conflict, of like, is it a bad thing or a good thing to be in conflict? And so one of the big points in the book I try to make is, in today's world, like, nothing's black and white. It's all full of tension. It's all full of conflict. And that if you would run toward it, I feel really strongly, I've worked with people, I watch them, people would say, this is the most horrible thing to work on. And somebody would go, I'll take that. And I'm like, why are they always volunteering? And what I would watch was, usually, 95% of the time, they came out in a better place than where it started. And I thought, this is a very interesting thing. If you would, like, don't be afraid and go toward it, you would say you'll explore something new. I would find I'd usually, if I really listened, I could get something to a better place at the end of the day, and I would have learned something out of it. So I'm a big advocate of trying to get people to go towards conflict. And in the last thing, and someone asked me about this, a little bit of IBM history, I also feel most answers aren't black and white, and that doesn't mean gray and compromise. I think the other thing I learned about conflict is there's usually a third way through something. If you sit in the mess long enough, you will find it. And I wish that way sort of in government today. There, people would, it's not like your way or my way.
Sure.
If you would really, and I always felt, even when I did a lot of work with education and government, one thing I could get, no matter what their beliefs were, people cared about jobs. It didn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, it didn't matter who you were. And if I could listen hard enough to those issues, I could usually make progress on all agendas. And so that idea of there's always a third way through was the other thing. So when you said you love conflict, you're the birthplace of me starting to love conflict. It was Minnesota. It was all those years in Minnesota taught me, ironically, to look for and love conflict.
But let me ask you though, looking back on your even younger self then, do you recognize maybe you loved conflict the whole time?
The only thing I would have to say about that is being the oldest, and my sister's siblings and brother, they're not here. I think I was always the peacemaker. So I think that teaches you a little bit about conflict. I mean, I think we felt my mom had it so horrible, like the last thing we could do was cause more trouble for her. So I was always the one like trying to like take care of all the issues, and so that we didn't cause more problems. And I think that's what it probably roots to.
Interesting. Okay.
How about you? Where did yours come from?
Oh boy!
Yours sounds like from a fighting background or something. Mine's from such a good place. Yours is from a bad place. It sounds like.
No. I thought we agreed we weren't going to do this. We weren't going to have you.
You probably had a lot of trauma.
My husband tells me how long it takes me to do that. Yeah.
Tell me, Middle Eastern man, what did you have to go through?
People are generally, it's very Minnesotan. People are generally
Neil know the struggle, bro. I know. Neil Kashkari, bro.
And I actually think that there's truth to that. But I'm conflict seeking because
Airbnb's on fire. Those calls are great. We made them free. They're up 200%.
That's where I want to go because there's probably something good over there that is left.
I agree with that.
People haven't looked at it yet. So let's talk about you. You write a lot about the importance of managers and mentors throughout your career in IBM. Can you give some examples of when has that really been important to you?
Yeah, and as I looked around the room, again, we got people across a whole spectrum of life in their careers here. And the reason I take some time to write about this topic is I think a lot of people will say to me, I need a mentor, or I need a sponsor, I need this one person. And I actually really believe that's the wrong way to view life. And I feel so strongly that anyone you talk to, like I learned a lot from Neil, if you look at anyone as a mentor, you don't have to tell them they're the mentor. But if you just treat them with respect and ask them questions, they will be your mentor and sponsor. I've never met someone who wouldn't. And therefore I say to if I'm talking to younger people, I'd be like,
the link, just search Fed Kashkari.
Don't try to.
It's on the website.
Like that some one person pulls you up through the world. It's more about if you were willing to ask questions and ask more than you talk.
That.
Okay, it's like I'm going to talk a lot up here, but in real life,
it's on the Minneapolis Fed.
Ask more questions than you answer. And I think you'll have tons of.
You don't have to ask
mentors.
me. Just treat me with respect and ask
I would
questions.
Make a question. You say, what about the ones I had?
You said ask, but anybody
I grew up
will.
in really great companies.
She's spitting
IBM
facts.
At that time had a very big presence here in Minnesota and Rochester. And the biggest thing I think I got from those mentors were two things. So those of us who are mentors now, I think one, they taught me to lead with values.
Yeah, IWM did go up to
instead of rules.
My goodness.
And like the one story that burns in my mind, I will always remember. I'm a very young manager, and I had a man who worked for me who was telling dirty jokes. I guess that's what you call them today, or off color. And this is back in the 80s, and people were uncomfortable. And I went to my boss. I'm a new manager, and I went to the boss and told him about it. And the guy was the top performer. And my boss says to me, he goes, well, this is easy. You tell him to stop immediately or you fire him. I'm like, but he's our best performer. He says, that's got nothing to do with this. And like such a simple thing would always leave this in my mind about value-based decisions. And I see that issue with young companies now, that when they don't have really good values, they get very whipsawed around on their decisions. And so I learned that. So that would be my one thing, is as those of us now mentoring people, I think teaching them to lead with values. And the second thing, though, is I think the most important. They always believed in me more than I believed in myself. And I think that, to me, is like one of the greatest values as a mentor. And I see this with so many young people today, that if your role is just to tell them, and I see it particularly with women, that you can do it. No, go ahead. Take that risk. You can do it. So that would be my two.
That's great.
You don't want to answer it either? How about?
Well, one of the things that you said about sponsorship, I hear that a lot is, I need a sponsor.
Yeah.
And as though like there's this fairy godmother that's going to come along and just tap you on the shoulder and make your career. And my answer when I thought about what they meant is, I said sponsorship is earned, right? You want mentors to share with you what they know, to coach you, but then ultimately you have to deliver. And like, so Hank Paulson, somebody that, our mutual friend, former Treasury Secretary, my mentor in many ways, and I give him great credit. I learned a tremendous amount from him, but I also recognize I did a really good job for him. So when he came along and gave me promotions, it was in his own interest to give me the promotion because it gave me more ability to take on bigger assignments for him. So it wasn't, it wasn't the notion of sponsorship, somebody giving you something. It's somebody recognizing in you the job that you're able to do.
Yeah, when I was really young, I worked for someone and I feel like I've apprenticed my whole life, but he used to say to me, if someone asks you for help, you give it to them early because you're going to learn something. And I really, this idea of networking people talk about, which I also think is people are like, oh, I just got to get to know more people. I don't believe in that either. It all came from who you actually helped along the way. And I say that, and then in those moments of need, they mysteriously do come back to you over. It could be a decade later, right? But it comes back to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, let's jump around a little bit. One of the big challenges that IBM has faced over time that we're all wrestling with right now is work from home. How do you make it work?
Yeah,
what are your
came down
learned?
a couple of
IBM
candles.
was at this much earlier than the rest.
The
rest of us confronted it because of
Good
COVID
interview,
and
though,
post-COVID.
IBM lady.
Just tell us about
She's very
work from home.
happy.
What did you learn?
She seems very
well,
happy.
For how many people
what?
are
To be here? I meant.
Oh, what's the right answer? What do I want? How many people are still sorting out what work from home means? Oh, nobody. Okay, 3, 4. Okay, are the rest of you at home? Okay, how many know it, love it? Okay, how many are sleeping right now? I'm not sure.
How many aren't sure how to answer the question?
Okay, so work from home, when you say we were at it earlier, I feel like that, wasn't that the country song, like I was country when country wasn't cool or something like that? I don't know. And so just I think was the nature of our business. So I can remember, I happen to, whenever I'll do a media interview or something, I will write some notes after, mostly because I want to see if they misquote me, which is typical. And, but I'll, just remember what I said. And I can remember when the pandemic just hit, and I was going on CNBC, it was March 14th, and the first question is about work from home. And it was all that, what is it, what do you do? And I can remember saying, because we'd done it for so long, I said, but my biggest learning of work from home is teams have to learn how to self-govern themselves. You can't dictate rules. And I don't think everyone, we had to come to learn that, right? So it's you can't say, oh, pick your 3 days, pick your 2 days, or we're all going to do these days. And so self-governance was, to me, one of the biggest learnings. Those of you that have worked from home, teams have to learn to self-govern because they got to get work done. And so in a really mature company that did a lot of work from home, they kind of learned that over decades of how to do that. And so that was one of my big learnings. But I will tell you, I think work from home is like a pendulum, you know? It goes too far this way, it goes too far this way. And there was probably a good year I was like on the front page of the Wall Street Journal we had made people come back to an office. Now this would be 2014. It was marketing people. We had maybe 800 in the United States, and it had devolved to, I think I had like 4 in each state, and they could each work in their basement in 4 different corners. And we're like, okay, this is like super hard. You can't get work done this way. And we told people they had to come back to their offices, 8 hubs in the United States. Oh my God, you'd have thought I was killing all of them. And I'd gotten one of the emails I can remember so vividly. It was, do you understand, if I have to do this, I will no longer have time to be the mayor or the coach of the softball teams. I'm like, well, this is kind of precisely the point. Yeah. And so I'm like, yep, that is a big problem. I mean, appreciate you owing up to this, you know? And, but that's what I mean on this pendulum thing. And so I think what I learned out of that was it wasn't about rules again. I think we were more about, and this was one of the things we'd had to do, which is introduce agile working. And those of you that, you know, now that's commonplace. At the early 2010s, that was not in a company of 500,000 people to do agile, which you need small multidisciplinary teams together to get work done. And so versus telling people you can't work from home, it was really about changing how their work was done. And that was more what I learned about from that essence. And I would just say the last thing, even now, I think, I even kind of hate the words work from home. I really think it's just more about, do you have the right flexibility, you know, kind of policies? Because that's really what people want at the end of the day. Individually, if I've got to take care of something, I feel free that I can go do it. Yeah. I'm curious why you had that on your list, though. Do you?
So we are at the Minneapolis Fed. I'm in the office every day, so that I'm not traveling. For most staff, and other leaders are like me. For most staff, it's 3 days a week in. But we're still trying to figure out. We have not mandated which 3 days.
Yeah,
and
see,
so
that's tough.
Some people come in and they say, well, I'm in, but nobody I work with is in, so I might as well be home. Well, that's true. That's kind of silly. Or some departments work with other departments, and the one department is in on certain days, and the department that they work with a lot are in different days. So it's this frictions around the margins that we're still trying to sort out. We adopted 3 days in about 2 years ago, much more aggressively than the other reserve banks. I think most of industry has moved in our direction. I'm not sure where it's ultimately going to settle out, and I'm with you that I don't want to do top-down, heavy hands, you must do it this way, but I'm also feeling like absent that, we're not getting it quite right now.
Yeah, but that's at the team has to self-govern because the only other comment I'd say to that, again, to some people in the room, I always say to people on this topic, okay, forget about what you care about, what the boss wants or Neil wants. Okay, think about, even if you just think about what's in it for yourself, I go back to like, I learned the most in life now that, you know, and I worked at IBM 40 years, so I've had a long career. And I learned the most apprenticing other people, and it wasn't by appointment, and it wasn't by Zoom. And so, you know, depending on the kind of profession you're in, I think you're always apprenticing, and that only happens when you are serendipity of being around certain situations. And I don't know how to engineer that on a schedule for you, right? So if you do it for no other reason, do it for yourself, come in at times, right?
But every senior person, I believe that 100%. Every senior person I know says that, and somehow I don't feel like people believe us.
Yeah, well, that's because we're old.
Yeah.
So, fossils.
Exactly. Okay, let's jump around a little bit more. One challenge in this region is this is a perennial challenge. Can't find the skilled workers that we need for our companies, that we don't have the population growth that we need. You faced this at IBM. What did you learn?
Okay.
How did you approach it?
Okay, this will border on a monologue for 1 second or a minute or two with you because I feel so, Neil knows, this is the topic he saw me talk on that I feel so strongly about and came to feel strongly about it for reasons that I think are super valid. So I told you the story just a little bit about my mom, right? And what I witnessed with my mom, I got this really big lesson, and it'll come into play to answer his question. I watched when my mom went back to school and could get a job. She never did get a college degree, by the way. But I thought, you know what? My mom's pretty smart. She's got a lot of aptitude, but she never had access to what I ended up having access to, right? So that, like, I'm an engineer, so like equations stay in my head, that access and aptitude are not equal in this country. In most countries I would learn in the world. So I'm going to fast forward then, I'm CEO. It's 2012. Now commonplace. I need cyber people. We've got a big security business. We need thousands of them. You can't get them anywhere. And so I happened to serendipity walk into a meeting on corporate social responsibility. And the guy say to me, hey, we got this one little high school somewhere, and it's in Brooklyn, really poor neighborhood. They're high schoolers. We're going to help them with curriculum. We're going to give them some mentorships, internships. Oh, we even said we might give them a job if we had an opening. And I'm like, fine, sounds fine. Oh, we're going to do it in cyber. Fine, too. I come back a little bit later. I say, how'd that go? They say, oh, my God, they're doing outstanding. And I'm like, I need thousands of these people. I say, well, how many did we hire? I couldn't ever hear their voice. I said, what? They're like, 3. I'm like, 3. And they're like, I said, okay, you told me they're doing a great job. Why aren't you hiring these people? They said, because every job we have requires a college degree. I said, or a PhD. I said, but they can do the job. I don't really understand. And I said, well, okay. It would start to, in my mind, the second equation would be where you start should not determine where you end, just like where my mom, and where it could have been for me. And I then started to ask questions. And so this would be a 10-year journey for me. And I would say, okay, well, how many people in this country don't have a college degree? I didn't know this number. You know it. Of course you know it, because you're looking at labor all the time. It's 65%. And then I'm like, okay, well, this must not be true in other developed countries. No, they're all about 65% do not have college degrees. We'll talk later maybe about in George Floyd, and 80% of black Americans don't have a college degree. I'm like, okay. Then I said, well, okay, I knew 100% of my jobs required it. And I said, but let's start looking at, and I had a wonderful HR leader who said, well, let me start looking. If I wrote down what skill was needed, not the degree, maybe this would look different. So we started relooking at all the job descriptions, which is a very tedious, oh my God. It took 5 years, okay? But to make a long story short, in the end, instead of 100% requiring college degrees, 50% actually require them to get started. And that one school would turn into about 350 around the world, and about 200,000 kids coming through. But more was born out of it, this paradigm, which I now help companies around the world do. Skills first. Hire for skills over degrees. And not just a degree. Doesn't mean it's bad. Not about two-class citizens. Back to we just have different starting points. And because I now have data, okay, because I have all these engineers working for me, I had to prove, because they all accused me of dumbing down the workforce and all sorts of things. So this is the one thing when you're there a long time, you can like listen to stuff and come back at them, and you're like, okay, just wait a minute, we get some more data. And as it turned out, 75% of those people all went in and got degrees. First PhDs coming through. So this wasn't an issue of their aptitude. This was pure access. And oh, by the way, 90% were black and Hispanic. So in my view, this is like a new talent pool we all need, by the way, which you are completely overlooking, because God does spread aptitude pretty equally. And so, not access, but aptitude, yes. And so I became just well, you can tell, that's my monologue, over this idea of skills first, hire for degrees over just, hire for skills, not just a degree. And I really believe, I've come to believe, and again, Neil heard me say this, I think this is fundamental if you believe in democracy, because right now, a lot of people in this country don't think they're going to have a better future. And they don't think their kids are going to do better than them. And they can't get a good job and support, because I mean,
this is kind of a key level here. You're right below VWAP, but this is where the crazier highs started to come out from. Again, you're getting back towards the high 30s or the low 30s, 50-30.
And with AI coming, to me, this is the only way through it. And when people say, well, get everybody a college degree.
Hamas proposed a 4.5-month
Even if you
ceasefire,
wanted to do it,
offering
had the
to
money,
release
you don't have
hostages
time.
in phases in
And so
exchange
this is the
for
unrest
Israel
will grow
freeing
faster
1,500
than
Palestinian
people
prisoners.
feeling they can
Key
contribute,
sticking
you know,
points include a permanent
successfully to their families
ceasefire
and society.
and the withdrawal
So,
of Israeli
again,
troops
sorry,
from
you're probably
Gaza.
going to leave after. You think I'm going to make you sign a petition or something.
then
But I mean, I'm just...
Prime Minister Netanyahu has
if I could
rejected the
convince you, if you
demands.
hire people, if you would take the time to rewrite, and then...
So you're getting some of the war headlines now.
One of the young ladies I met who's teaching on this, the biggest roadblock is your own teams, right? Because it is so inbred in us that a college degree is a ticket, that they must know how to do certain things and how to hire. The bias is so strong. It takes a lot of cultural change and a lot of CEOs to lead to really stay with this topic. But if you do, it is so rewarding and it opens up. So I learned, again, with my all 5 years of data
15 minutes,
afterwards.
20 minutes, 30 minutes? No monetary policy
More
yet?
loyal, performed better after 1 year. Performed better. Okay, so I'm thinking, in many cases, less expensive because they're starting at a different level. I'm like, so what do I not like about this equation? And so now, today, well, when I retired, 20% of IBM's hiring in this country was non-degreed people. I mean, so it takes time, but it was already 20, and we're a huge hirer. So it had come through. So sorry, I could give another hour on this topic, because, I mean, there's lots of things
You could give another hour,
to my
another hour on this.
congressmen and senators and all. I mean, there's things in our policies that just have to change. And with AI coming, we're all going to have to go back to school. Like, this once and done is over. And so, you know, Pell Grants, all these things that are made for a world where you go to school once, or you don't get a certificate, or the use of community colleges. I should have mentioned community colleges were part of this formula. They're so overlooked. And as you know, other countries like Switzerland and Germany, they use apprenticeships and all. Not everybody goes to universities, right? Vocational schools have a role in life. So.
All right, so I'm going to do...
I'm exhausted now,
right.
so I have to take a break.
You're not done yet. You're not done yet.
lady
I'm going to come back
filled
to you
with
with one
personality.
follow-up to that, which has a Minnesota connection. And then I want to get the audience ready for some Q&A with the audience.
I do have some of those six-year high schools, by the way, that were getting associate degrees in high school at the same time. They're here in Minnesota. So kids doing super duper.
Kirby,
Okay.
TikTok
Well,
remains
maybe we
not
can talk
approved
about that
for
in
use
the
on
answer to the
government
question.
devices.
You launched 110, which Tim mentioned about, which is related to the topic we were just talking about. George Floyd was, of course, murdered here in Minneapolis. International news, huge shock to I think everybody. Just can you talk about what 110 is and how it's going?
Yeah, and there's some of the big companies here that are members, but I want to talk about what it is and then what changed in the zeitgeist here,
Okay.
and like what's happened now. So in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, you know, businesses, everyone's outraged, systemic racism, and some people were doing a lot of talking, others were giving money, and two of my colleagues, who are my good friends, I've known them for different reasons a long time. Ken Chenault ran American Express, and Ken Frazier ran a drug company called Merck. They're arguably the two most senior black business leaders in this country to this day. And I knew them both well. And they said, no, we should do what business, forget all this talking and money. What businesses can do is give people jobs. So they had this great vision. As I always say, they're the visionary, I am their plumber, but they didn't know how to do it. I'm like, okay, if 80% of blacks do not have a college degree, and as it turns out, for all companies, 80% require a college degree, as I would find, we'd survey them all. Okay, you can't give them jobs. I mean, this is just, I would always say to people, this is just math. And so, but if you adopt skills first and really start reworking everything, there's a way. So we formed 110 to say, could we put 1 million people in middle-class, family-sustaining jobs? We started at that time as saying Black Americans. We really were targeting, because this is where the problem was most acute, 80% without college degrees. And we would have to then, the first thing, we'd teach all the companies how to do skills first and work with them to change the culture, and then to go find you got to get people the skills. I mean, they can't be nothing. So you have to work with vocational, community colleges, you got to work on it. So that's how it was born. And we're now up to about 200,000, but we're 3 years in. So it's been harder than we thought. The bias is stronger than you would think, and maybe you wouldn't think, and the one really smart thing we did is we made it be a CEO-led. You might say, because it's so cultural, the issues you're dealing with on the topic. And we knew it would take a long time, and any initiative dies after 1 or 2 years if it doesn't have some really strong support at the top. And so we did that right. And then what happened on the heels of the Supreme Court decision and some of the other things that have happened, I mean, you feel this intense backlash to, quote, DEI or, greenwashing and ESG. And I can see it in lots of companies, and we see it. And we've really had to talk to people about, be careful. What we are doing helps everyone. Yes, we targeted this most acute group like a startup would to get started. But the skills first idea raises all boats. And so so how we're doing now, I mean, some companies, they don't care what people say. Others are like, oh, I'm going to keep doing it, but I don't want to talk about it anymore. So it's interesting to watch, because I worry about this moment that, again, the pendulum swings. Yeah. Yet this idea of skills first for our country, all developed countries, is, I think, the right thing to keep moving on. And it does lift all boats. And so we keep saying, no, this is about another equation, the best way to deal with any
You're about to give up the high from yesterday. That'll be below 50-30.
Is economic opportunity.
So watch if we go below there. Again, nothing has really been said out of this.
Yeah. Or if you go back,
we could turn it off in a little bit.
How many the talent did you need?
And then we either get a little mini PHILO in here. You got the press conference, and then we got everything else. I mean, it's kind of boring. I mean, I kind of like listening to her. I mean, I don't know, but it's definitely some topics some of y'all start to tune out on. And then it's kind of quiet.
Please
but
introduce yourself.
I was expecting more monetary policy.
We know each other.
That's my only disappointment out of all of it.
Right. So my name is Shashindra Holkar, and I'm coming from University of Minnesota Carlson Schools of Management. And my question is, I'm really glad you brought that access versus the aptitude. And then when we go more higher level, the soft skills are become more important. And for the companies, it's hard to distinguish the soft skill. It's because they are intangible, and also it depends on the personal biases. So how we can create a system that so people with the soft skills are easy to approach and distinguish. So do you have any experience or mechanism for that?
Yeah, the soft skills.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Shwarm, you bring up a very good point, because when I talked about skills first hiring, by the way, this is a super good point. Actually, the soft skills are harder to develop than the, quote, hard skills. And this is what I also came to believe. Most of us can teach people any of these hard skills they need to know, which is also why I quit hiring people for knowing exactly X or Y. And by the way, if they'd only done X or Y for 30 years, they don't really want to do Z, okay? They only want to do one thing. In the rate of change of technology, the skills are changing 3 to 5 years. So if I hire you for this, if I don't hire someone who loves to learn, and that is what we did to end up changing our hiring, we test for ability to learn and willingness to want to learn and curiosity. That's really what you want. And so, because if you're that, I can handle all the rest as your employer. And so it would change, like I said, it would be the first thing we would start to then, and you can test for people's willingness, propensity to learn, and curiosity. And that's what I would hire based on number one, to be first. And then the soft skills, people have this view that, oh, if you went to college, you must have good soft skills, good presenter, you're a good talker, you're good. It's not true. And so the facts, I mean, as evidenced up here, so not always true. So that point, I think, is the soft skills are the ones that you really want schools to build more on for people coming out, so they've got some more of that. I can remember, this is a funny story, when one of these first schools, they were called P-Tech schools, 6-year high schools, one of the first ones President Obama came to. So he comes in, of course, since President Obama came, the governor came, the mayor came, so you have Bloomberg, all of them there. So we're in this little library, sit in these little chairs, and he says, well, let's go to the computer lab. I'm like, there's not one. He's like, there's not a computer lab. I'm like, that's actually not what we're teaching them first. Believe it or not, they needed to learn things like how to work, how to do teamwork, how to act in a meeting with other people. They needed to learn, how to write things better. I'm like, we got to go there first. If they can do that, then I can teach them the computer stuff later, right? And I can remember him being so shocked about that. And that speaks to what our schools need to teach as well, by the way. So.
And by the way, if you want to learn the soft skills, you're not going to learn it over Zoom. Just back to the work from home comment. Other.
See, I have a velvet hammer on that topic. He's more of a hammer, okay? Yeah.
I don't have time for velvet.
Yeah, Thomas Paulson. Thanks, President Kashkari and the club for putting this lunch on and having this opportunity. I had a question really around productivity and generative AI. And so one of the, I think, questions that economists and business people struggle with is the impact of generative AI on productivity. And there's really, productivity is kind of a weird concept that's misconstrued. There's like demand-generated productivity and there's supply-side driven productivity. And a lot of people who've been talking about generative AI is more around, hey, it's going to boost our productivity from a supply side, not a demand side perspective, but it has risk of disrupting a large portion of the labor force. The technology and how technology is delivered in the United States, and a lot of that being people's and what IBM did, et cetera. So maybe you could kind of opine a little bit about how this all might work out such that we get constructive demand-generated productivity from generative AI versus the other way around. Thanks.
Did you plant that question?
I did not plant the question.
I'm so happy. Okay, how many people know what generative AI is? And how many of you love it? Oh, that's interesting. Like half the hands went down. Okay. Could you get, why do you love it?
It drives efficiencies.
Okay. Anybody else want to shout out why efficiencies? No, anybody else love it for another reason? Repetitive tasks? Okay. Yeah, that is true. I'm not good at a starting point. I could use momentum. My husband, it's a long story because he almost died a year ago. He's okay now, but I'm only telling you this because we wouldn't have done this otherwise. We reset our vows, after 44 years. I mean, because otherwise we're not that sentimental. But we had to get this ceremony, so I used it because I'm like,
a cackle in the back
without like a minister, So hey, I got a good starting point, right? Did you know that? Yeah, that was how we got that. Oh, you wrote your own? No, I had to write his for me too. So first, I want to share with you like my biggest lesson around AI, because I was doing AI when AI wasn't cool, and I took a lot of arrows for this. So I'm like at the earliest of AI. I really felt a decade ago we could have gotten this going. And I spent billions on this topic as well. So a lot of constructive learning.
Billions.
So first I'll tell you the story I learned, and then I'm going to connect it to generative AI.
This is boring. I mean, I've listened to more boring. I don't know. This one, I'm not as bored as some of y'all were saying. And then some of y'all got my back on this. You guys are like listening. Again, I know it's not all the topics, but I mean, she's been spitting. I've been down with it for now. But don't worry.
It's making a correct diagnosis in the right treatment.
Over, my friend.
Those doctors in the room, vast numbers of cancers, et cetera, in all of the different clinical trials. And so we set out. So what did I learn from that brutal set of years and experiments? Well, first I learned that actually, even a decade ago, the technology was better than the human doctor.
Only, like I said, there's no monetary policy. I'm hoping some of these questions get to it.
Decisions are really consequential.
I don't know if we will be getting that.
Your tolerance for an error goes to about zero as a patient or a user. And so what I witnessed...
But I think we'll come back to it. We'll come back to Miss Lady. But now... Oh... Oh, Chattadonia. Yes, we have earnings plays on the way. I have all of the earnings previews. So then that's it, man. We're right on schedule. We hit the PHILO, and then we're going to get our earnings. And then before you know it, the day's wrapped up. And then tomorrow morning, 1 hour before the bell, you're going to get your CPI. So Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, it's time for PHILO, and I got a small one for you. You know, I got a great one here to start off the week. I just have a simple question. I'm telling you, this PHILO, it's it's almost 11 o'clock. I don't even think I'll need 10 minutes to tell you this one. So, that being said, I do hope you take a cue from last week and the PHILO, and we talked a lot about it, man. Don't talk about it. Be about it, baby. So that being said, man, shout out to anybody out there listening to PHILO, desiring PHILO, taking PHILO and turning it into something. Rather than talking about the actions, you are becoming the actions that are going to create positive results in your life. They don't feel me, Chad. Somebody feel me in here, you know what I'm saying? But for real, man, everybody out there, it's an honor to be able to share stuff like this. And honestly, it's more of an honor to see you actually do it. I hope you realize that. It's one thing, yeah, I'm honored about showing people the long term, but it's a bigger honor to see people couple years down the road with a long term that's working, with a plan, with hope, knowing that you could take these small savings and turn them into, you know what I'm saying, Chad? So for real, man, I hope you guys do this at every corner when it comes down to the long term. I know we've had, just the PHILO. I know we've had a lot of long term. We've had a lot of option plays and all of that. But remember, man, you know, you don't say you're a philosopher. You become a philosopher. You know what I'm saying? You don't say you're getting the long term. You get the long term. So PHILO, baby, let's bring it to life. And on that point, this one, some of you are definitely not going to like it. Some of you will like it, and whether you like it or not, some of you will be called out. This PHILO is so simple. It is so simple. Are you ready for it, Chad Adonia? Are you ready? I love this one, because here is your question. Here is your question, ladies and gentlemen. Your PHILO is one question. If you read your Bible as much as you drank water, would you end up dehydrated every single day? Oh, man. And maybe you could replace this with Bible for whatever else you're looking for, but no, I'm making this one biblical today. It's very simple. My question to you, if you drank water like you read your Bible, would you become dehydrated? That is the question you need to ask yourself. You would have died many years ago. Some would have, you know, and honestly, listen, here's the deal. Some of you probably may have not cracked open a Bible in a minute. You know what I'm saying? And I feel you. That's fine. It took me a while to. You know what some people were getting interested. They're like, Josh, you're not Muslim. You're not this. How did you? And then your parents grew up like this. Wait a minute. And I told them, until I was older, it took me a while to start cracking that thing open. But it's very simple though. Like again, in a weird way, there's probably a big section of people out there. They're like, yeah, I read it. Yeah, I keep up to date with it. But my question is, like, if you're looking for a real living answer, are you consuming the Bible as if it's water? Because if you go 3 days without water, you will die. And it is very easy to get spiritually dehydrated. So today's PHILO is very, very simple. It's very, very short. I'm here to remind you it is a living word. But if you are not drinking it as if it is water, it will be very easy to die and get dehydrated. Very, very simple. I wish I could give you a deeper PHILO of today. I wish I could go and talk to you about the different. I have a good one. The story about scattering the seas. I got a good one for you. I got a deep explanation of it, but what's the point of going in there where it's just like, for real? Some of y'all like the PHILO because sometimes you be getting a drink sometimes without having to read it. But I hope you realize you can get dehydrated. And I'm not talking, again, dehydration happens in 3 days of no water. In no water, baby. So it's very, very simple. Am I promoting religion? I'm promoting what I believe, because 5 years ago, I started reading the Bible. I was exposed to it at other times in my life. And 5 years ago, I was doing a lot of other things. I was doing a lot of other drugs. If you told me to go and sit in front of people and go and tell them stock news and info for free and have a community where you could share with people, I would say, fuck you. with that exact. So then again, I say the F word a lot, so a lot of the religious people don't like me, and it goes back and forth. But I'm just saying there's a book out there, a book of success, and I do like it, and this is one of them. And that's why I'm just saying as a reminder where a lot of this stuff comes from. Just, are you drinking the water, or are you reading the book as you should, or is it just I only check in with certain things whenever I feel bad? And if y'all haven't realized, this is a PHILO about PHILO too. You only want PHILO when things are going bad. You only want PHILO when things are going good. You only want PHILO when you're in the moment. Oh, you only want to open up the word when you want an airplane. Come on, baby. Oh, I believe this because my parents believe it. Oh, I believe it because my culture tells me to be. Oh, I'm going to do this. But nah, man, you would have been dehydrated a long time ago. All of us would have been. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple, bro. I can only speak to you what I've gone through regardless of what you believe in. I hope you know I love you and will provide to you whatever I can that is available to me at every corner. But at the end of the day, man, just remember, maybe you don't want to hear it as Bible. Great. But I'll just tell you one big thing about personal development. One big thing is that you are going to have something that is going to act like water. And what I mean by that, there are some things you need to refresh yourself with every single day. And before we look around and we ask, why do I feel this way? Why is it acted like this? Oh, man, I'm only going to go to this. I'm only going to go to get help once I'm feeling like I'm actually dying. Just ask yourself where you are really getting your hydration from. So on that note, Chattadonia, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watches and main channel, baby. We'll see you there every night. But that's it. That's it. That's your mini PHILO. Just like that, man. Just that's it. That one question, I heard it, and it blew my mind. It was with me all weekend, asking myself. I'm like, am I dehydrated? Am I dehydrated? What happens if I read it? And I was like, I do read it. You got to maybe a little bit more water. A little bit more water, huh? All right, on that note, so now I need to send out a stream alert. So giving them a couple of minutes so you could get your stream alerts first link in the description.
And I
but that's
spent
it, man. It's
sometimes
time for the
countless hours with him, whether it's in the Oval Office, whether it's on the road. And I believe, for me, you're asking me my personal opinion, he is sharp. He is on top of things. When we have meetings with him, with his staff, he's constantly pushing us, trying to get more information. And so that has been my experience with this president. Anything else outside of that, I just shared with you what Dr. O'Connor said to me, and so I'll just leave it there.
Thanks, Green. No, you're not going to comment on the campaign or its decisions, but does the White House believe that TikTok is giving Americans, especially younger Americans, false perceptions about President Biden and his broader agenda?
Look, I'm going to be really careful about speaking to TikTok specifically because there is a CFIUS review. They're in an independent body, and they are going to move forward with whatever they decide to do, and so don't want to step into that. Obviously, more broadly, as it relates to social media platforms, we've always said there is misinformation, disinformation out there that we have to try and combat, and so we've always been very clear. We've always been concerned about our young people and the information the misinformation, disinformation that they're getting, and how that's affecting their lives. That is a concern that we have, and we've talked about that very explicitly, very clearly. As it relates to TikTok, going to be really careful because of that CFIUS review, and so just want to be super, super mindful. Obviously, just not going to comment on specific cases.
Separately, the Senate is on track to pass the National Security Supplemental this week. Still not clear if Speaker Johnson's going to bring that up for a vote in the House. Does the president plan to have any outreach with House Republican leadership to try to get that across the finish line?
So look, you know how important the president thinks it is to get that very all-important funding, security assistance to Ukraine, obviously Israel, Indo-Pacific. We've been very clear about that. Obviously, we had this really careful strategic conversations as well with Senate Republicans and Democrats for the past couple of months for the border security because we believe that entire package was important. But obviously, Republicans specifically in the House got in the way and would not move that forward. And it's unfortunate because that is the way we believe we would have been able to deal with policy issues and funding issues as it relates to the border, the challenges at the border, and also immigration. So look, we are in constant communication. The team here, the Office of Legislative Affairs, and other White House officials are in constant communication, obviously with the leadership on both sides of chamber. in each chamber to try and figure out how we're going to move forward, how we're going to make sure that this all important funding gets out there. And so conversations are going to continue. We are obviously, what we wanted to see is the border security component, negotiation piece of that to be included, but we are where we are, and we believe it's important. It's important to move forward.
But would the president get directly involved in those conversations?
I don't have any conversations to read out. Obviously, he tends to have private conversations. We don't read out every conversation. He has relationships with folks in Congress, but his Office of Legislative Affairs and other White House officials are in regular touch with congressional leadership, and they also keep the president updated as well, which is important. Okay.
Thanks. Just
Federal
two things.
budget balance, negative 21.9.
For the week,
estimate was
the
negative
Republic events
21.
for the president today and on Friday.
Okay, final question.
You might be able to
and then we'll get
give
into
us a
earnings
sense on
previews.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yalla.
As you make the case that the president has a lot of vigor and is doing a lot of things. what is
So let me just talk about Friday a little bit, because I think I know that an advisory went out over the weekend about East Palestine. All of you know that he's going to be going to East Palestine on Friday. He's going to be traveling there, and it's because of the invitation that he received from the mayor. So it's going to be really important. And while the president's on the ground, he'll get a briefing on the ongoing response and speak to the administration's work to keep Norfolk Suffolk accountable, which is incredibly important.
Is this
and
still about
support
the
community
Palestine
as
thing?
it moves forward. He also has heard loud and clear from the folks in East Palestine that they don't want to be defined by an event, and so he'll speak to the administration's work to deliver on the needs for family businesses that are affected. And let's not forget there is the Bipartisan Railway Safety Act that he's going to continue to call on Congress to move forward on. So that is going to be a really important trip. You are correct about that. The president will be out there meeting directly with the American people. I don't have anything yet for tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday. Obviously, when things move or we have something to share, we'll certainly put that out there on the daily guidance. And obviously, there's some movement happening in Congress as well that we're keeping a close eye on. And so once we have more to share, we'll have more to share on that.
And then secondly, you started the briefing by wishing congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs as well as to all the Swifties out there. I'm wondering, when the Chiefs are invited to the White House, does the White House intend to also invite Taylor Swift?
That's going to be up to the Chiefs and obviously their decision to figure out who's going to come with them when they come. And as you know,
If that's not the best
White House
question to wrap
tradition,
this up on.
I can't speak to attendance and who will.
She loves the question, though. She's like,
Taylor's
going to come. I hope they invite her.
Them on a great win.
That is so cool.
Thanks so much. You talked a lot about how.
All right, thanks so much. Thanks so much. Now, Chattadonia, you've waited all day. You've gone through every day, man. Y'all better, I hope you enjoy these moments, because before you know it, earnings is going to be over, and then we're going to wait like one extra month, and then it starts over again. You know what I'm saying? But now it's time for earnings. So, again, my stream alerts people, I hope you guys got your alert so you're ready to go. If not, you're here right now. I hope you are all ready to pay attention. So once we go over the plays, we're not going to recap them unless it's on the watch list. So ask the questions while you're here. Stay focused. We're going to go over all of the earnings for today. There's a couple that I do not have, and then there's actually a lot of earnings for tomorrow morning. We're going to run through. We're going to price the option chain, see what the option market is saying is the expected move. Then we're going to do our 2 standard deviations, and then we're either going to make plays or let them sit there and then go from there. So Chattadonia, are you all ready? Show me that you're ready with 20 likes. We need 20 more likes to get to the next support level. So let's go. But while you are liking the video, and that I know you are here, let me tell you the disclaimer. Not only is none of this a recommendation and you will lose money, but beyond any disclaimers, please do not use this to gamble inappropriately. Again, all we are doing is seeing what is priced in. So if you use the numbers that are priced in, you can factor this into any strategy. The strategy that I will be going for is going after the plays that are most likely not to hit. That's why we're going after them with a cheap amount of money. The big disclaimer, how do you really execute this strategy? It is about keeping them small and keeping the prices very low. So then that way, if we're wrong, they don't cost a lot. And if they are right, it should be able to make up some of the money for you, okay? Are you all following with me? So don't get out of hand. Watch your budget. And again, if you I only have $500, well, think about the whole week. You don't want to spend all of them on the plays today, okay? That's all you got to do. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready for it. Do not let this hurt you. Let it help you. Factor it into whatever strategy you want, and keep in mind the future, my friends. So on that note, let's get into our earnings previews. What do we have here? What do we have now? The money that you need is cursed. Amen. Tell them. Oh, you brought your friend Sammy Sosa, like Sammy Sosa of the Chicago Cubs? That's hype, bro. I love Sammy Sosa. Everybody loves Sammy Sosa. So the first play today after hours, this one's already moved today, so it already has a little bit of premium, but ANET. ANET is the next one. Or this, they gapped up 4%. Then they came back down. But as far as their preview, they're expected to do $1.53 billion in revenue. Estimate was $150 to $155. Non-GAAP gross margin 63% versus guidance of 63. Non-GAAP operating 42.7 versus guidance of 42. EPS is expected to be $1.70. Revenue for next quarter expected to be $1.52 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 62.7 and non-GAAP operating 41.9 on an EPS of $1.66 a share. Since last quarter, October 30th, ANET is up 52%, S&P is up 19.9, and XLK is up 25.5. Near-term options imply 9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 14, gain of 20, loss of 16, and then gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 20 of 20, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. So ANET, they are pricing in about $37. And yeah, $37. That's crazy. 28 to 29. I'm getting $39. Wow. So let's say we use 39. What does that bring them to? 39 divided by 283.3. You're looking at 13.7. So, yeah, they're pricing in a lot. So, again, $37, $39 either way. I mean, that means your options, anything within there, they have to be within $39. That's a lot. So, 39 times 2, $78 plus 283. That leaves us with $361 to the upside. I feel like these are still going to be expensive, no? Yeah, they're still $390. Yeah, not so much. And then what, $78? 283 plus 34 minus 78. 205. You get the 200s for 35 cents. Maybe if we want to go, where is that? 235? Was that the ones we were looking at? No. Those are 205s. Yeah, that's still a long way down. You'd have to give up like 2 earnings. Yeah, that's kind of expensive. So it's going to move $39. People are pricing. We've hit ANET before. If y'all were here back in the day, we've hit many ANETs, actually. We've hit top and bottom. But I don't know. ANET, that one, I think that's going to move a lot, but that may be a little too expensive. It's up a lot on the year comparatively. Let's come back to that one, but for now, I'm going to say no play. They're too expensive. It's pricing it. So, again, maybe like NET or the other ones, we may be able to get there. You get the $39. Great question. So, again, if you go watch the tutorial, go YouTube, Ghetto Standard Deviations. I believe this is the tutorial right here. This will give you the full breakdown of all of it. But I'll show you how to do it live right here now too. But I want to make sure, just so you guys could always go back and have this. But a lot of people have gotten great success with this tutorial. Very nice. But how you do it is you get the at-the-money strike prices. So go to the week of earnings and then go to the at-the-money strike price. So 282.50. and add them up here. You could go off the last trade or the ask. I'm going off the ask here. 1890 plus 28, 2030. That's going to leave you with about $39. So you take the at the money call and put and add them together. That should be around here plus or minus. And ta-da, that's how you do it. So you get that number, and then I double it up to go for 2 standard deviations. But whatever is priced at the money, that is 1 standard deviation. If you didn't get it, I got you, bro. I got you. There you go. Even Devlin got it too, baby. Amen, amen. But yeah, ANET's pricing a little bit more, so they're pricing in a lot. So 1 standard deviation is about 14%. That's a big move to be priced in. So chances are those contracts, again, even then, you can't get 2 standard deviations below $1 there. I mean, it's kind of up there. So that's ANET. That's play number 1. Then play number 2, CDNS, I believe. I don't have waste management, so I don't know if you guys want to price in waste management real quick. I could do that for you, but I don't have the earnings preview. Or are we selling or buying? That's up to you. You could do whatever you want. Like I'm saying, the whole point of like me going over all of this is, do I have a strategy that involves a small amount of money and spacing it out? Yes. But above all else, once you know what the option market is pricing in for earnings, then from there you could double it up. You could factor whatever you want. Usually I double it up, and if they're cheap enough, I will buy them. And then if not, I just won't play them, or we'll wait for the post earnings. ANET, we didn't make a play on ANET, but we just went over a couple of questions there, how to price it. And I said we'll come back to it, but for now, no ANET. Now we're moving on to Western Union Waste Management. I don't have the earnings preview, but they're pricing in about 780, about 830, 840. I think 830 is about fair. So 830 for Waste Management. We double that up, 830 times 2, we're left with 1660. So add that to 188.01. We're left with 204 to the upside on Waste Management. $40, $60 for these ones will get you in the money. These are a little out. So 202 and a halves. And then 1660. 171 to the downside. So 55 cents, about $90 both ways on Waste Management. I don't have a preview on them. I don't know how much they've moved. We normally sell them, or you normally sell them. I usually will buy them if they are below a certain price. So it just all depends on the risk to reward. Otherwise, I've kind of refrained from selling them because sometimes they've hit. There was a chat in here who did it. He pretty much took all the plays, and then instead of buying them, if you just shorted or did iron condors, how it would have worked out. It did work out, but the risk was a lot higher. So Waste Management's up a lot, but I don't know. Those 170s, maybe the downside, still kind of expensive. I'm going to skip that one. So the next play is going to be Cadence CDNS. This one's today after the bell, $300 stock. Kind of moved near all-time highs. So they're expecting $1.06 billion in revenue versus guidance of $1.039 to $1.079. Non-GAAP operating margin 42.1 versus 42. EPS $1.34 versus guidance of 130 to 136. Revenue next quarter is 1.09. Next quarter is non-GAAP operating margin 42.2, EPS $1.37. Price history since last quarter, October 23rd. CDNS is up 25%, S&P is up 18.4, and XLK is up 24.6. Near-term options imply 5.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 1, loss of 4, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 12 of the last 19, with 1 in line. So that's CDNS. They're kind of expensive. I feel like this one's going to be up there, but they don't really move too much. So they are pricing in, what, 23, 305. Ooh, we're tough. You're like right in the middle. So like 22.40, and then add like extra dollar, like 23.40. That's about right. So 23.40 CDNS, that's priced in for one way. What do you say, 23.40? Yeah, 23.40. So it'd be like what, 46.80? Yeah, 46.80 plus 308.65. That'll be 355.55. So damn, 330. That's March though. Oh, they only have February's. Still, that's kind of expensive. 260. Yeah, this one's gonna be up there. 46.80. $26.261. I think these are just all going to be expensive. 260s for 40 cents. It was right below there at the beginning of the year. That one could be decent if they surprise to the downside. I think I'm going to burn that one too. That's a little bit up there. Yeah, it's still expensive. And that 190 pins, I don't think we ever did a 190 pins. All right, any questions on that one? CDNS, we're going to skip that one. Next one is Zoom Info. Any questions before moving on? Speak now off ever hold your peace. Airbnb, no. I think I might have an old one. I got to double check, but a lot of my Airbnbs, they expired. Oh, the ones from earlier. Yeah. I forgot. I thought you were talking about the leaps. I sold one of the 190s and one of the 170s. Yeah, we got 100, a little bit more. They're 200% now. I sold out at 100 to make them free. Oh, wow. SPY did just dump there. Again, we are at the low end of the level. So Zoom Info, this is the next one. ZI, they're expecting 310 in revenue. Estimate was 309 to 312. Adjusted gross margin 89.4. Adjusted operating 39.7 versus guidance of 39.5 to 39.7. EPS expected to be at 25 cents versus guidance of 24 to 25. Cash from operations 115.5 million. Unlevered free cash flow 122 million. Deferred revenue 434.8. Billings 342.2. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 309.1. Adjusted gross margin 89.4, adjusted operating 39, EPS 24, cash from operations 107.5, unlevered free cash flow 116.6, deferred revenue 455.3, and billings of 330. Since last quarter, they are down 1.3. S&P is up 19.9, XLK is up 25.5. Near-term options imply 13% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 16, loss of 27, gain of 1, and then gain of 5. Revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 14 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 14, and forward quarter revenue, or EPS, has beaten 1 of the last 14 with 10 in line. And then SPY is negative now. SPY and NASDAQ negative. Russell's still holding up, but you have flipped on that one, surprisingly. You're below yesterday or the Friday high. So ZI, they're pricing in 220. Yikes, $16 flat, $235. We'll go with 225. So that's still what, $450? But even then, what is that? 225 divided by 16. They're pricing in 14%. And then we're looking at what, 450? So that'd be like what, 20.50 to the high side? 20 cents. Again, they're just pricing in a lot. That's a lot for a cheap-ass stock. And then, what, 420, 450 to the downside is like, what, 1150? Those are, damn, the puts are more expensive. No shit. So, I don't think the puts will hit. I just think it kind of reminds me of Snapchat, but reverse now. 2050. I'm down with the 20s. We'll go with the 20s. All right, I grab one of the $20 calls next week at 22 cents. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. So I think the puts just have limited downside, and then the calls just seem to be a better price. I have no idea why we're selling off heavy right now. Again, if anything, Fed futures moved around earlier, but I think we just hit a new high, then started selling off. Is it because of NVIDIA? Is NVIDIA selling off? Bro, they're dumping right now. NVIDIA is selling off. What about ARB and SMCI? Yeah, those are both. I think everything came down, and then tech wasn't playing along. All you have is the regionals, but now Russell's starting to dump. Russell just gave up 0.25% in a little bit. Remember, volume was low in the morning, or all day, really. And then remember, you do have your data tomorrow morning. Bonds are still up. Fed futures actually turned around, believe it or not. Yeah, Amazon's been getting dumped on. That's big, bro, out of nowhere. Again, we just gave up 0.5% on the NASDAQ almost. NASDAQ's moved bottom to top 1%, but now you are trading below Friday's levels. So remember, we hit a new high today. That was another high, but now maybe we'll test 5,000 flat. Remember, 5,018 was its own little level. Yeah, I'm still in the Pinduoduo. I think they're up 100 still. ANET, I haven't made a play on ANET. I think I'll come back to it, but I'm leaning towards no play. So far, only earnings play I did today was Zoom Info. And it's already moved up like half of its expected move there. A little less than that. So next earnings play. Any questions on ZI? Before we move on. Again, we're not going to repeat any of the plays. Again, I think Zoom Info puts, I don't know if they're going to hit the same way. And then again, it's trailing behind the S&P. So I only went for one $20 call, but $20 is expensive on what it is. The puts are cheap, but I just don't think it's going to run up a lot. So like even if you buy them at 10 cents, even if it goes down to like 12, 13 bucks, I think it'll go up to like what, 50, 60 cents? Maybe $1 for the at the money, but then you're going to lose the IV. I think it'll go, so I think you'll make like 10 bucks to 60, but I think there's just more upside to the high end. So that's how I'm looking, save money. But you can go both ways. Don't listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Like if you really want to secure it 10 bucks to the downside, it's all you. But again, the plays are cheap nominally, but they're kind of expensive for what you're paying for. You know what I'm saying? I just spent $25 on a call, $22 on a call. I could have just bought one share. You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty high price. That's a pretty high price. There's no news right now on this dump. I see Bank of England Bailey says I wouldn't put too much weight on whether UK enters technical recession. We're beginning to see signs of an upturn. Other than that, I'm not seeing anything. I think just typical hit a high and then sell off. Remember, we melted up to another all-time high today by like an additional 20 points almost. All right, next play is, that's it. We're done for the day. Unless is there any for today that you guys want to go over? I guess I don't have previews on the rest of the ones for today. So I don't know if you want Avis, Lattice Semiconductors. I think those would be I think LSCC, that's another chip maker. Maybe they end up surprising. I think that's the only one. They're kind of clapped here. I don't know the preview on LSCC, but let's take a look at what it's pricing in. Shopify is going to be tomorrow morning. CleanSpark already reported. So this one, Lattice doesn't even have the options. $10, $10.90. We had like $10.50. So $21 both ways. So 91. These are still, dude, these are crazy. Or what? 50? Puts are cheap on Latisse. Let's see. Expanse, Habibi. It's kind of expanse. Yeah, these aren't cheap at all. You literally, these are like 3 standard deviations. So these ones might not. You might be better off playing tomorrow. Unless it like absolutely rips. All right, I grabbed one Latisse at 55 to the call side for March. 110, not a recommendation. Then I'm going to grab a put for 10 cents on February. 8 cents. I'm down with that. I know, surprised we haven't seen a CPI leaked comment yet, right? Yeah, call side March, what was it, 105, 110? Which one was it? March 110 call for 55 cents. Then the 50 put at 8 cents. This is on LSCC. Honestly, the only reason why I'm playing it is a chip maker. There's a lot of like volume on it, but it looks like one of those chip makers that was like near all-time highs, kind of in this like little gulag. So I feel like they'll have a lot of upside if they could beat. But then even off of this little calendar, it looks like, or that earnings, it looks like they had bad earnings that was kind of putting them in recovery mode. So I think it might surprise there. And again, it's just related to the chip. So I'm kind of down with that one. But I spent about $50, $60 on that. So that's Latisse. And then now I think the only other one would be Car, Avis Budget. If any of you are trying to play them, I'll price it out for you. I don't think I'm going to play this one, though. They kind of actually look pinned, though. Let's just take a look. I went next month call, then next week or weekly put. What is it? Car? So Avis looks like $19, 167. We'll use the 170s. 18. Yeah, 19 bucks. 19 times 2, $38. 169.5. So 207 to the high side. Oh, damn. Even Car's expensive. Those are up there. And then 131 to the downside. Puts aren't bad. I don't know. For Avis. And they're either going to die or run up here. Again, they kind of have the pin. So that one would be quite tempting, but the calls are really expensive. I have no idea what's going on with the market. Latisse, you just missed that one. I think it was a 110 call for March and then 50 put for February. But last call is over now. I'm sorry. We must move on. All right, so car, we priced that one out. I don't know if any of you are going to take that. SPY near the low. We don't have any news on that. So now the next earnings is your friend Shopify. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Shopify, baby. All right. So Shopify, they're expecting $2.0 billion in revenue, non-GAAP gross profit $1.04 billion, non-GAAP gross margin 50.1, non-GAAP operating $408.8 million, adjusted operating income $386.9 million, adjusted operating margin 18.7, and these are tomorrow morning too, by the way. These are not after hours. These are in the morning. Monthly recurring revenue, $143.6 million. Gross merchandise volume, $72.08 billion. Shopify since last quarter, November 1st, is up 74.6. S&P is up 17.9. And XLF, they're considered a financial, is up 20.1. Near-term options imply 12.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 22, loss of 5, gain of 24, loss of 16. Revenue has beaten consensus 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. I feel like this one's going to be expensive no matter what. Again, and think about it. If it's pricing in 12.5, 2 standard deviations would literally have to be like a 25% move. But they have moved a ton. I mean, this is one of those names. They either continue that momentum or they get beaten down to earth. Or maybe they just do nothing. 12.4. So 89.5. Yeah, 11, 12, 12.50. 12.40. Take 12.50. So $25 either way. 25, that's 114.15. Oh, there's still 115 on there. Oof. So yeah, you're paying a lot there for 2 standard deviations. Let's see the puts. $64.5. Oh, Habibi. I can't resist, man. You know exactly. Downside only, Habibi. Downside look very, not so bad. I take this one. I take the 65. Maybe we do 60. No, we do keep it small. $16. Very cheap, Habibi. All right, I grab one at 16. 65 put, not a recommendation. You will lose money. That's for Shopify. $16. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Am I crazy for liking the call side? No, it just prices. I mean, 2 standard. If you get within what's priced in, I think that's a better idea. But 2 standard deviations for the price is kind of up there. Unless, yeah, maybe you could go for the Marches 130. But then again, that's 3 standard deviations. So these contracts furthest out, still a 3 standard deviation move. But then again, it is Shopify. I mean, if they break out and they're able to do good, I think their next stop is like 100 to 120. I think 120, it could hit, but just so far, everything's telling us it's expensive. So not bad. That's Shopify play. You find the standard deviation by pricing in the at-the-money contract price. So this tutorial will help you out a ton if you haven't seen it. We already kind of recapped that a little bit as we started. Some people had questions on the first one. We went over cadence, yeah. CDNS. I don't think we made a play, but we did go over that one. All right, next one is going to be Coca-Cola. Shopify play, you asked right in time. We're leaving Shopify. I did one put, $65 put for next week. So Coca-Cola, KO. That's the Coca-Cola we're talking about. We have it in the long term. They've been holding up. Let's see what they got. They're expecting net revenue of $10.67 billion, organic revenue growth $8.7 billion, gross margin 57.3, operating margin 23.1, and EPS of 49 cents since last quarter. Coca-Cola is up 10.9, S&P is up 18.4, and XLP is up 9.9. Near-term options imply 2.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 1, break-even, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. Not bad. Not bad. So I don't think Coca-Cola is just going to move. That's it. Their price at 3% is high for Coca-Cola. Here's the deal. If Coca-Cola surprises, all of those options will hit, but Coca-Cola is not meant to move, and it doesn't really. So this one's going to be kind of personal preference of whether or not you think they'll actually get a blowout earnings. 160. So 320 is 2 standard deviations. 160 is 1. 320 would be like what? 6260? Yeah, 18 cents. Not bad. And then what? 320 downside would be 5650. I mean, you could play it cheap if you really. It's not bad considering the price. Again, Pepsi bear. If anything, Pepsi moved lower, and then they got to upgrade. They were down earlier, but they got out of it. So you might be able to wait, or if they do good. Yeah, it's 3% pricing in a lot, and it just doesn't really move. So that one's just if you think they're gonna surprise. So that's Coca-Cola. Next one in line. These are all for tomorrow morning. Biogen. This one could be big, but I'm sure they're going to be expensive. Biogen, bro. The man, the myth, the legend. Biogen. B-I-I-B. Oh, man. They can move a lot. It's going to be expensive, though. Revenue, $2.47 billion. Expenses, R&D, $589.5. SG&A, $605. EPS, $3.18 since last quarter. Biogen is down 2.1. S&P is down up 14.1, and XLV is up 12.5. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, gain of 2, loss of 4, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. So they're pricing in a decent amount. They've lost for the last year. And then it's just they're related to both drugs and healthcare, depending on which factor you care about more. 242, that's like what, 1370? Yep, that's about right. So 2720, I believe. 1370 times 2. 2740. So plus that, 243.98. 271.38. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Damn, they're even crazier for March. Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to grab those. What do we say? 271? And then what's the downside? 27.4. Off of 243.90. $216 of the downside. Of course, they make these ones a cheap. They make it the put a cheap. my P&L from using this strategy. We're going to do it once earnings season's over. For now, we're still up on all the plays, but I would still assume all of them are going to miss out. Why? Because if you didn't get the Meta, if you didn't get the ARM, the 3M, the IBM, or the TSM, your earnings can change drastically. I like the biogens, but they're just too expensive. I like the concept. You know what I'm saying? I like the idea of playing biogen, but I just don't like that price at all. No. I'd rather play the shares at the release. Unless you could get them really close. But again, these are like borderline edging on 3 standard deviations, unfortunately. The dollar wants to fight. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, someone get those for 75? No, it's still too much. That's too much. All right, the next one is going to be Marriott. So again, Airbnb will have something to react to in the morning off of Marriott. I think Hilton, they didn't do as good, but they still went up. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Where is it? So Marriott, they're expecting, let's throw up a multi-year. They're at all-time highs. No play on Airbnb, no. If I could get filled at like a lower price, I'm down, but no play on on BNB or Biogen, BIIB. So they're expecting Marriott revenue par worldwide 7.1 versus guidance of 6 to 7.5. Revenue 6.2 billion. Owned, leased, corporate housing 387. Cost reimbursement 4.65 billion. G&A and other expenses 253. EBITDA 1.14 versus guidance of 1.11 to 1.15. EPS of 212 versus guidance of 204 to 213. Price history since last quarter, November up 31, S&P up 17.9, and XLY up 15.5. Near-term options imply 4.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 1, gain of 5, gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Not bad. So Marriott. Yeah, this is MAR. 247.5. 980. Give or take 50 cents. 950. We'll go with 950. 18. So $19 both ways. That would be 2 standard deviations. So 267 to the upside. 50 cents. That's not bad, all things considered, because it's a $200 stock. And then 229 to the downside. The puts are more expensive. No shit. That's probably after Expedia. So that one's tough. They recently had that launch there. It's a little expensive. The calls aren't too bad, believe it or not. Usually the puts are the ones that are a better deal. Is there a reason why we're not playing Airbnb? You just came in late. We have Airbnb. We're up 200% on it, and then we made them free earlier today, but we played them on Friday or after the Expedia decline. So you've missed the watch list and most of the live stream today. So you'll have those to recap, if anything. Yeah, Marriott's not bad, though. It's still going to be a little expensive. The calls are decent if you want to go one way. I didn't get a play on Marriott, no. I liked it, though. I think it was like $267-ish or $19 above where it's at. The Expedia paid out for a little bit, but I don't know. That might be a little bit of a decline. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll wait on Marriott. Let's see how much we spent. That one's decent, though. Zoom info. We already made plays. So, again, if you guys missed out on the plays that we've covered, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait till later. Or maybe at the end, I'll try to recap them all. But at the end of the day, we have gone. You're a couple plays too late now. So, next one is Hasbro. So, now the train keeps moving. Hasbro kind of looks pinned. So Hasbro, they're expecting $1.3 billion in revenue, gross margin 61.5, operating 11.5, EPS 66 cents. Since last quarter, they're down 8.9, S&P is up 19.3, and then XLY is up 18.3. Near-term options imply 10% move, so that's kind of high. Last 4 quarters, loss of 12, gain of 1, gain of 15, break even. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. So Hasbro pricing in $5.90. So you don't have any other cheap contracts after this week. That's about right. We'll say $6. So $12 both directions. That'll be like what, 63? So you have to go with the 90s or the 60s. $12 both way. That'd be like what? 12, 41, and then 38, 25. The puts aren't bad. I don't know. That one's cheap both ways. It's kind of like Zoom Info. You got a little bit of downside there because it's a higher price than Zoom Info. And then the calls are a little bit out of the money to get there. And then that's on March, though. Maybe if you went with the weeklies, you could probably get the cheaper calls. But even then, they're charging $60 for that. You can get $5 further. Because 65 is like way out there. Let's see. Damn, someone got those for 20? Yeah, that's kind of shitty. Yeah, those jacked up. I'll wait. No deal, Howie. No deal. Yeah, they're up 80. They seem like they went up a lot. That's why I'm like, I think it already kind of had its run up. And those are further out the money. So that was your boy Hasbro. The next one in line is now Moody's. I always think these ones are interesting. You know, Moody's makes $1.4 billion a quarter. Isn't that crazy? That's what they're expected to do. $791 off analytics. Adjusted operating income $660.3 million. Adjusted operating margin 44.6%. EPS $2.33. Since last quarter, Moody's is up 32.5. S&P is up 17.6. Oh, Moody's. Damn, it's a $400 stock. They're killing it. Remember, S&P, they fell. MCO, again, near-term options imply 4.5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 1, gain of 1, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. House GOP leadership does not plan to move Israeli aid bill this week. MCO. Damn, these strikes are $10 apart? My goodness. Pricing in 16, $3 in the money. I'll go with $13. I'm going to use a different. We'll say $26, 2 standard deviations. So $4.28. That's all going to be terrifyingly expensive. $28 to $26. Like what? $3.80? Yeah, these are just way too. That's unless you want to go for the Februaries. Even then, like $3.60s. Symphony. SPG already reported, though. No, I'm good. ANET, we chose to pass up on ANET for now. I'll come back to it. I want to see once we do all the other plays. We only got 2 more left. So, yeah, we'll skip out of there, and then we'll see a review, and then we'll go back to anything we didn't play. We'll see how we get started out. Now, QSR, this is the next one. Again, they own Popeyes and a couple of others. So, QSR, they're expecting 4.7 on Tim Hortons, Burger King 6.6, Popeyes 5.1, and Firehouse 2.9. Revenue is $1.8 billion expected. Adjusted EBITDA $627.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 34.8. EPS is 74 cents. Since last quarter, November 2nd, QSR is up 11.2. S&P is up 15.6, and XLY is up 12.6. Near-term options imply 4.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 0, gain of 2, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So QSR. They're priced in 3.54. 77.5, 290, and 340. Say 350. So $7 both ways. That'll be like what? 84.87. $35. And $7, 70, 87, 30. You can play this one $60 both ways. They just don't move that much on earnings. That one's decent. It's right within the range, not pricing in too much. That one's just going to be a toss-up whether or not they report really good or bad. So not bad. Which one's that? QSR. That one's a... But then again, they just might cuck. That's the only problem. That's not bad, though. So again, 82.50. Those are already up. And then 70. The puts are really cheap. Oh, no, that's for next. Oh, wow. These are for March, too. They move more than Coca-Cola. Yeah, it's QSR, but it's still like, unless they do really bad in one segment, they have ran up from 63. And then they are near all-time highs, but like you could see it on their chart. They don't really move on earnings. I don't know what happened at 120. No real news. It just seems like ever since Euro close, we hit the high, came up a little bit, but then we've just been kind of dumping and giving it back. So the final play now. Are you guys ready? Which company is this? AN? I don't even know who AN is. Or is this INMD? Oh, no. AutoNation. AN. The other ones I don't have. Google's flushing right now. So AutoNation. Wow, they're at the highs. You'd think an auto company wouldn't be doing as hot. AutoNation. So AutoNation expecting 6.6 billion in volume or revenue, gross profit 1.22 billion, SG&A expense of gross profit 64, EPS $4.89 since last quarter. They're up 10.7, S&P's up 20.7, and XLY's 20.1. Near-term options imply 6.9% move last 4 quarters. Break even, loss of 12, loss of 4, gain of 11. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with one in line. And short interest is 12%. Oh, AutoNation. No? Okay. Auto parts. 8-10. All right, what are they? So pricing in a decent amount, honestly. So $10, 6%, a little bit more than 5. 1080, does that look to be right? Oh, 9, again, 1040. We'll go 1050. So $21 would be both ways. That'd be what, 174? $1.65, and then $20 to the downside would be what, 130? 131, 132? Still $1. Those are expensive. This one's kind of charging quite a bit, but it does kind of look like it'll break out or not, and you have a lot of short interest. I wish you were cheaper, my friend. $21.74. No. We did MCO. Yeah, that was expensive. You want to do your plays 2 days before because that's when options are cheaper. It just depends on every company. So some companies it'll get lower. Sometimes it'll go higher. It just kind of depends on the market. Lately, there's one good earnings after the next. Everybody's been getting hyped up on the next one. So again, a good example was Airbnb, and then it ran up today. So it really just depends on what's going on. No way. Yeah, AN, I don't think you could get any place for a good price. What's the other ones we said we're going to... So that's all the plays for now. What do we do? I don't think we did much. I think I grabbed Zoom Info one way, then LCC both ways for cheap, and then one Shopify put. So I spent, what, 60, 70, 80, 90, about $100 for 3 different plays. Kind of good. And then again, I did grab, what's it called, AMAT, ACAM, and the other ones here today. So what was the other one? We said we'll come back to ANET. Wasn't there one more we said we'll come back to? ANET, and then was it Shopify? Or Biogen? I want to see if that Biogen one. Was it Datadog? Datadog's in the morning. I don't know. Where is that one? I don't have their preview. Yeah, we didn't go. Did we go over Datadog? No, I don't think we went over Datadog. So Datadog, they're expecting, let me throw it up here. Yeah, let's do Datadog. Datakelb. So Datakelb, they're expected to do 569.3 million versus guidance of 564 to 568. So analysts are on the high side. Non-GAAP gross margin 81.4. Non-GAAP operating 23.1 versus 22.7 to 23.6. EPS 43 cents versus guidance of 42 to 44. Cash from operations 152.9 million. Ending deferred revenue 738.7 million. Billing 654. Revenue 587.2 million. Non-GAAP gross margin 80.9. EPS 40 cents. Cash from operations 174 and billings of 624. Since last quarter, November 6th, Datadog is up 64.2, S&P is up 14.4, and XLK is up 18.2. Near-term options implied 12% move. Last 4 quarters, 28% gain, 17% sell-off, 15% gain, and 7% down. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 17 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 17 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 17, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 13 of the last 17 with 2 in line. Data Kelb. So Data Kelb, $16. That's pricing in more than 10%. 16.70. We'll go 16. $32 both ways. So 166.50. Juiced, bro. And then $32 would be 102. Puts are cheap. Puts are cheap, man. What would it be? 160? No, you ain't getting nothing. Yeah, Datadog. It's priced a lot, but I like the puts again. 102. There's kind of expensive, honestly, but it is a $130 stock. I grabbed one put, 102 for 30 cents. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. And then I think that'll take care of going back to ANET. Yeah, I think that's it. Played shares to the upside. That could be good after hours. Again, even one standard deviation, still pricing in a lot there. So there is all we should do that on one of these plays. One of these earnings plays, we should just grab shares and go off of what's priced in rather than the option trade. But essentially, that's the risk you're taking, whatever's priced in. So as far as all the plays, though, we're done with all the earnings previews. We went with a, what is it? LSCC. Was that our first one? Was Zoom Info, one call, $20 call at 22 cents. LSCC, 110 call at 55, put at 8 cents at $50. And then a Shopify 65 put. And then a Datadog 102 put for 30 cents. So spent about 130. Most plays are puts. One of them we went both ways. I like Biogen. I had an order in to try to get filled on one of the cheap ones, but I don't think that one's going to fill. Was I on that one? I don't know which one I was on. Yeah, those 275s. I wanted a lower price, but I don't think it's worth it. So we'll see. That was like the one that I wanted as like a... And I don't think that one hit. That would have just been like an ultimate lotto. I like ANET too. I've hit a 3,000-4,000%er on ANET. you guys were right there with me. ANET was a very big option trade. That's why I think it has a lot of juice. But, I mean, quite frankly, I think I'd only want to go for the put. Sadly, again, it's moved up a lot today. But then even then it dropped. So, yeah, $70 is what's priced in. That's still like, what, $350 to the upside? I don't even think you could get a play. Yeah, you're still spending whoa. Yeah, still $4. Then 70 is like what, 210? That put maybe. I don't know. Ain't that only thing would be a put. That's the only thing I could see that's decent. All right, I grabbed one ANET put, 190 for 23 cents. That's it. I'm doing it again. It didn't work out that bad on last Friday. Remember, I only went puts on all of them, but you know those actually ended up hitting if you took them fast enough. Banks are just on fire all day today. We only got a couple for earnings. So we have ANET now, one way. Datadog, one way. Shopify, one way. LSCC, both ways. And then Zoom Info, one way. The AMAT play, no, we didn't go over those yet. I'll go over those on the watch list because they don't, when's their earnings? But I did make an early AMAT. That's why y'all need to like the video early in the morning, you know? Let me double check. But I'll save that one for the watch list. Because AMAT is when? I think you have AMAT on Thursday. I did ACAM too. When's ACAM? ACAM's tomorrow after hours, so we'll go over that one. At KLG, do they have earnings today? Kellogg's? If they have earnings, I could price it in. Otherwise, I didn't know did they spin off? So any of the names tomorrow, we're going to cover those tomorrow. So again, we've already went over most of the big ones. Again, Marriott, Hasbro, Moody's, Biogen, Coca-Cola, Datadog, Shopify. These are the ones in the morning. And then we went over today after hours. Again, Waste Management, Arista, Cadence, Zoom Info, all those good ones. ANET's today after the bell, yeah. It was next week 190s for the ANET, I believe. Yeah, I got them at 23 cents. That kind of balanced out the chain here. But I just, again, 200, I believe 2010 or 205 would have been two standard deviations, but it was just a little too much. So I said, let's push it out, and then if they do dump, we'll get lucky on $20, hopefully. I have Instacart, but when's Instacart's earnings? They're not tomorrow morning, are they? I just looked this up. Yeah, Instacart's tomorrow. Are they in the morning? Or are they after the bell? No, they're after the bell tomorrow. I have shares of Instacart, and they're green. I don't know if we sell out or if we keep riding. I have a shit ton of shares. I have 1,000 shares of Instacart. Shopify, I only have puts. That's the only thing that had a good risk to reward. Everything just seemed expensive. A lot of different plays were expensive today. All right. On that note, all earnings plays done. It's Power Hour. 15 minutes in the day left, or 50 minutes. We've already ran through everything. We got a couple after the bell today. And that's it, baby. That's it. We spent like, what, 100, 130? I'm impressed. I like what we did. I'll take it, baby. I will take it. But on that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will see you in a little bit. If there's a commercial. If not, you'll have me for a little bit. I could use some. I need some protein chips, bro. You know what I'm saying? Arm is nuts. Come on, CNBC.
7.
There you go. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading
5
Fraternity.
times that of the Russell 2000. You simply can't sell enough Magnificent 7 to get Russell 2000 to a real position.
But you would stay max positioned in terms of the mega caps?
I would shave some. I would rebalance a little bit, and I'd go to the other asset classes. I'd look also globally. I mean, PMIs have bottomed globally as well. It's a really interesting story because of the kind of doom and gloom that we're hearing about a few months ago. The data is coming in much better. The key thing here, as you point out, is CPI tomorrow. The key variable is inflation. 3% inflation moving lower. That's the story. Then the Fed can cut. A 3% inflation means the Fed can cut. Real rates cannot be over 2 to 2.5%, and then the story continues. And then you wind up with your long duration assets doing well also.
If things, Dan, are this good now, what happens when the Fed actually cuts for the first time? What is that a signal for the stock market? We like to anticipate things well in advance, obviously.
We're in something of a bizarro market in the sense that historically, when the Fed begins to cut is when you would typically want to trim positions. You saw this leading up in the second half of 2007. Obviously, you saw it during the course of 2000. I'm not sure that's the case for reasons that have been discussed on this show and others for the better part of it.
And let's also recall why the Fed cut.
Well, that's why it's conceivably not the same.
I can see why you would suggest that, because it would make sense, right? Fed's cutting because things are bad.
Well, yes.
They have no choice. Here, this whole thing is banking on the idea that they cut because they can, not because they're forced to.
No, that's exactly right, which is why history is maybe perhaps not as relevant. So yes, I think what you have is a situation where if the Fed cuts, I can construct a scenario where interest rate sensitive sectors start to do even better, if that's possible. And you look at something like the home builders, and I'm not recommending them as an investment, but industries that are typically weighted, cyclical sectors that are typically weighted towards interest rates, I mean, have already done somewhat well. Dare I say they might do better? Listen, at the end of the day, I think the way that you have to approach the next year is optimistically, because the data is corroborating it. Alicia mentioned the PMIs are bottoming, leading economic indicators, of which components of the PI would sort of the same view, are starting to turn upwards, with the caveat that, again, a lot of heavy lifting is being done by the few names. And if you start to see profit warnings or something like that, then sure, we can have a conversation. But getting back to the 1999 comparison, you had a year of Nortel, Intel, Yahoo, Microsoft, Qualcomm, EMC, JDSU warning about profits coming in less than expected and then eventually negative before eventually the real rollover began in 01 and later 02.
Well, this was a period, you know, if we all remember the famous Greenspan irrational exuberance line,
96.
Wasn't at the end.
No, it was at the beginning.
It was a few years before. So then at what point, Alicia, this is a good segue, when does exuberance become irrational in this particular case?
So I don't think we're there yet because the earnings are coming in and the margins just keep on going higher in the AI and tech stocks. So that is our new .com, right? That is the new area for investment. And so far it's going so well. We're just not there in terms of, you know, multiples of revenue leading to higher stock prices. We're really more fundamentally driven here. As you point out, irrational exuberance was in 96 and we had another 3.5 years to go that were extraordinary in the market.
Is that, I mean, are we potentially looking at another period like that? As you said, you know, the S&P basically went nowhere for a couple of years.
As you said.
If you look, you know, back a few, it's not like the NASDAQ. It's not like it's cheap, but you could certainly say it was more extreme perhaps a few years ago. Does that make the runway longer this time?
It does, because the drop that we saw in 22 and most of the market in 23 reset
where we can go for the future. Price came in, multiples came in, large cap kept on doing what they're doing because they were insulated from lending and higher interest rates, and we can move from here. If you go back 2 years, we haven't gone anywhere. What are we so afraid of, right? We can't be afraid of this. This is where you can make money for your clients.
The funny thing about this is it's almost like we've memory holed the fact that the NASDAQ fell 36%. That the stock market, the S&P 500, fell 27%. So it's not as if there's no pain, let's say, associated with the S&P, with the Federal Reserve's rate hikes. It's not as if no one paid the price. The entire crypto industry was effectively wiped out.
All
the unprofitable tech stocks have effectively been wiped out. All the companies that went public through the IPO process have effectively been wiped out. There's been enormous pain and losses inflicted on investors.
Look at that, Paul George,
just because immediately thereafter we invented this entire AI industry in November of 22, I think it was.
Oh, look at He's literally Paul George. I played against him.
Let's not pretend that you didn't have humongous
I destroyed him,
losses
though. I want to
and
see the
pain
one
for
where I
investors
steal it.
Broadly.
No, but
He runs up, bro.
What
I
we're afraid
rob
of
him.
is missing something. We're afraid of these lags.
Come on, look at that. Oh, you want to tell me.
That are long and variable, having some sort of negative impact.
I don't know.
That are not yet seen. We're afraid of commercial real estate having a larger impact on the market. You've had some tremors. You haven't had, full-blown earthquakes. Looked like we might have something with SVB, and the Fed came to the rescue there.
Yeah.
So I think that's the story.
That's
what
crazy,
we learned
bro.
in March of last year is that the Fed has a floor
They'll beat
under
me
the
in real
market.
basketball. That's the only sad part.
The Fed put is back.
You really believe that?
And on the lending side for banks. So if your fear is what's happening with bank balance sheets and what's happening with the commercial
You're
real
holding
estate going through the regional
Pinduoduo as
banks,
long
$2
as you like.
trillion comes due
So
by
whenever
the end
the
of
profits are
2025.
good enough
It's
for
not that
you,
they're all going to be
weighed
great
against the
investments.
risk of
It's
if
that the Fed's
China
gonna be
does
there to
bad, you'll go to
backstop it.
zero.
And so therefore, it's not a
So
systemic
again, I passed the
risk.
ball. I got
So
the
if you're an
ball in there.
investor
We
and you say,
squeezed
"That's
it
what
in,
I'm
bottom
really
tick,
concerned
it
about, the
shoots
long
up
and variable
4%, but
lags
like
in
you got to
CRE
put it. I don't
and
know
what
if you
that
want to
means
pull
to
up
some
3.
bank
You already got an
balance
easy
sheets. I think what
100%
we've
layup.
learned
You
is
could
that
take
we're gonna
that.
be,
You had
it's gonna be a
200%
cushion
little
there.
step
that
back
point,
mid range. You know what I'm
if there
saying?
were, I don't want to say there's a Fed put and the Fed's going to step in if the market goes down, but if there were ever losses to be taken, it was in Silicon Valley Bank. The idea that no uninsured depositors in that bank could absorb even a modest amount of losses to spare some of the pain or the eventual pain on taxpayers is just, it's unfathomable. So when you say, when we have this conversation about the Fed stepping in, effectively you've nationalized the banking sector. So worries about this have to be at best mitigated. That there's clearly more losses to be taken, as Alicia noted, and there's certain banks, and the street's well aware of them, who has a larger CRE exposure.
All right. Well, thank you, CNBC. That's it. We had our post-earnings preview, man. We're done with the post-earnings preview. But yeah, man, we're back. We're ready to go, man. It's Monday. We got a couple of big earnings to set us off. About 40 minutes left. Data in the morning tomorrow, so I'll be here bright and early, an hour before the bell. I hope I see y'all there, man. Let's go. Let's go. We've nationalized the banks. He said, well, we did nationalize them, technically. I mean, we do have nationalized companies, so you guys know where the government like Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Those are all still interesting scenarios. Again, I think the FHA, they created it, but I want to say part of that was in the beginning they nationalized it. Chrysler. So it's an interesting history. We haven't seen it in a while. I guess the last thing we nationalized was FTX, no? Does that count? Okay. I'm just before I get kidnapped. Anyways, it's good to see you here, man. I hope you're having a great day. JD, China plays. So again, that Pinduoduo, all of them just got to hold up. Pinduoduos were fire in the morning, but they came down. You're up 87%. It held up 100 most of the day, and then you had 200 something in the morning. And then the Airbnbs, those are at 140 now. You had just under 200% on those. We made all those free. So we got free Airbnb. Not only do you have to watch it, or you get to watch it in your long term and you get to hold it now. Airbnb is just under green. It was green for a little bit on the long term, but now our biggest growth stock is in pole position. It's either going to make or break it tomorrow. Is it that? Do you guys know what's going to happen? Or do you realize your long term, if you are set up how my long term is, do you guys realize that we're sitting on like your biggest growth name is now right at break even the day ahead of her? You've been in this situation before, so you know what it's like. I hope the time of holding has As you know, there's nothing to really be excited about or scared about, too, because you have been here. I hope you get that. But it's like, dude, you're long-term right there. That's it. It's either it's going to take it's going to get a nice boost tomorrow or a nice haircut. Either or. He's going to let it flow, or it's about to, a little snip. Just a little bit. So we're going to find out. But in general, I got 2 Airbnbs up. I'm so excited. But that's going to be big. Airbnb. So again, 2 out of 3 of the long-terms, Colt Sister YouTube account, they're up. The big long-term, because I bought in higher when I had access to more deposits there. And then we put in some of the money from the Airbnb. But that one has a slightly higher average, but we're about break even on it now. Airbnb, let's take a look, actually. I'm glad you asked what Airbnb. I did it earlier when we priced the play. I already priced this one in. And then again, here's just to give you a little bit of an update on the whole pricing in. Somebody asked, can you do this with E-Trade? And yes, the answer is yes. So it's all ghetto, baby. You don't need it. All these numbers will never be specific. That's why I call them ghetto standard deviation. But all you do is take the at the money strike prices. So you're like right at 155. I would use that. 650 plus 675. That's like what? 1320, give or take. So if we go to the TD Ameritrade, I just did that in my head. Literally, what do you see here? Plus or minus 1323. I'm off by 3 cents, and I just did that in my head by adding 650 and 675. I've gotten very good at adding numbers in my head, but that's all you have to do. So literally the number's $13 priced in, give or take, 1320. So that means at the end of tomorrow, if the option market is correct about Airbnb pricing in just under 10%, that means you're at 150. Let's say you're at 154.62. Tomorrow you go up 13.20. If all is well in option land, Airbnb will go to 167.82. So, and then if all goes bad according to option land, and then again here, what's the caveat to this? There's a big caveat. If all goes bad in Airbnb land, we could be back at 141. 141. No? Okay. No, okay. What do you think, Chad? What's the caveat to this? I'm showing you what Airbnb is priced in. I'm telling you right now, if Airbnb does good, it ends up at like 187. If it ends up bad, it ends at 141. This is off of one standard deviation. What is the caveat to everything? The caveat. What is present, my brethren? Do you know? There's a factor you have to incorporate and factor in as I give you specific prices that Airbnb may end up via what the option chain may be pricing in. There is something. CPI is a great answer, my brethren. However, I'm looking for a more specific answer. All of you flock to CPI quite elegantly and quickly, all the more hastily. What is it? No. It's a simple phenomenon, but not really. It's what you do daily. You got to think about it. It's common sense, my brethren. Although it might not be that common, they say. Nothing to do with its family tree of Expedia being related. It's already moved. You're close, but no, my brethren, no. Not rent. Oh, for thou will bring up the broader real estate market to shit on thy Airbnb when thy hotels charge $80 parking. Shame on thee, my brethren. But no, nothing to do with that. What could it be? Where's my music? Where is it? I need it. Oh, that's fucking loud. Exactly. Now I could explain to you all. For Josh has brought up the option chain. This sounds like the Oregon Trail now. But looking at the option chain, we factored in where Airbnb will end up tomorrow. But there is one caveat remaining. One X factor, as they would call it. We see what the options are pricing in, but what is the only difference my brethren have not accounted for on their journey? You already know you will lose all your money. For on this journey of pricing, we have mistaken one thing. We have forgot to price in one thing on the journey of pricing. For thouest might end up with no oil along the way. No fuels, no supplies, incorrect on thy pricing. What mayest it be? So I've went through one medieval song. Y'all haven't figured it out. So let me just tell you. I'll tell you so somebody afterwards is going to be like, I said that already. Well, I'll Chad fax you. I will Chad fax you. The answer, my friends, the one caveat to pricing in what is priced in on Airbnb is that you have another day to worry about. This is exactly why we do earnings the day of. As awkward as that may sound, because when the stock really has moved ahead, it makes that move the day of, you add up those 2 days. So the big thing we're worried about is that, yeah, tomorrow, all of these calculations are if it moves $13, but that's off of the current price. So what happens tomorrow if it goes up $10 and then is still pricing in $13? Squarespace monthly, you said that. I'll look up. Oh, I will check back. Think about your answers. Think about if thou really types this. Think indeed. I'm going through your chat facts. Nobody saideth this. I don't like this jam as much. This one's more like, I feel like we got to make a dance to it. Yeah, stop playing with me. But that makes sense, though, right? Does that make sense? Did Squarespace move off of that? Oh, it really moved off of that. 1%. Squarespace, they've been in some trouble, though. Haven't they, I feel like they either got acquired or they acquired somebody. Why does that? They've kind of been in the pin. I'm hyped for Airbnb. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Because, again, if Airbnb's lower or higher, which, again, it's already moved up 5% today. It's already pricing in 7, So we'll see how that one all plays out. But that is something to think about. But then, again, you guys just saw how we priced it in on that chain. But like I was telling you, your long-term, above all else, I mean, if that's your number one growth play, it's going to have an interesting, surprisingly, Colt Sister, we've brought up that account a lot. But that one has also, has Airbnb, but I don't think it's her biggest position anymore. Feel like I've been waiting in line at Pirates of the Caribbean. Nah, for real. That sound like what was it? Like Legoland? What's the other place? SeaWorld? No, this is hella what's it called? Amusement park music. I could totally feel that. Once you're getting close to the ride, after you've waited an hour in the sun in the part of the line that's extremely long, right when you get in, and it looked like you close to the line, but it's just the indoor section. Then they start, you know what I'm saying? They play the music, but you still got an hour to wait. 100%. I see it now. I feel it. I don't see anything. Yeah, this is that. And then the misters go off. I'm always down with the misters. Those are always great for the ambiance. The Renaissance Fair. We had a Renaissance Fair when I was younger. Otherwise, I've never attended one. I think at school we went to a Renaissance Fair. But I have not gone as an adult. I've seen some promoted, believe it or not. That's the crazy part. But yeah. ARM is climbing back up. Dude, ARM is insanity. That's at 152. You're missing out. I'm sure. I feel I am. I don't know if I'm going to attend. Help you, rookie. You have WM puts and calls I bought last week, both up 80. Should I sell them or play for free or let the risk have one? Well, listen, dog. 50-50, in that situation, I don't know if this is the best advice. Y'all could let me know. So none of this is a recommendation or advice. You will lose everything. But at the end of the day, I feel like if you have the opportunity to make it free and you have more than one contract and you could sell and make it free and then just play the earnings, I think that's the best of both worlds, right? Because you're up 80%. You could either sell out and have no exposure. You can ride it all and then expose everything, or 50-50, kind of do what's in the middle. But then again, it depends on your position size. And I've been saying this as like the number one reason for like trying to execute these earnings plays. Because like, do you realize most people will get like mad if you tell like you're gambling on earnings? How fucking dare you? It's like really offensive to some people, bro. You have no idea. So like, I really think though the offensiveness depends on how much money you're really throwing on plays. Like I'm saying, some good risk to rewards, the options, not really pricing in anything big. It's cheap. You're not spending a lot of money. I mean, that's a great, like, I like the risk to reward. I don't think you could really get too many plays like that on a day-to-day basis. So might as well take the earnings risk. But if if that 80% that you're up on, if that's a big position size, a lot of the answers have different answers now. A lot of the outcomes I could tell you're risking a little bit more in every instance, and then always when you make the play free, that's still money that you have to factor into your account. That's a profit there. But like I'm saying, I don't know the position size. All things being considered, if you're operating it how I operate it and keeping it small, I think making it free is the best of both worlds. You get to have a little bit of, you took some risk. It's not like you got the play for free, although we say like you took risk. The thing is, shit just started working out in your favor. So then you sell out, make half of that free if you had more than one contract, or maybe you could ghetto spread, whatever the method you choose. But it's like you just got all your money back. You're not going to lose. You're not walking away with anything, but now the risk part is over. You're ending the risk part of that life. Like if you want to continue to go through trauma, keep scrunching up your shoulders. No, so relax your shoulders too. It's actually great timing, right? All right at 30 on the hour, but it's up to you. If you want to end the level of risk, when do you want to stop risking it? That's when you make it free. So that little feeling that's giving you anxiety right now? And you're like, what should I do? Should I buy it? Should I sell it? I don't know if I'm going to buy it, but what if I buy it? I feel like if I don't buy it, if I don't sell it, should I take profit? Should I hold? I don't know what to do. I'm up a lot, but I could be down a lot, but I'm up a lot. What should I do? Oh, it's only been 2 minutes. So all of those, like you could end that by making it free, like the end of risk. So again, when you make any of these earnings plays, you open up the door to feel emotions, feel anxiety because you have money on the line. The moment you make it free, you just take that. That's it. You end that moment, and now you could go through earnings where worst case scenario would suck. Like again, some plays, even ARM was up. We were up 100, 200% on ARM before they even reported. So it's like if that play goes the other way, though, and that misses out, you will lose that money that you took the risk for. But when it's all said and done, you're not going to have any risk if you make it free. So I do think it's the best of both worlds, all things considered. And what I mean considering is that you're playing it small, and it's not like any of these amounts that you're risking for the future earnings or just right there at the first level, that they're just not like, big bag already to begin with. So, yeah. I hope that's a good answer, but it's something to keep in mind. But making it free, I'm glad I made it free on Airbnb. I made it free on some Starbuckses last week. I had some I paid it for that were all over the place, or that was Uber. And then what was the other one we made free? ARM was free. I made like $1,800. Again, $300 or $50, another $400 of that profit came from risking a little more. But like, dude, zero risk. I don't give a shit. I love it. I don't know if y'all feel me. I'm telling you, it ends the emotional aspect the moment you make it free. But like I'm telling you, it's just like I don't care how much I walk away with on a play if it's free, as long as I walk away. Why? Because then again, you get to pull back all your exposure. You keep the balances small, and then you're walking away with just literally zero risk on a play with upside. I mean, you cannot go wrong on that. So I'm pretty cool with that. Either way, then again, some do better. I wish I kind of had the Expedia last week. That was a nice one, but some of y'all listened and you made a plan before. You didn't have to listen to me telling you anything, but you did make up a plan before and were able to do good. We have a couple of tutorials. I mean, I've been talking about taking profits. We've talked about this whole strategy of keeping it small. All of those, unless you guys are talking about something else, but I'll use that opportunity to say go watch the tutorial. I already posted. I don't think I posted it in the Twitch. The Twitch guys need some YouTube exposure. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. So it could be early for any play, but again, that's quite the dilemma we've been dealing with lately. It's not even a dilemma. Sometimes it's worked out, sometimes it's helped us, and sometimes it hasn't, but it's companies running up the day of earnings or right before. Remember, stocks can run up ahead of earnings, go crazy with the rest of the earnings, then something happens, then they come down, and then all those prices might just come down. You've seen it. Again, Google, Microsoft, some of the early earnings this season, those pre-earnings were dog shit. I didn't grab Microsoft, but that one didn't hit. But I remember like a couple of the other ones, like even Apple and a few others, and a little bit before, they didn't do as good. Again, remember Netflix, you had a little bit of the pre-earnings, and then afterwards there was some plays, and then we made a lot on playing the afters. But that's something to keep in mind. A daily candle has the bears salivating. I ain't even doing anything. This has been crazy. I can't believe that like 15 out of 16 week streak. I can't believe that's still like happening. You know what I'm saying? FTX call down 70. What are your thoughts? I mean, you got time, but if it's already down that, you might get lucky and it comes back. That's about it. You're actually not. Wait, you have 250s? What did you spend on those? I feel like you're not too far away. I think those are better than not. I think those plays could be in play, but me personally, most plays, once I'm down 70, I write them off. But it doesn't mean I sell, because usually if I'm putting in a smaller amount of money, you write them off, account for them to go down to zero, and then if anything, best case scenario, you recoup other profits, it comes back up. You could play accordingly. Diamondback Energy. And they do a buyout today. And then we're done with previews. You got 24 minutes left. Not bad, my friends. Not bad. CMG. The QQQ will go up. Oh, well, tomorrow depends on tomorrow morning. So that's it. I mean, everybody kind of has their bias for tomorrow, but there is a strong bias that tomorrow's inflation numbers are all going to show inflation coming down, or at least continuing this trend. Again, inflation is expected to be the lowest since March of 2021 or something, which is, again, that's like 3 years now, almost 2.5 years or something. I got to double check the stats on it, but yeah, you could ghetto spread the Disneys or you could sell them. You've been sweating on them. Just, again, let your portfolio, do you need the momentum, the win streaks? Let that speak to you. But, again, like we said, the best of both worlds. You can make it free if you're worried. Otherwise, just make up your decision. You want to hold or not. And then, again, tomorrow, you will get a little catalyst with the CPI, depending on the reaction and how that moves things. Otherwise, you're just waiting on the final earnings. But those plays do expire this week, so you've got to make up your mind on what you want to do with that, because the valuations on that will start changing drastically as the week goes on. They have more time. I think tomorrow will kind of be our peak on whether or not we want to do it. We missed the plays. It's too late to apologize. I forgot what we did. We did a couple of them, a lot smaller. I did a couple of One Direction plays, but I mean, any play I did do, I think I did 2 standard deviations on the expensive ones, and then the cheap ones that made sense to the downside I grabbed. We didn't really do much today. News can't be positive if Powell's not considering rate cuts. Well, some would say the jobs wasn't the good news because that went up, but we proceeded to hit new highs after that. But then, if anything, most people, most financial analysts, most economists, they are expecting that inflation continues this downward trajectory. So I don't know if you guys have heard me talk about it or you've heard other people talk about it, but the shape of not the yield curve, the inflation, CPI, the shape that it's making, this like downward sloping chart. We talked about this on the watch list yesterday. That is the most important part about all of this. So generally, most people are expecting a low number tomorrow, one that will be the lowest in a couple of years. But even if it is, or even if it gets better, most people expect the shape of that curve, that trend of inflation to be coming down or staying down, either continuing to drop at a further pace, which would be good unless it does it too quickly, but for the most part, generally that'd be good, or they're wanting to see if does this downward inflation trend actually stop, does it reverse or start to get sticky at these levels, and then that will decide the next round of everything else and how people feel. Inflation party. They should do one. I mean, they made a party at 9% inflation. I don't know why. I feel like this would be a great time to party, ahead of the election too. Even if it's lower, it could be bad because downward trend is not projecting. It would have to be really bad. And the only reason why it would be really bad, because if inflation cratered, then people would start to say, well, maybe like other data is slowing down, like, and could fall off a cliff like that. And that would bring up some other economic recession concerns. But then again, I think it would take a minute, and above all else, I honestly think people would get excited. I think a lot of people would get excited towards the general idea of if like the economy was slowing down. I think the bond people, the rate cut people would get really, really stoked on that. GDP deflator back at 2019 levels. It's why March cuts were priced in. GDP most likely good tomorrow. You meant CPI? CPI deflator. So it will be crazy. We'll find out. Most people do think CPI will be good, but I don't see I see a hot print would just kind of shock everybody. That would just throw cold water on everything. But then again, if it is a good print, I wonder how long that's going to last and everything else. We copied the ECB, kind of, or they copied us. Right when we started talking less rate cuts this year, they did the same. Their economy is doing a little worse too, but we kind of led the way on a lot of it. But then again, people just got ahead of themselves and fell behind in Europe as well. Well, jobs data, if anything, jobs data would be your bad news. But the fact that, again, if CPI comes down and none of the other factors, again, inflation continues to come down and jobs are strong, no one's going to give a shit. That's what I was saying. That's why I think bonds might be able to, they may make their comeback off of that, but quite simply, if CPI tomorrow comes in lower than expected and CPI is low and that jobs number is strong, that's very ideal. And what I mean is that, like, that's your no landing, soft landing, we love you, pal, you did it team. Like that's what that data will show for that group, at least until the next CPI and the next jobs report, which is something I said on the watch list yesterday, is that you are going to have to deal with that. No matter what happens tomorrow, you're still going to have another CPI in a couple of weeks ahead of the next. Again, it's still like what, a month and a week, a month and a half till the next Powell. A little bit less than a month and a half. If inflation cratered the Yale bull market, some people will get worried, but then again, I think just the rate cut odds would just get bid up by the crackies. They would love it. And then SPY getting some volume here at the low. I mean, it is power hour. Has it felt like a powerful hour? I don't know. We kind of started off low. We didn't do much in power hour. You got about 15 minutes left, 16 minutes. You were at the new all-time high of 50.48. Now you're below Friday's all-time high. Would you look at that? So we'll see. We'll see where it ends up. We got Tesla. Airbnb came down. Airbnb was magnificent today. We'll see, though. Again, you got Marriott in the morning to dictate it. And then we got a couple of these earnings. We got LSCC. What's the other one we made? We made a small play on Shopify. They're not after the bell. Then we did ANET one way. We might get lucky on ANET. Thoughts on REITs? I like them, but at the same time, I would just kind of bunch REITs into financials and make sure you don't get overexposed. But then again, I think you could get a lot of value plays in the space. Some of the bigger banks now are more expensive. So if you don't have any of that exposure, you could look towards those. But at the same time, I'd be careful with them. I'll just be careful of getting too many of them. LSCC, I think we played both ways. 2 standard deviations. Well, REITs are just dealing with the lurking commercial real estate problems mixed in with however their finances are already looking, and then higher yields. There's a lot of moving parts. But then again, it's the same thing with banks. Just they have different collateral if you think about it. So that's why I'm I think they kind of move in broader with what's going on with bonds and banks rather than necessarily their own individual performance. If they do have individual performance, they're just outperforming, but they still kind of move based on the same factors. You spent 1,100. No, I think I went further than those. I went further than on both of those. I got my play for 55, but those plays went up, actually. So the LSCCs already went up in value. So I sell NVIDIA calls before CPI pre-open? What do you mean? Sell an option that you already own, or sell premium? Well, that's hard to say. You are going to take well, that's the thing. There's either CPI is going to react, or NVIDIA is going to react to CPI, or just going to ignore it. So, but for the most part, usually there'll be some sort of broader market effect. So, but that one's tough to say, man. I think, again, if you already have it, what are you up on it, or are you down on it, or how much are you expecting it to go up? So let's say CPI makes NVIDIA move another 2%. How much are you going to get off of that? I'd be what? $12 maybe? More on the stock. I don't know how that affect the play. Will CPI mess up some earnings? It will, but remember, we've had data. We even had the non-farms, and then you still have these earnings afterwards. So it's kind of all priced in, but I wouldn't give it too much of a weighting. Again, earnings are going to just do their own thing. RWM. Hey, Matt, we'll go over those on the watch list. I did them this morning, though. And then have I used this month's LT deposit? Yeah, I did it early. So I got February's deposit in the beginning of January, or the end of January, and I used it on Pfizer. So unfortunately, I have to wait till March. Not bad. Time flies when you're in a cult. So we have 2 and a half more weeks. Tesla ADM on the high. Yeah, I wanted to see market value. Colt sister. Yeah, Airbnb is her 5th biggest. She has a 5% gain on Airbnb now. Interesting. Her biggest position is Uber, and then Pfizer, then Disney, then JP Morgan, then Airbnb. I like your show. I like you, man. Did you like the video? Either way, I still like you. You showing love. So I'm talking about, man, get a long term. That's what we're talking about, too. We also went over a lot of earnings. Airbnb is tomorrow after earnings. So we have already, we're going to do that preview tomorrow, but we already made our play on Airbnb on Friday, and then we made that free today. DraftKings, I did not make an earnings play, but we have DraftKings in the long term. I think, are we up on DraftKings yet? I sold covered calls on it. No, we're down 6% still on DraftKings. And then our covered call, I could have got 1,200 instead of 700. So I sold that for a little bit too low. Why NQ down? I think a lot of the big tech stocks didn't move. It seemed like some more shortage stocks, ones with more earnings this week, and then Russell and then banks and real estate, they all kind of went up today. Because then nothing really happened abroad either, and then you have China closed as well too. DraftKings, I think DraftKings has moved up too much. So I just overpaid for it, and we had it for a while. Again, we never had to touch it, so it's crazy how it's coming back. We're making income off of it, but they were at $11 at the beginning of last year. Even so, I can't buy them at this. This is like Redfin going crazy. I wouldn't buy it at the higher prices, unfortunately. Aspen popped. Is ARM still going? Abercrombie. ARM has been up there. It's been holding. SFM. Sprouts. And then CRISPR. That's been on the high all day. And then RGNX. That one came down. Market on close, 650 to the buy side. Oh, wow, that's 10-minute rig. Look at that, Chatadonia. Look at that. Para News. Someone just posted that, and they say something related to Apollo. I just don't like the buyout news shit with them. I think it's just a weird situation. It's worse than damn Manchester United. So I'm over that one. Earnings play, I think we have LSCC and then ANET. I don't know if there's one more. But yeah, DraftKings, weren't they red earlier? And then SPY's still holding near this low. I mean, it's still above 5,000, which is good. But yeah, DraftKings is insane. But yeah, we have it in the long term. If it goes up, man, we could benefit off of it. I'm totally down with that. But at the same time, I don't want DraftKings to it's ran. There's so much downside from if they really start getting shaky, but they have done very well. And I don't think they spent that much. I didn't even see them at the Super Bowl. So we'll see how that one plays out. And Barstool. Yeah, I'm going to be live early tomorrow for the non-farbs. Yes. Yeah, ANET is juiced. I only went for the puts. I went further than 2 standard deviations. But yeah, I was not down with ANET. ANET was expensive. But that's a play that could move a lot. That one could move a lot. Josh's year-to-date bathroom breaks 143. Sure. We might need to audit that. Somebody might need can somebody keep a secondary count? We might need a secondary count. Who's this? Express Hired Advisors. Express Retailer prepares for debt restructuring with possible bankruptcy filing within weeks. Wall Street Journal. Are they still like EXPR? Yeah, right? I think this is down to 423. It's just not loading up. They might be halted. EXPR used to trade a lot higher, I feel like, back in the day. Yeah, they've had reverse splits. It traded for 490. I don't think it was that much, but they were doing a lot better. But yeah, it's at 423. It's not loading up. It's probably halted. UVXY on the high. Interesting. And then Dow still red. TLT 10-year says it's down. Well, yeah, that makes sense. TLT as well, too. And then SPY's barely red, and then Dow Jones is up. And then Russell's up 1.9. A lot of people asking about Bill and if they're going to get clapped on the rate cut. well, you're not going to get fully clapped, but eventually when they do cut rates, Bill is going to start yielding lower. So if anything, I think some of the maturities, they might even by next month. So like I said, it's kind of been a good time to start moving out of Bill and then find either lower plays or just make sure you don't have more than 20%. Oh, look at the time. Look at the time, Chad Adonia. So looks like we're about to land here. So, Chad, I want to give you guys the warning because the new guy is about to come on. And why I give you the warning is because he's really loud. So it gets really, really loud in here in the last final minutes. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your personal warning to protect yourselves and mute your speakers. Why? Because people have been injured, or at least that's what they've reported. All sorts of injuries, anal rupturing, auditory. I meant to say auditory first. I don't know why that one comes out, but a lot of different factors, a lot of different, literally dormant BBB. The list is insane. I'm telling. I don't even want to make a mistake. Male pattern baldness can be alleviated or it could be expedited. I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but I'm not a doctor, so take this all with a grain of salt. But just if you don't like loud noises, when I say earmuffs, that is your time for you to mute your speakers so you can protect yourself. That's all. I'm just looking out for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking out for you. That's all it is, man. That's it, man. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. You're going bald. Well, I don't know if this will help out, man. I don't know if this will help. But hopefully the warning does keep you from there, man. It's okay. Shout out all the 5s and 7s on the hairline chart, man. I feel you. I feel you, man. I feel you. All right, little bit of cheek glaze at the close, man. Final 5 for real. That's it. We're going to end barely red with the Russell. Just be like, oh. But on that note, earmuffs, Chad Adonia. Earmuffs. It's going to get loud. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal, and that's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 65 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day, especially if you held on to arm calls or just bought the cheap weeklies in the morning. But either way, you're going to have CPI tomorrow, and that'll change all the weather. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Chattadonia. CPI tomorrow. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You better figure it out now, Chattadonia. Data in the morning, earnings after the bell, and you only have left 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. If you're playing a play for options and earnings, you got to finalize it now. Sell out if you don't want to play it. Same thing if you are on anything options related for CPI tomorrow. You better make up your mind now. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. It's only 10 seconds now that I finished that. Oh my gosh. Bring it home. Wrap it up, Chattadonia. Not much time left. SPY near the lows. Little bit of red, but the Russell killed it today. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're here right now. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, knows, infos, vibes, personalities. Good vibes, baby. Earnings recaps as well. You brought something there. You are in there paying attention. Good game, baby. Let's go and listen. You better drop a GG. 9 out of 10 dentists say without a GG, you will get banned. So you better drop that GG. Protect yourself. It don't matter. I don't care if you just got here or not. It's good sportsmanship, baby. So let's go. There you go, baby. The real ones with the good games. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Everybody holding it down. You made a dono. You didn't have to today. You showed love. You didn't have to, baby. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you. Good game. We got some earnings, man. We got some earnings. Latisse. Queen Latisse. Oh, man. I love you, baby. Shout out to members. Shout out to stream alerts, dog. Way to hold it down, Chad. Oh, LSCC. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. What do we got? What do we got? Latisse. Did that one hit? It seems like adjusted EPS, 43 cents versus 45 versus 45. Revenue, 170.6. Estimate was 176. They see first quarter revenue, 130 to 150. Estimate was 170. So they guided down. I think we got 60s, right? We went a little bit further out. Let's see if we get hit on them 60s, though. Did we? Yeah, we're at 50s. We got a long way to go. Oh, we're not quite there. AMD or ARM source 29 to bring 3-day jump to more than 93%. Cadence, CDNS. They're out. Who's the other one we care about? ANET. CDNS just came out. They did not move too much, it looks like. ARM soaring. Who's the other one? ANET. Oh, there you go. Oh, Cadence down 9. They were pricing in a lot, though. But, yeah, they are falling. They're getting clapped right there. My goodness. ANET was low-key. ANET, I only went with the puts. I just went with further out the money puts on that one. They were expensive. I think even if ANET hits, it may not hit, if that makes sense. Yeah, Latisse ended up missing. They went down. But again, Cadence down 13. That one might start to breach into no man's land. Hold on. Oh, yeah, Zoom Info. That's another one we got. I don't know if they're out. I think we only went the upside on Zoom Info, no? CDNS came out. They don't seem good. First quarter EPS 74. What was it? Zoom Info. Zoom Info's not out yet. And then we're waiting on ANET. Latisse missed. I think CDNS missed as well, too. GG, Habibi. Yeah, Latisse needs to drop more. That was pricing in a decent amount. Is the YouTube clapped? It shouldn't be. Yeah, EXPR, they just filed for bankruptcy, or a rumor of that. Airbnb's tomorrow. ANET, I only went to the downside. Zoom Info, I only went to the upside, I believe. And then who else do we have tomorrow morning? We got a couple of plays. Just if you, it wasn't loading, refresh it. youtube.com/thestockmarket/live, and then press enter. It should enter you right in there. Strangled the spot. You went for the CPI play. That's what. So hopefully you priced it. You could have priced that in too, because again, you do have CPI tomorrow. You could have went to the SPY options, priced those in, and then even looked at 2 standard deviations. Believe it or not. Express, the shopping store. Yeah, I think they just announced bankruptcy. Fami's on the high. All right, where is everything? I think we're only waiting on ANET. Yeah, what's this? Farm MMI. What's Fami? This thing's killing it. 2U going concern with possibility. What the hell is Fami, bro? Shopify's tomorrow morning. What the hell is Fami? 6K? It's a Chinese stock. Annual report. Ongoing foreign issuer. It seems like there you go. ANET came out. Oh, Zoom Info on the pop. ANET's out too. So ANET, fourth quarter EPS 208. Let me see where the expectations are. ANET. So you could compare it. Revenue was $1.54 billion, so they beat on the top end. Net revenue $613. I don't know if they're expected EPS $1.70. They did $1.92, and then or $2.08. So they beat both top and bottom. I don't know where guidance is at. I think that's going to be the next level there. Seemed like they beat top and bottom, but I don't know if there's any news. ANET's down for now 8%. Still needs to drop a little bit more. Remember, it was pricing in a ton, and then Zoom Info's out. Let me check ZI. Zoom Info, they forecast income quarter one EPS range 23 to 24 cents. I don't know, is that on the high end? I feel like that's what was expected. Where is it? 24. I think that's what analysts expected. Revenue was $316 million, so they beat on the top end. Zoom Info, they see first quarter revenue $307 to $310. So they kind of lowered the top end there. Honestly, and then loss per share of 4 cents or 1 cent. So they did bad on earnings. Their earnings went down, revenue beat. I don't know, and they see adjusted EPS 23. We already have that. That's in line. Yeah, their EPS they missed EPS big. Trip is on the way up. ANET was in line or slight beat on revenue. EPS beat. First quarter guidance was 152 to 156. Estimate was 152. And then operating margin 42. Estimate was 42.1. I don't think ANET did bad, but it's just getting murked. Again, FAMI keeps going up. And then Zoom Info's on the low now. Why is Trip going crazy? TripAdvisor, I didn't know they had earnings. They're up 15. So ANET's running down. ANET's not down. ANET was pricing in a lot. So that's still going to be a cuck, believe it or not. And then Zoom Info, they were up. And then they shot down. So they missed on EPS, but guidance was a little weak, but still near the high end. That one's going to be interesting. TripAdvisor named by Elon? No, I didn't see anything on that. What is it? Trip announces formation of special committee of independent member of board of directors. So they announce a committee of independent directors. Any proposals that may be brought forward for a potential transaction and all alternatives with regards to TripAdvisor. Oh, so that means somebody probably wants to buy them and then they doing this? Yeah, they're up 10%. That could be buyout rumors. Oh, TripAdvisor. Then TWOU. Yeah, TripAdvisor special committee of independent members of its board of directors. Happy Monday. What's TWOU? I don't know. That trip could be very interesting. That could be some potential buyout shit. It's because Delaware shut the doors on Trip. Elon's tweet. Zoom Info is trying to come back up. I think that's it. We already got ANET. Yeah, I think that might be it. Is there any other ones today? Kind of a dud. Not much. Not much. LSCC did bad, but they didn't. That's going to be a cuck too. I think they bounced a little bit. Well, yeah, what happened to Waste Management? I think that's another one. We didn't make a play. Liberty had TripAdvisor and talks to buy TripAdvisor. Well, there you go. Now Zoom Info is breaking out. So, yeah, literally. Blackballed? What's blackballed? Blackballed? Trips rocketing. I don't know how much. It's already up 15%. Let's see. May arise versus result of TripAdvisor disclosure, intent to evaluate potential involving LTRP. Ain't that little pop-up? The mandate of the special is to evaluate proposals that may be brought forward. TripAdvisor announces formation. Oh, where is it? That one just disappeared. ZI calls. What do we get on that? I like TripAdvisor, but I want it to come down. But then again, I don't know. And maybe it seems like the TripAdvisor offer, the Liberty TripAdvisor already came in earlier. So there's like a couple of things going on with it. OSCC was going to be like ARM. If they did good, if anything, Zoom Info, I mean, remember that one was pricing in a lot. I don't know which ones we got on ZI. We had $20 calls, so you still need a little bit more. But thankfully, there's upside. I'll take it. I'll take it for now. All right. On that note, Chad, I think it's time. I have one song for you today. Are you ready? Yes, baby. That's it. I'm not waiting till waste management. I got to go do some waste management. You know what I'm saying? But thank you for being here, baby. God bless you. Shout out to Chad, baby. Another week. CPI in the morning. Airbnb tomorrow.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to rap that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of candy. Pull it to the villa. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighty. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Oh. Pull up in the bed, buddy. Oh, put the top. Airbnb, baby. Tomorrow is the day. Zoom in. It's looking nice. Zoom Info tempting us. We'll see where it's at in the morning. Remember, always by the morning. But Chattadonia, we're going to wrap it up there. I will see you tonight on the watch list. We'll go over a couple of plays. And then we will talk about everything. Because, again, we got Airbnb free. We got CPI tomorrow. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a breakdown. Should be simple, but a lot is still going to be riding on it. But that is the day. Thank you for being here. Go check out the links. Where is it, man? Did I already tell you? First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Y'all don't even know. Some of you don't even know it exists on the first link. That's where you want to be at. Second link as well. Actually, you could get all of it on the second link, too. That's it. Go watch the tutorial. Check it out. You could get all of it on the second link. I missed everything else, but then there's a prayer request wall. You can follow me on Instagram, too. Then just pray for me. I'm going to pray for you, Chad. Shout out to all the Chads, but that's it. Go be an explorer. Watchlist 4 p.m., give or take, maybe 4 or 5. It all depends, but we should be right on schedule. But Chattadonia, that is it. Thank you for your time. I hope I made the most of it. Hope you learned something. Hope you're ready for more earnings. Get ready for tomorrow, but that is all I have for you today. God bless every single one of you. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why you got to get a little bit of self-improvement every day. Like it's like drinking water. Otherwise, that spirit will get dehydrated, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chattadonia. My goodness. God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tonight. And peace out. Oh, no, what about me? No, get Joe. You meant to say Joe. You see me today? Come on. Hey, look it. I almost forgot. I didn't almost forget. I'm joking about it. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Like the video. I didn't almost forget. Look at that, huh? Yeah, well, now you can't stop me from joking. You can't stop me from comprehending and compensation, comprehension, and compilation videos. You're gonna make a montage. We're gonna make a montage. Yeah, one more time. No. Anyways, I love you. You have a good day. I'm gonna see you in the morning and give you whatever you gotta do. You gotta get going. Anyway, all right. Exactly. Now, Joshua. Can you explain the difference to me? Is it ironic that we have Zoom and then Zoom info? And is it ironic that Zoom is selling your info to the CCP? Is it ironic or is that just a coincidence? Did that just happen? Is that naming? Exactly. I don't think it just happened. Nice try, buddy. Nice try, buddy. Exactly. No, I see your contract's getting in the money, huh? Is it ironic that by tomorrow morning, the market maker's going to take it down to what was priced in exactly one standard deviation? It's like they're doing maths. How does a computer know maths anyways? Does that mean it's a person, like is it a little baby? Can it do baby 2 + 2? Or is it more sinister than that? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Bullshit.